The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough, join the family. It's all love while we laugh at Bert's criminalities. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup at hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Ooh, oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credential stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh please, the puppies need me. Oh please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credentialed stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup that hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.
Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. How's everybody doing? What is everybody up to? What is everybody doing? How are y'all doing? Please, please drop a one if you can hear me okay in the little thing over here. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Carly. Thank you, Carol. Welcome the mods to the sofa, y'all. They help keep everything going and the cushions and the pillows fluffed and all that. It is good to see each and every one of you. Hey, Audra. Hey, Indy. Hey, Emily. Hey, Mama P. Hey, Old Soul. How's everybody doing? So y'all, here we are. Fancy meeting y'all here, right? I mean, isn't it always feel like, are we going, hey Shayna, are we going to make it to the day of this, right? It's like anything can happen. It still could, right? I mean, I'll believe it when the opening statements are taking place. Hey Tux, hey Audra, what's up? Hey Cindy, what's my daughter? Angela. It's good seeing all these familiar faces. So before everything gets started, so they're going to be starting like 30 minutes, allegedly. From what I know so far, and again, anything could change, tomorrow they will start an hour earlier. So our time here on East Coast, it will be noon. So we'll start there, and I forget what they said. I think today goes a little bit later. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock Eastern time, semi-time, whatever, we're going to do a live stream to catch up on all of the mushroom trial testimony, because I haven't really been able to get into the several days that Aaron was on the stand. So, and now that this is starting up, it's kind of like, when can we do it, whatever. So we're going to do a morning mushroom marathon. The morning mushroom marathon, and we'll get caught up on that. So if we're over into that, we'll do it at 9. That'll give us a little bit, and we can have like a break before we get started. And again, this is all dependent on Lori's trial going through the whole 9 yards. We're back here streaming tomorrow. Northwest says Aaron was crossed by the prosecutor today. Oh, gosh, I can't wait. I can't wait. Northwest, what's your take on the Aaron thing so far? I haven't even been able to go through all the testimony yet. So at some point today, or it's this evening when this is over with, pardon me, I'm going to go through all the notes and stuff for tomorrow. But are you feeling like it's an accident? Or are you feeling like, what's your vibe? Anybody else has been following it like as it's coming out with people in the courtroom? And then let me go over here real quick. Let me make sure. Wait, that's me. Okay, we don't need that. We need this for Lori. I'm going to be streaming from Court TV today for Lori. They're saying 1:30. Let's come over here and get another one going in case something goes down with that. Is Law and Crime, let's see. First of all, let's do this. Boom, boom, boom. And then law and crime. Is law and crime even streaming this? Box 10, okay, let's see about this. Opening statements, okay, so we'll leave this one up just to have a backup in case something goes wrong. Oh, Northwest is East Idaho. Northwest, I missed your thing earlier. Australia, they don't have to, wait, hold on. Okay, conveniently as an excuse to explain everything. Okay, interesting. And then I just saw somebody else say something about Australia. Where did it go? I think it was. Oh, Chair Bear. Chair Bear says Australia, they don't have to prove motive. They only have to show intent. She's full and guilty. Okay. 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 Here we go. Hey, Jenum. It's good to see you. He said it should be straight too. Let me pull that up. And let me get another screen going for that. I like to have backups in case one thing, I mean, they're all kind of streamed for the same thing, but you know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me just do this and I'll come back over. East Idaho News. We love Nate Eaton. So as we've seen, Nate Eaton is going to be at CrimeCon again. Colby's going to be there. Here we go. Okay, we have several options. Now let me get back to y'all. Here we are. So we have several options. Oh, so it doesn't start for like another 25 minutes, but I wanted to come on here and make sure, you know what I'm saying, like just get everything going. So what we'll do is once it starts, we'll do a volume test with this. Now, if you're new to streaming with me, I typically don't like talking over the testimony or whatever. So I'll kind of try and wait. I'll talk in like the chat room, like typing or whatever. But I wanted to hear what they have. Hey, police Amy, it's good to police wife Amy. It's good seeing you. I hope you've been good. So just so you know, like I don't like to kind of talk over stuff. If I do, you know, whatever. My vibe is more like make commentary when they go quiet or lunch and stuff like that. What we can also do is, depending on, is there a short video with Brandon? That's a good one, Emily. Hold on. Please hold. Your call is important to me. Please hold. Please continue. Okay. This is going to fall. I already know it. Let's get that situated. It's going to scare me to death. Let's put that over there. Lost Ronan, Lost Ronan. I sent you an email, and you might have heard back. I don't know yet. To your Lost Ronan email. Check it whenever you get a chance. It's nothing major. I was just asking you a question about abandoned places. What am I doing? Brandon Boudreaux. I'm looking. I said I'm looking for some cooking. Shoo-be-doo, shibba-dibba-dibba-doo, shibba-dibba-doo-doo-doo-doo, shoo-be-doo, shibba-dibba-dibba-doo. Do y'all want? You know what we could do? Where y'all at? Do y'all want to watch Brandon Takes the Stand? Hey, Lauren. I hope you're doing well. Do y'all want to watch Brandon Takes the Stand in the last and one of Lori's trials? Or do you want to watch like maybe body cam footage or whatever? We're just gonna watch something. We sound a little underwater. Does it? Yeah. How does this sound? You know, because I'm using a completely different thing here. Oh, also about JP, I got several, but also I might have, and I just haven't responded. And I'm sorry if I haven't. Yeah, so y'all, it's kind of How about, oh wait, you know what also? Let's make sure we get this. So I'm talking right here. So see how this is just going up and going up and going up? Is this getting louder? Is this like, oh my gosh, Paul, now this is so loud? So is this like crazy, crazy loud right here? Or is it terrible? Or is it like, oh my goodness, you're blowing our ears out? Or blah, 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 blah. It's muffled, not loud. And I could put it automatically adjust mic volume. How does it sound? So we'll get it all worked out. I have another microphone I could use. Echoey, slide echo. Okay, hold on. Please hold. Please hold. This is why we start early. Get all the little reduce mic background, automatically adjust. Okay, so let's leave it here for now. Okay, so let's come back over here to Brandon. Brandon Boudreaux. So yeah, let's start here. I think. So let's do this. Let's do a little bit of, where'd y'all go? Yeah, you know what? Let's do. Hold on, y'all. I gotta go grab a different microphone. Bear with me. I'll be right back. But you know what? Let me do this first. I'm gonna put this on, and I'm gonna go grab a different mic. Okay, drop one. Can y'all hear that playing?
Hi there. So what's going on?
Someone just shot my window out.
Okay, give me a little bit more than that.
Yeah, so I was just pulling in.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my other thing.
Jeep Wrangler.
Okay.
It's like
I'm muting myself.
Pukey green
Okay.
color. Had a Texas plate.
Mm-hmm.
I just moved in like a week ago, so I
Okay.
thought maybe it was just my neighbor.
Okay.
So as I was kind of pulling in, they lifted their like back window.
Okay.
I saw a muzzle. They shot.
Are we talking a real gun,
I don't-
a BB gun?
It's got to be like a BB gun or an airsoft.
Okay,
It was
so
loud.
they shot, then what happened?
It hit my window, and instead of turning in, it scared me really bad.
Okay.
I thought, I'm getting shot at, so I drove straight. So
Okay.
I drove straight really fast.
Okay.
Pulled around the corner, got my phone out, called 911, sat there, drove a little further up. I watched them come around the corner.
What do you mean coming around the corner? Come around the corner where?
So I drove up there. I drove
Okay.
to this street.
Gotcha.
made a right, went a little further.
Okay.
Parked by, there's a park right there.
So he went northbound on that
northbound.
street.
Turned right, and I watched him turn right down here, and I knew there was only one way out of this neighborhood.
Okay.
It was on Pecos and Wrecker, so I told that to the dispatcher.
Okay, so he was on Wrecker. He went, but you don't know if he went onto Pecos. You just know Wrecker Road.
Well, he didn't get on Wrecker. He stayed on this, and he came out on. He had to have gone out on Pecos because that's the only way.
Oh, he stayed in the neighborhood. He did not go out to Wrecker. I got you covered. Okay.
And I was nervous, so I was kind of waiting because I didn't want him to follow me.
So we don't know where, if he went on Pecos, left, right.
I don't. I didn't follow him anymore. I was a little uncomfortable.
Okay. 11 Paul 22, just for information on units, left the neighborhood south toward Pecos and unknown from that location. Okay.
So it was really loud, so that's why I didn't think it was a BB gun, but it could have been maybe
Well,
paintball gun.
let's look. So you were just pulling into the driveway. They were sitting here.
Yeah, so I was
So were they facing then west? Because if they opened the back?
Yeah, he opened the back, and there had been 2 people, I think.
Okay.
Real quick. They were parked right here.
Right, facing that way.
Facing towards this van.
Gotcha.
And so my window was like perfectly aligned because I was kind of starting to pull in.
Okay, so you didn't totally pull in yet. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can see my window. It's shattered, but it didn't go through, which means it couldn't have been a real bullet because I didn't think about that.
Oh. Whoa, hello. Is that
Sorry,
who's?
automatic.
Okay, I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, oh wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Is this going to shut on me if I get close?
No, because I'll
Okay.
put the key inside.
Well, I don't think that's a BB gun.
One friend calling us, engine on 459. It's been holding for over 2 hours.
Alright.
District 6.
Alright, so it looks like they shot up anything if he's there. Alright, so you just moved in.
Yeah.
Okay, you just moved. Okay, so was this a vacant home at the time?
Previously, yeah.
Okay.
It's a rental.
Alright. So you're the owner though, right now? Or you still,
the lease.
you're, okay, so you're just renting it. Did the
One second,
owners
honey.
of the house, can I open?
Yeah.
Is this, how do you open this door? Go ahead.
Right.
Ah, look at you.
Sorry.
That's pretty sweet.
One friend 12, Officer Taylor.
Anyway, did the owners of the house say anything to you who was renting the house before you or anything?
No.
Alright. Do you have any enemies? Anybody that you...
I just went through a divorce. There was some crazy stuff that happened with her aunt killed her husband, but I would hope that has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Did you live here in the valley before? Where'd you move from?
10 years.
I'm sorry?
I've lived here for 10 years.
Okay, so you moved, where'd you move from? Here in Gilbert,
I just
or?
sold a house over on Quinn, just right by the
Okay, okay. And no issues at work, no issues, enemies or anything? Okay.
Other than the only people that I could even think of would be that group. But,
The family,
yeah.
your ex-wife's?
Yeah.
All right. It's kind of weird. All right, let me grab my camera and get some pictures. All right, so you were coming here. Did it look like a long rifle? Did it look like a rifle type?
Yeah, it looked like a rifle or something. Like there was a muzzle. There was like some kind of a muzzle thing on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they just lifted up the back gate and shot.
Okay. So they were shooting this way. Okay. All right.
Oh, 32.25. Go ahead and 1022. 11 Pulse 3, you're much closer. I'll go ahead and have you.
Hey, head over this way to the house. I want to show you something. Yeah, I think it might be adults. But yeah, I think this might be a real gun too. Not sure. I just want to show you real quick. Right here, right in the street here on Phelps. He was heading westbound, just about to drive into his driveway. And the green Jeep was parked right here on the side, right next to his house, just west of the house, facing west. And whoever was in the back opened up the back of the Jeep Wrangler, the little door in the back, whatever you want to call it, the flip thing, and shot once. So the guy didn't make it into his driveway. It shot and it
Y'all hear me
actually hit the
talking?
driver's window, blew out the window.
Can y'all hear me
And
talking?
so the guy got scared and kept driving westbound. And then as he's round the
I'm
corner,
trying a different
that's when the Jeep
microphone.
Wrangler took off, kind of circled in the neighborhood, and then headed toward Pecos. Don't know where.
Does
So
it sound better than the
I'm gonna
one
take some
before?
pictures. Okay, bye. Where was the
This one
window?
better.
Where did that land? Because I'm assuming
And
you
it comes
picked
with that
that up.
benefit like,
It actually
hey,
stayed on my
hey,
door.
hey.
Oh, really?
Welcome
Yeah, I
to
want
the
to turn
sofa.
around.
Wow.
So when
So
you
we'll do
got
this
out of
one.
your car right now is where
Can't
it
find the cord
lays.
to the nice
The garage just
fancy
opens
wireless
automatically.
mic that I
Yeah.
have. It's at the office.
The window fell off.
So we're playing that little
That's just weird how that
game.
opens. That would freak me out.
One object's where it needs to,
Alrighty.
and the other one isn't. That's the game we're playing.
All right. So whereabouts? What were you
The
saying?
story of my life. Okay, hold on. Now, why is this not making volume?
Were you about right here?
Right here.
Okay.
I saw the tailgate lift up.
Yeah.
Pointed the gun at me.
See, now this has me concerned. I'm
Okay,
like, is
so
the
it
volume?
would've went-
Listen, hold on now.
Yeah.
My
Please
window
hold.
shattered, and then
Please hold.
Right. I'm trying to figure out the trajectory. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, there's nothing.
It's stuck in there.
You think so?
Okay, see, yeah, it's not just me. I'm not hearing. Were y'all hearing anything on your end for that, or did it go silent? I don't know why this always happens. Hold on one second. Default speakers. You heard everything? Okay, see, I wasn't hearing. I'm not hearing anything. There's something up with this. Okay, so, and I'm talking about so right now I'm not getting video, or I'm sorry, so the headset. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out because when I play video, it doesn't come through. Like, do y'all hear Nate Eaton talking? Wait, hold on. We're going to do a little test out here.
Texas license plate.
Okay, so
The neighbor
it's
had
playing
never
right
seen this
now.
Jeep before.
I cannot hear
At approximately
Nate talking. Do y'all hear
8:48
Nate
a.m.,
talking?
another neighbor was
And do
walking
you
his
hear
dogs when
me
he saw a
talking?
Jeep parked with the front of the Jeep facing the front of a white van in front of Boudreaux's
So y'all hear
residence.
Nate. Okay,
I'll
so
pause
I
right
do
there.
not hear Nate.
Makes me wonder if these neighbors are going to
So
be
for
called to
whatever reason,
testify.
this is
I
not
wouldn't doubt
working
it.
in this. So
The neighbor noticed the Jeep was running, that the driver's seat was pushed all the way forward to the steering wheel, and he could not see in the back of the Jeep due to tinted windows. Another pause. Imagine you are going on a walk in your neighborhood and you see a Jeep that's running, parked in front of a house of your neighbor, and the driver's seat is all the way forward to the steering wheel, and you can't see the back because the windows are tinted. You can't see inside the Jeep. It obviously caught these neighbors enough off guard that they took note of it. Boudreaux returned home approximately 9:13 a.m. I want to pause here again. Brandon has said publicly in testimony that nobody knew where he lived. Very few people knew where he lived, I should say. He was in the process of getting a divorce from Melanie. Melanie Boudreaux is Lori's niece. And remember, Melanie was close with Lori, so much so that she moved to Idaho to be by her. And was going through this divorce with Brandon. Brandon was listed on the dark scale by Chad and Lori. And Brandon had moved out into this home, and hardly anybody knew that this is where he was living. But Alex knew, and apparently Lori and Chad knew, Melanie knew. And this is at 9:13 a.m. He returns home from the gym in this car. As he approached his driveway, he slowed as his Tesla began opening the garage door. As Boudreaux slowed, he noticed a Jeep parked next to his driveway. Boudreaux watched as the rear window of the Jeep lifted up and a rifle barrel pointed out the rear window. Boudreaux heard a loud bang and his driver's side window shattered. Boudreaux hit the gas and drove away from his house. Boudreaux called 911 and returned to his house. We have the 911 call on our YouTube channel at East Idaho News. I won't play it for you now. It's on there.
Okay, so
when Boudreaux
now what
put
we're
his
doing
Tesla in
is
park, the driver's door automatically opened and the driver's side glass window fell out of the frame onto the driveway. This is, I don't know if you can tell on the screen, but this picture, that's empty. You can see kind of the frame of the window there, and there's no glass in it. It fell down. It's amazing he was not hit by that bullet. When police arrived, they noticed the hole in the driver's door frame and the driver's side glass laying on the driveway. Police recognized the hole as being made by a bullet. Gilbert police detectives went to the scene, took photographs of the street where the shooting occurred, the glass in the street, the white van, an area around the white van that was mentioned by neighbors, the Tesla in the driveway, the gunshot hole in the door frame of the Tesla, and the driver's side window that was laying in the driveway. The police also took photos of the Tesla with a trajectory rod in the bullet hole and the bullet fragments that they collected from the door frame. The Gilbert police report and impound sheets showing that the Tesla and driver's side window were not impounded, showing that they had not been impounded, were disclosed to the defendant back in 2023. On October 2nd, 2019, Lori Vallow and her co-conspirator, Alex Cox, were living in Rexburg. In the days leading up to October 2nd, Lori Vallow provided her deceased husband's 2018 Jeep Wrangler to her co-conspirator, Alex Cox, to drive to Arizona to shoot Brandon Boudreaux. This is what the prosecution is saying. Before Alex drove to Gilbert, he took the 2018 Jeep Wrangler to a tint shop in Rexburg to tint the windows so no one would see him in the rear of the Jeep as he lay in wait for Boudreaux to return home. On October 1st, Lori Vallow rented a storage unit in Rexburg. While Alex Cox was driving the Jeep to Arizona to shoot Boudreaux, Lori Vallow stored the Jeep's spare tire and rear bench seat in her storage unit. While Alex Cox was committing the shooting in Gilbert, Lori was in the possession of her co-conspirator's cell phone in Rexburg, so she kept Alex's phone as he was in Arizona. On October 2nd, at 8:02 a.m., the defendant used her co-conspirator's cell phone to call her cell phone to make it appear that her co-conspirator was in Rexburg, Idaho at the time.
Yeah, so what that's a bad, hold on, let me unpause Nate. That's better. I didn't want to do them like that. Hold on, Paul, if you can do it to my little lower, say something, we can let you know if we can hear you okay for the video. Oh yeah, so what I'll do is, yeah, unfortunately, this brand new mic thing that I'm wearing, which is not brand new, it's just it's Matt's, is all I'm gonna be able to use today. That other one, and I don't, the way the computer's doing or whatever, but my thing for the wireless, it's at the office, so it is what it is. We'll mostly be listening to other people talk anyway. And I won't talk over the thing when they do. I mean, what I'll do is usually what I do for that is when people come, like when it's like, we're going to break, is I'll kind of be like, okay, everybody, here comes Paul, change your volumes back, that kind of thing or whatever. So I do this every Ann says computers can be trusted. I know, right? I do this every time for every single. It's like I don't know how the computers do. They reset themselves with how my volume and where it goes and blah 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 blah. And it's always confusing to me. So I apologize. So let's go see if they are live yet. No, we're on standby with East Idaho News. We're gonna stream it from there. So let's keep listening to Nate talk about this.
The shooting. All right. You got all that? So Alex missed Brandon and then drove home to Idaho. And the timing of him, he would have had to drive, based on some video I'm going to show you here in just a minute, he would have had to drive pretty much straight. I've done that drive. It's about 13 hours from Idaho Falls. From Rexburg, it'd be about 14. And he would have had to pretty much drive straight there and straight back. He was on his mission, according to all the court documents in the story, to kill Brandon and then turn around and leave. And he happened to do it from the Jeep that belonged to Charles Vallow that Tylee Ryan eventually took possession of. But of course, in beginning of October of 2019, Tylee was no longer alive. I want to show you the police body camera footage that happened, that was taken the morning that Brandon was shot. It's a little blurry because that's the way the police released it to us. They have not released the full footage unblurred. That will come out at trial. But because Brandon is a victim, they've released it the way that they have. And this will kind of give you a flavor, a feel for the events of that morning as Brandon Boudreaux came close to losing his life in his own driveway.
Hi there. So what's going on?
Someone just shot my window out.
Okay, give me a little bit more than that.
Yeah, so I was just pulling in.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed a green Jeep Wrangler.
Okay.
It's like a pukey green
Okay.
color. Had a Texas plate.
Mm-hmm.
I just moved in like a week ago, so I
Okay.
thought maybe it was just my neighbor.
Okay.
So as I was kind of pulling in, they lifted their like back window.
Okay.
I saw a muzzle. They shot.
Are we talking a real gun,
I don't-
BB gun?
It's got to be like a BB gun or an airsoft.
Okay,
It was
so
loud.
they shot, then what happened?
It hit my window, and instead
Mhm.
of turning in, it scared me really bad.
Okay.
I thought, I'm getting shot at, so I drove straight. So I
Okay.
drove straight really fast.
Okay.
Pulled around the corner, got my phone out, called 911, sat there, drove a little further up. I watched them come around the corner. And
What do you mean coming around the corner? Come around corner where?
So I drove up there. I drove
Okay.
to this street.
Gotcha.
made a right, went a little further.
Okay.
Parkway. There's a park right
Yeah,
there.
farmer.
So he went northbound
She's
on
gonna
that
be limping
street.
out.
Turned right.
She's gonna be
and I
limping
watched him
out.
Turn right down here, and I knew there was only one way out of this neighborhood.
Okay.
On Pecos and Wrecker, so I told that to the dispatcher.
Okay, so he was on Wrecker. He went, but you don't know if he went onto Pecos. You just know Wrecker Road.
Well, he didn't get on Wrecker. He stayed on this, and he came out on. He had to have gone out on Pecos because that's the only way.
Oh, he stayed in the neighborhood. He did not go out to Wrecker. I got you covered. Okay.
And I was nervous, so I was kind of waiting because I didn't
I've
want him to
got-
follow me.
So
'cause
we don't know where, if he
4
went on
dogs on
Pecos,
me.
left, right.
I don't. I didn't follow him anymore. I was a little uncomfortable.
Okay. 11 Paul 22, just for information on units, left the neighborhood south toward Pecos and unknown from that location. Okay.
So it was really loud, so that's why I didn't
Uh-huh.
think BB gun. But it could have been maybe.
Well,
paintball gun?
let's look. So you were just pulling into
Yeah,
the
she's like, let's
driveway. They
look.
were sitting
It's
here.
like super
Yeah, so I was-
helpful.
I was-
So were they facing then west? Because if they opened the back,
Yeah, he opened the back, and there had been two
Okay,
people. I think.
let's see
Okay.
They were parked right
where
here,
Right,
Nate
facing that way.
at.
towards this van.
gotcha.
And so my window was like perfectly aligned because I was kind of starting to pull in.
Okay, so you didn't totally pull in yet. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can see my window. It's shattered, but it didn't go
We need
through.
Nate.
Couldn't have been a real bullet. And I didn't think about that.
Starts off. Nate.
Oh.
Ethan.
Whoa. Hello. Is that
Sorry, my
who's?
car automatically-
Okay, I'm like, what the heck?
Oh wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Is this gonna shut on me if I get close?
No, 'cause I'll-
Okay.
Okay, so hold on. Hey Casey, how's it going? Okay, so it says, I'm just going to read some tweets. So from Nate, he says, this is 23 minutes ago. We are in the courtroom. Brandon Boudreaux is here with his wife. Other family and friends are sitting on the first 2 rows on one side of the courtroom. 1 minute ago, Lori went to Walmart in Idaho Falls around this time and bought a burner phone. They had all other cell phones, and Alex's phone was using Wi-Fi inside the Walmart when the burner phone was purchased. Lori's phone was utilizing cell towers near the Walmart. Hold on. At the same time, Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew he would need a phone when he drove down here. They bought the burner phone. I mean, hold on now. Oh, wait a second, y'all. Wait, remind me, isn't there a 30-minute delay? Hey, Chrissy, there's a 30-minute delay, isn't there? Yeah, I know, right, Melissa? It's always the Walmart. Because I'm sitting here reading Nate's tweets, and I'm like, oh, y'all, this is from yesterday. I'm reading Nate's tweets, and I'm like, this sounds like opening statements. And I'm like, but it hasn't started. But we just haven't seen it yet. Thank y'all. I thought I was going crazy. I was like, oh, Nate's doing a recap. And I'm like, this is some tea right here. This doesn't feel like a recap. This feels like some. So knowing that, let's read a little bit of it, y'all, because Walmart, all up in it, all up in it. Is there never a chance? Is there place, right? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me do this. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so then Nate, where'd he go? Right here. Okay, so let's read that again now that I have, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, we're on the same page. Okay. Lori went to Walmart in Idaho Falls around this time and bought a burner phone. They had other cell phones, and Alex's phone was using Wi-Fi inside the Walmart when the burner phone was purchased. Lori's phone was utilizing cell towers near the Walmart at the same time. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew he would need a phone when he drove down here. They bought the burner phone so Alex could be in touch with Lori, but Alex made a mistake. With burner phones, you can use it to access Google. Alex accesses Gmail account. I mean, okay, so first of all, let's just say this. Praise the Lord, whatever you want to say, whatever your thing is, okay, the Walmart gods, whatever you want to, whatever your thing is, praise it, be it for Walmart. Okay, I'm sorry. Also, whatever, if you ever want to do anything wrong, you research whatever phone Alex has and you stay far away from it. His phone has put them on absolute blast. I have never seen a phone down to the exact minute. He's standing next to this blade of grass next to the oak tree specific. Like he has put them all, and I mean, again, thank the Lord, right? I cannot. Like, this is so crazy. Wait, hold on. Oh, Chrissy, hold on. Thank you, Chrissy, and I'm so sorry. This is pretty. I was bad. Oh no, I hope you're doing okay. Okay, so there's that. Yeah, so stay away from Alex's phone. Then Alex searched for places to practice shooting, window tinting, and angles for trajectory. On October 1st, he searched the address where Brandon lived. After the shooting, Alex searched for directions on how to get away on back roads. He searched Moab, Fillmore, and eventually Idaho Falls as he made his way back to Rexburg. I mean, y'all. I want to hear. Okay, so let's. What did Lori do? Okay, an hour before the shooting. Wait, let me do this, y'all, real quick. Hold on. We're gonna put this up here because I'm afraid it's gonna start playing, and then I'm gonna miss it or something. Hold on. Let me make sure y'all can see. Okay. Okay. An hour before the shooting, Lori had Alex's phone call her phone to make it look like he was still in Rexburg, Idaho, instead of Gilbert. That fake call lasted 24 minutes. Trina says both hit the cell tower in Rexburg. More evidence that she was a co-conspirator. Trina mentions license plate readers caught the Jeep moving from Rexburg to Arizona. The jurors will see photos on the way to Gilbert. The police later recovered the Jeep in Rexburg with a search warrant. They found a receipt on October 1st, 2019 from Mesa, the day before the shooting. It was at a Mexican restaurant on Power Road. Alex was Googling an address on Power Road around the time the receipt was printed. Yeah, don't commit these crimes with Alex. I mean, obviously we can't anymore, right? Yeah, I mean, y'all. Yeah, Julie says, dang, no wonder Alex had to die of natural causes. Dumber than a box of rocks, and Lori must have been furious with them. Honestly. Again, not complaining, but it's just yikes. Okay. To think what they could have gotten away with. There's always a Walmart. There's always a Walmart. Yeah, I'm the same way about Alex's death. Yeah, his phone, y'all, come on. Through this whole trial, it's almost like it was the last, and I know he didn't do it intentionally. It's like the only redeeming thing about the man at this point, right, is the fact that his phone has helped to bring justice to all of these people. And, in a sense, he, in a way, is standing trial, if you will, because throughout all of these the hearings and whatnot, he's so integral. He literally was the henchman. Literally was. Hold on one second. Oh, thanks, Star's good. I appreciate it. I know, not intentionally. I know, right, Chrissy? There's a Walmart in every one of them. It's just it's really to the degree of the Walmartness of the situation, right? Like, there's the to me, like, the most extreme Walmartness. Well, I can't remember the one, that kid that went home and killed his family at Thanksgiving and then set the house or turned the oven way up. I felt like there's a major Walmart in that one. But the dudes who did the hit and they went and got souvenirs at Walmart, that's an extreme Walmart case to me. Yeah, Joel Guyan, thank you. I felt like he was a mega Walmart one, right? Lori's there's just a lot of Walmart behavior around hers. The footage going to buy the flip-flops, the Burger King. But I don't, the difference with Lori and them is I don't think they cared. Like, on some level, they're like, we're translated beans. Like, we don't care. We're good. Who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like it hits different than like we're gonna go up and do the hit to this poor innocent woman, but we figured we'd get the family some souvenirs at Walmart, but then we threw them out the window on the way home. It's just like that's a different level of Walmartness. Okay, let's see what else they said. Hold on. I love every bit of this. Okay, here we go. 12 seconds. Okay, here we go. No. Yes. Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, this is good. Because so much good stuff's going to come out, y'all. Okay. So, Trina mentions the storage unit at Rexburg with Lori and Alex putting the rear seat into the storage unit. That was major. Again, Walmart behavior. Walmart is murder kit behavior right here. The jurors will see video of it. You can watch it here. Thank you, Nate Eaton. We love you. Alex fired one shot, but it did not hit Brandon, Trina says. Brandon was driving a Tesla, and there was no frame around the window. The window actually goes into the car. The shot hit the frame of the vehicle. There was damage to the window and frame right above Brandon's head. When Brandon took off, the window remained in the door. He drove away, then eventually circles back around to his driveway. When he put the car in park, the door opened. The whole window just shattered. A neighbor saw the Jeep parked the wrong way on the road and noticed it was tinted and running. He thought it stood out as unusual, Trina says. The neighbor noticed the license plate. This was around 30 minutes before Brandon arrived home. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she's cooked. She's cooked. Hey, buddy, what you doing? So, I mean, again, the man's lucky to be alive. So many. So, hey, Bobo had a very humbling experience today, didn't we? We had to get a little booty haircut for reasons why long-haired dogs have to get booty haircuts. And, well, that's just really humbled us for the rest of the day. Come here. Lay down. Say we're just a little bit embarrassed over all that. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, Anthony Tott was good Walmart behavior. Yeah, BK. Yeah, I mean, literally. Yeah, Anthony Tott was like another level of Walmart behavior, right? I mean, like hardcore. The funny thing is, like, so with Lori, okay, so I don't know if y'all like, I have storage units right now. I'm going there. You're highly aware that you're on video with these things. But again, I think with, okay, there we go. I think with Lori, I don't think they cared. Like, I just think that they thought they were that above everything. What is that noise? Are they coming up? Hold on. Okay. I know, right? Yeah. Yep, the booty haircut. Yeah, I don't know the story between like what's going on with child custody and all that too. I'd be very interested to know. There are some of these channels that do these like major deep dives. I Culinary Crime says Anthony Tott's negative review of the Walgreens Benadryl killed me. Honestly, fried over here over that. I forgot about that. Hey, Fairy Dust, I appreciate. Pardon me, I appreciate it. Yeah, that was so good. Bobo. Bobo's like, I'm gonna be over here. You know what you did? Okay. Walmart behavior. Oh my god, I love that. Yeah, Ruby says, I think they never thought they'd get caught. I agree. I think that they just literally thought they were that far above. Okay, let's go see what else they said. Okay. Police asked Brandon if he had any enemies. He told them about Lori and Alex. He said Lori lived in Texas. He told them about the incident on July 11th that involved Lori and Alex. That was Charles's shooting. And Gilbert police learned Lori and Alex were Lori and Alex were learning in Rexburg. They contacted RPD, and on November 1st, police went to Pioneer Road and saw Lori, Alex, and Chad Daybell. They didn't see the Jeep. They went back on November 4 and they saw the Jeep. Tire was back on it, rear seat was back in it. They took the Jeep November 18th. Trina says jurors will learn about gunshot residue. The Jeep was processed for GSR and it was found on the rear of the Jeep. It's consistent with the gun being fired from the rear of the Jeep. Gilbert also connected DNA and got a blood profile from Alex. DNA was collected from the steering wheel and other parts of the Jeep that matched Alex. Bam. Go on, get him. Go on, get him. Go on, give her a little shock. Yeah, we're about to go. It's about to go live, y'all. I forget about the 30-minute delay, and so I think they factored in. So I apologize for the super early live chat. Just started on long crime. Where is no long crime? Please hold. Your call is important to us. Oh, oh, oh. They got little headphones on. Lori's over there. She's like, I did these curls up, right? Let me ask y'all something. Side note, if I did the. Now let's make sure. I want to make sure that I'm not missing something over here now. Hold on now. They've got little headphones in. Okay. So y'all, let me ask you this. So, like I did my little video this morning in front of Lowe's Foods and some comments were talking about their, drinks in there. So we went to, Harris Teeter is another grocery store in this area. And I was there last night and I'm like, what is all this noise going on? When I tell you people were turned up and turned out in that little bar thing they have there, I'm talking like full on like nightclub. What is this? I didn't know this was the thing at this point. I mean, I knew they had, wait. I knew they had
All
it.
right, let's go ahead and bring in the jury. We'll commence with opening statements.
I mean, has anybody gotten turned up at the grocery store? I mean, the thing that I'm missing out on? I didn't know it got that serious. Oh yeah, we're going high. We're turning this volume up. Lori's over here. Lori's over there like, okay, look, so yeah, if you take the toilet paper roll and curl it tight, that's how you get these locks. Try it. The judge is like, I'm gonna eat some edibles at lunch. I'm gonna go ahead and eat those edibles.
Or even your paralegal that's now walking in could see if there's some way to coordinate picking up any documents that are needed.
Wait, what's...
Or if they could even be digitally emailed over, if you need assistance printing them, we can do that too.
He's shopping for some right now. He's like, they DoorDash the edibles in Arizona? Man. He's like, I'll do them in Lori's name. That way they won't think anything. I'll never catch the charge for it. He's like, I don't know if this is CBD or this is the real stuff right here. Either way, Lori's getting 5 of them. Oh, thank you, Lady Nemesis. So here's what's something that's funny, y'all. When I tell you that this judge looks so identical to this man that me and my friends know, like 20 years ago, I sent pictures and they literally thought I was sending it. Like Derek was like, is that so-and-so? I'm like, no, it's the judge and Lori's thing. Could be twins. It's so when I sit here and watch him, I'm like, that's this dude we know. It's so weird. Oh, Judge on soft. Hold on. I'm gonna mute myself. So when they start talking, I'm gonna mute myself, right. And then I'll be. And oh wait, hold on.
Welcome back.
Okay, here we go.
As you can see, we have extra jurors just in case someone can't proceed, which you observed that we already had to use or let one juror go. At this time, the state can proceed with its opening statement.
Thank you.
Okay, y'all, here we go.
A Jeep Wrangler. The Texas license plate, no rear tire, and dark tint was parked right up next to Brandon Boudreaux's driveway. Idle. At 9:13 a.m. on October 2nd of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux returned home. That Jeep had been idling there already for over an hour. When Brandon turned onto his street, he immediately noticed this Jeep because it was parked so close to his driveway. The back of the Jeep was facing towards him, and he immediately also noticed that there was no rear tire. He saw a Texas plate on the Jeep, and then he saw that back window of the Jeep open up. A rifle barrel come out and point at him. And then bang! He heard a shot and his window shattered right next to him. Brandon hit the accelerator and he took off. He turned the corner and drove a block or so away and stopped, calling 911. He talked to the operator and told them where this Jeep was going. As Brandon was speaking with the 911 operator, he had no idea that that bullet had struck his car just a few inches from his head. You'll learn that in the back of that Jeep was this defendant's brother, Alex Cox. He had been lying in wait with a rifle for Brandon to return home. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, the woman seated over here, had loaned her Jeep to her brother so he could drive it to Arizona, so he could be in the back of that Jeep with very dark tint that
Thanks,
no one
Jackie.
could see through, and wait for Brandon to return home. The goal of this defendant and her co-conspirators: to shoot and kill Brandon Boudreaux. So let's talk about October 2nd and the weeks leading up to that. All of the actions that this defendant did in furtherance of that conspiracy and the premeditated murder of Brandon Boudreaux. I'm going to start with a little background for you. In June of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux was still married to his then wife, Melanie. You're going to learn that Melanie is this defendant's niece. You're going to learn they were very close. And you're going to learn that they both had it out for Brandon. On June 25th, Brandon and Melanie got into an argument. And Brandon learned that this defendant had told his wife that he was gay, that he had hacked into her computer, and that Brandon was trying to work with her then husband to take her temple recommend away. You're going to learn that many of the people, including Brandon and this defendant, are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And having your temple recommend taken away is a very significant event. You're going to learn and see that Brandon actually texted Lori Vallow on the 25th of June to confront her about these lies, and that she never responded. By July, just a short while later, Brandon and Melanie were seeing a mediator and proceeding through a divorce. You're going to also hear that during this time, Lori Vallow and Alex Cox lived here in Arizona. In fact, Lori lived in Chandler. You're going to hear about an incident that occurred on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. The Chandler police were out at this defendant's residence, and they took photographs of some vehicles. One of those vehicles was a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, LWD 0997. That will be very important to you. They also noted that Alex had his own car, a Ford F-150. Both of those vehicles were in Chandler in July. You're going to learn that in August or September, or August through September, Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox moved up to Rexburg, Idaho, to be closer to this defendant's soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. Both of them moved into a complex at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori took the Jeep Wrangler and a Nissan Rogue, and Alex brought his Ford F-150. So everyone had their own vehicles. You're going to learn that as the divorce is proceeding between Brandon and his then wife, Melanie, that they put their house up for sale. And Melanie moved out and got a rental property. When their house finally sold, Brandon had to rent a home too. And on September 13th of 2019, he rented a house at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert. Brandon will tell you that his plan initially was to stay in his own house almost up to the time of the closing and then move into the rental property. You will see a text message that Melanie asked Brandon for his new address. They had children in common, so he didn't think anything of this. And he sent her the address. That was on September 17th. You'll learn that Melanie Boudreaux, this defendant's niece, was the only person who knew Brandon's address, who knew 3875 East Phelps Street, and who also knew this defendant and Alex Cox. Brandon barely moved into that house before the shooting. In fact, he'd moved in sooner than he thought because Melanie told him she was going out of town and offered him the kids for an extra weekend. And so he moved in sooner and took the kids while she flew to Rexburg, Idaho on September 26th through the 29th to be with this defendant. So in the weeks leading up to this October 2nd shooting, we'll talk about all of these things that were done in furtherance of this conspiracy, starting with Lori Vallow's Jeep. You'll learn that Alex Cox searched out a place to have extra window tinting put on the Jeep. And I say that because you're going to see the photos from the Jeep in July, and you'll see there's tinting on the windows, but you can still see into it. And so on September 25th, Alex Cox took that Jeep to Dan's Window Tinting in Rexburg, Idaho, and he paid $200 to put some of the darkest tint you could put on it. You'll see those photos of what that Jeep looked like afterwards. This is the first action of this defendant, Lori Vallow, in the conspiracy, loaning her brother this Jeep and allowing him to put on these dark tint to get it ready so he can lie in wait and no one could see him in the back with that rifle. It is her first mistake, using that Jeep and tying herself to the conspiracy and to the premeditation. Also on September 25th, you're going to learn that Lori Vallow and her accomplice, Alex Cox, went to the Walmart Superstore in Idaho Falls. You're going to learn that's not far from Rexburg. And they purchased a burner phone. Now, a burner phone is a phone that you don't have to put your subscriber information to. And so how do we know that Alex Cox was there and Lori Vallow was there? Well, you're going to learn they each had their own cell phone like most of us do, and that Alex Cox's cell phone was utilizing Wi-Fi inside that Walmart at the time that burner phone was purchased with cash. And you'll learn that this defendant's cell phone that was subscribed to her was utilizing cell towers in the area of that Walmart at the time that that burner phone was purchased. Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew that he would need a phone when he drove down here, but they knew you don't want to bring your own phone. It's a great, you'll be tracked, right? So they bought this burner phone so that Alex would have contact while he drove down here and away. But Alex made a mistake. Because like any other phone, you can still use a burner phone to access Google or your Gmail accounts. And you're going to learn that Alex accessed his Gmail account. In this investigation, you'll learn the police executed many, many search warrants, and one of them was on Alex Cox's Gmail account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com. You're going to learn that Alex searched for things like window tinting in Rexburg, that he searched for places to practice shooting ranges. You're going to learn that he searched different things about angles or trajectories of shots. You're going to learn that the day before, on October 1st and the morning of October 2nd, he searched 3875 East Phelps Street, where Brandon Boudreaux lived. You're going to learn that after the shooting, Alex Cox actually searched for directions on how to get away through a back road. He knew he hadn't killed Brandon. Brandon's calling 911, and so he searched for Pine Top, Holbrook, Moab, Utah, Fillmore, Utah, and eventually Idaho Falls as he made his way back through back roads. You're going to learn that the police also executed search warrants on this defendant's Gmail account, lollytimeforever@gmail.com. On September 30th, the day when her brother took her Jeep and started driving down to Arizona, she searched, quote, how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. And she also searched a YouTube video, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal, how to DIY YouTube video. This defendant continued to be a co-conspirator and to aid her accomplice, Alex Cox,
Thank you,
by
Emily.
searching how to remove that back seat of the Jeep so he could better lie in wait to shoot Brandon. This was the defendant's second mistake, and more evidence of her being a co-conspirator and the premeditation. This defendant also, on September 30th, began aiding Alex by becoming his alibi. You'll hear from Nick Valance, who is an FBI agent who deals with cellular analysis, that around 4:30 p.m. on September 30th, Alex Cox's cell phone, the one that he subscribed to, moved from his apartment in this same complex where he and Lori Vallow lived to Lori Vallow's unit. And from then on for the next couple days, Alex Cox's phone remained with this defendant. Meanwhile, that burner phone from that Idaho Falls Walmart on September 30th started moving towards Arizona. You will hear that on October 2nd of 2019, at about 8 in the morning Arizona time, about an hour before the shooting, this defendant created the alibi. She had Alex Cox's phone call her phone to make it look like he was still in Rexburg, Idaho, instead of in Gilbert, Arizona. That fake call lasted about 24 minutes. Both of those cell phones were using the same cell tower in Rexburg, Idaho. This was Lori Vallow's third mistake. More evidence that she was a co-conspirator and of that premeditation to aid her brother in this shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. So how do we know, though, that Lori Vallow's Jeep drove from Idaho to Arizona? Well, we're going to start by learning about what we call LPRs, or license plate readers. You will learn and see a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep in Arizona on October 1st of 2019, up near Holbrook on the I-40. You'll hear that the DEA has a license plate reader there, and they took a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep with that license plate LWD 0997 on its way to Gilbert, Arizona. You're also going to learn that the police later recovered that Jeep back up in Rexburg, and they did a couple different search warrants on it. And what they recovered inside the Jeep, among other things, was a receipt from October 1st of 2019 from Mesa, Arizona, the day before the shooting, from a restaurant called Los Favoritos out on Power Road. You're going to learn that at the time the burner phone is down here in Arizona. You'll learn that Alex Cox was using his Gmail and Googling an address on Power Road around the time when we then see the receipt. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's Jeep, and Alex's rifle are here in Arizona waiting to commit this shooting. Meanwhile, up in Rexburg, on October 1st, this defendant does a little more additional help. She goes to a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho, and rents unit C52. The next day, on October 2nd, when the shooting is happening down in Arizona, or after the shooting actually, she brings her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell, with her. And you will see video of this as she and Chad Daybell put the rear tire and the rear bench seat of that Jeep into the storage unit. Using the storage unit for that Jeep tire and that bench seat so that her co-conspirator, Alex, could lie in wait in the back of the Jeep, waiting for Brandon to return home that morning. This is, again, evidence of that conspiracy and of the premeditation to kill Brandon. So October 2nd, the morning of this shooting, you will see that Alex Cox was Googling that address, 3875 East Phelps Road. His burner phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is in Gilbert, Arizona. He's using his Gmail account, and he is using cell towers around Melanie Boudreaux's residence. Now, this is important because Melanie knew that Brandon had their kids. They had 4. She knew that Brandon that morning was going to have to drop off 3 of the kids at school and that they would exchange their youngest. They would meet at a park. Brandon would text Melanie, let her know he was there. She would respond, and they would exchange their youngest child. While Brandon was leaving his house to take his kids to school, that Idaho burner phone
Thank you,
moves
Amy.
to his residence and begins waiting for him. Alex kept the Jeep running as he waited for Brandon to return. What Melanie didn't know was that Brandon was going to the gym after dropping off the kids, and so Alex had to wait longer. You'll hear that one of Brandon's neighbors noticed this Jeep. It's a neighborhood that doesn't have any real easy ingress or egress. You'll see a map of it. So there's very little through traffic. And so the neighborhood knows and recognizes most of the same cars. And you'll hear from a neighbor that as he was backing out, he saw this Jeep parked the wrong way on the road, nose to nose with another vehicle that he did recognize. He saw the dark tinting. He saw it was running, and he thought it just stood out as unusual in his neighborhood. It made him actually look into his rearview mirror to note it had a Texas license plate. This was about 30 plus minutes before Brandon arrived home. When Brandon got to the house that day, Alex was ready with the rifle. And we know that he was able to just lift up that back window because the tire wasn't on it. Alex fired 1 shot. Luckily, he did not hit Brandon. You will see that Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time. And unlike many cars, there's no frame around the window. The window just goes into the door, into the car itself. The shot hit the frame of the vehicle, but right where the window goes up into it. And you'll see that there is damage to the window as well as the bullet hole into the frame of the vehicle itself, right above Brandon's head when he was sitting in that driver's seat. You'll hear that when Brandon took off, the window remained in the door, that he drove away and then eventually circled back around and went into his driveway. You'll hear that for a Tesla, when you put the car in park, the door automatically opens and the whole window just shattered out. Brandon was on the phone with 911 soon after the shooting. You'll hear that call, him actually sounding out of breath from the fear. And he waited for the police to arrive. Alex Cox, of course, is Googling how to get out of there and get back to Rexburg, Idaho. And by October 3rd, he was back there. That same day on October 3rd, you will see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow went back to the storage unit. They removed that rear tire. They removed the rear seat of the Jeep and took it with them. You will again see video of that. You'll also see that they Googled that day, news in Gilbert, shootings of Brandon, to try to find out what the police knew. How did the police figure out that this defendant and Alex Cox were involved? Well, when the police were interviewing Brandon, they asked him if he had any enemies. Who would want to do this? And Brandon told the police the only people he could think of was Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. He told them that Lori had lived in Texas and that the Jeep had a Texas license plate. And he told them about that incident on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. And he believed this was all tied together. You'll hear that the Gilbert police reached out to the Chandler Police Department and learned about that Jeep with the Texas plates, LWD 0997, the same plate that was seen on that license plate reader on October 1st coming into Arizona. The Gilbert police learned that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were living in Rexburg, Idaho, and they reached out to law enforcement there. You'll hear that on November 1st, police in Idaho went to 565 Pioneer Road, that apartment complex, and they saw Lori Vallow, they saw Alex Cox, and they saw Chad Daybell. They didn't see the Jeep that day, and so they went back a few days later on November 4th
Christy.
and saw the Jeep located near Lori Vallow's residence. Tires back on it, rear seat is back in it. You'll hear that they impounded it, and on November 18th, the Gilbert police flew to Idaho to process it. You're going to learn about GSR, or gunshot residue. You're going to learn that they process the vehicle. Basically, they're little sticky kits. GSR is microscopic. You can't see it, so you try to collect it, and then you give it to an expert to look through it. You will hear that those kits were sent to the Phoenix Police Department and reviewed, and that particles indicative of gunshot residue were located on the kits that were tested from the rear of that Jeep Wrangler, and that this is consistent with a gun being fired from the rear of the Jeep. You also hear that the Gilbert Police Department collected DNA from areas like the steering wheel, the gear shift, seatbelt buckles, and that they got a blood blot from Alexander Cox. DNA profiles were created from the steering wheel and other areas around the driver's seat. And the DNA was found to be a mixture, multiple people, but the major contributor was Alexander Cox. Again, you will hear that the police executed multiple search warrants on cell phones, cell tower usage, data from Gmail accounts, and data from iCloud accounts. You will see a map of Lori Vallow's cell phone, Alex Cox's cell phone, as well as that burner phone from that Walmart in Idaho Falls, the one that was associated to Alex Cox's Gmail account. You will hear from Nick Balance from the FBI, and he'll show you how that burner phone went from Rexburg, Idaho, down to Gilbert, Arizona, was there for the shooting, and returned back to Rexburg, and was never used again after that. You will learn that the only phone number that that burner phone called or received calls from was Chad Daybell, this defendant's soon-to-be husband. The same phone, of course, that was using those cell towers right around Brandon's home at the time of the shooting. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, has been charged with conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux on October 2nd of 2019. The evidence in this case will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant conspired with Alex Cox and others to kill Brandon. She provided the means, the Jeep, she helped get the Jeep ready, and she tried to provide an alibi for her co-conspirator. At the end of this trial, the state will ask you all to hold this defendant accountable and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
Can
Would the
I
defense
get
like to give an opening
amen?
statement at this time?
go on. Here we go, y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here we are at trial. And the judicial system can be difficult to understand at times. There are laws and rules and statutes that govern how things will proceed in this trial. You yesterday got to hear the preliminary jury instruction, so you kind of got an order of how things are going to go. In order for someone to be charged with a crime, as I have been,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument versus an opening statement.
I'll remind the defendant, an opening statement should be a preview of what is to be expected at trial. So go ahead.
that law enforcement presents evidence that they gather, and the state prosecutors are going to present that to you. Sometimes the state charges a defendant with a crime. They have charged me with a crime, a very serious crime. Sometimes they take the allegations to a grand jury to decide if the
I'm
defendant
going
should
to
be
object
charged.
again, Your Honor, improper
That's,
argument. Asked to strike.
Hold on. The jury should disregard that last comment. How the charges arrived here are not for the jury's consideration. The prior proceedings are not for the jury's consideration. Please proceed.
The state or the prosecution will then take the information gathered, the evidence from law enforcement, and present to you a story, a theory, their hypothesis of what happened. In this case, the prosecutor was not present during this alleged crime. The Gilbert Police Department was not present during this alleged crime. So it is their job to fill in the gaps, make up a theory, and present it to you, the jury, at trial. This is their job. They are not witness to the actual events because they weren't there that day with Brandon at the house when this alleged shooting occurred. This case is about a conspiracy. And a conspiracy is when two or more people make an agreement to commit a crime. They have to willingly and knowingly participate. Conspiracy is an ancient word that appears in the Bible on many occasions. Judas conspired against Jesus with the chief priests for
I'm going to
30 pieces of silver.
object to, unless this is being presented at trial, I'm not sure that this is appropriate opening.
What is the legal objection?
Well, you're arguing. The opening statement is not argument. I'm going to allow it briefly, but I may cut you off depending on where you're
Mind you, it's the first minute of opening.
Cain conspired against Daybell, his brother. This case is a case of conspiracy. The charge against me is that I conspired with my brother, Alex Cox, to murder my niece's husband, Brandon Boudreaux. But you will find, as you begin to see the evidence put forth in this case, that there was not any animosity between Brandon and myself. I personally did not have any motivation to have harm come to Brandon. In fact, Brandon and I had a very friendly relationship all of the time that I have known him. I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to, unless the defendant's
Hold on.
testifying.
Can I have the parties approach briefly? Can I have you approach briefly?
It's going to be a long several days. This could go one of many ways. It might make me a little bit crazy. Y'all, this is gonna be a week, y'all. This is gonna be a week. We're in the first 60 seconds. We're already talking about Judas, Silver, Abel. Alien abduction's probably gonna be in here somewhere. I can't. She's just sauntering away.
Go ahead.
I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie. Melanie and I are very close because my sister, her mother, passed away when she was just 9 years old. So Melanie and I think of each other and love each other like a mother and daughter, even though we are aunt and niece. So our families remained close, Melanie and Brandon's family and my family. And in each other's lives, like everyday lives. We spent holidays together and shared in everyday life. I was there for Melanie and Brandon's wedding and for the birth of all 4 of their children. I was also very close to all 4 of their children. In this case, you will hear Brandon himself tell you that someone shot a gun at his car. You will learn in this testimony that Brandon was not hurt. You will learn that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But you will hear that Brandon immediately blamed me, which begs the question, was I an enemy to Brandon? That is news to me, and hopefully by the end of this trial, we will all have some answers to that question. In this case, you will learn that Brandon had called 911, and Gilbert Police did respond. You will learn that Brandon speaks of a puke green Jeep, and then he offers the officers a camo green color that he's speaking of on his phone. He says a green Jeep. Then you will hear the neighbor who says that it was a dark blue Jeep that was parked in front of the neighbor's house. You will learn that Brandon very quickly hired a private investigator to find out where I was living out of the state of Arizona so he could inform the police. You will see Brandon exchange email information with Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case, about my whereabouts and about the financial dealings of my niece, Melanie Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon was not particularly satisfied with the investigation that Gilbert Police was conducting, so he did his own investigation, hiring his own private investigator to follow his wife, Melanie Boudreaux. You will find out that Brandon had access to the VIN number of a Jeep and gave it to the police. You will find out that after that event, he quickly changed his story from a camo green Jeep to a gray Jeep. You will then learn that Brandon continued to provide information he was personally finding out to Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case. You will learn that Detective Pillar and Brandon discussed through email how they can demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if Brandon were to have died around October 2nd, 2019. This is what a conspiracy looks like. 2 people trying to set up another person for a crime. My niece, Melanie Boudreaux, is named by the state as a co-conspirator. However, she has not been charged with the crime.
I'm going to object
but
and
I
have that
have.
struck as well, Your Honor.
Jury should disregard that statement. You're going to receive an instruction later that all persons that may be involved would not necessarily be charged or called as witnesses, and you'll follow those instructions later. Go ahead.
I was not living in Arizona at the time this alleged incident happened on October 2nd, 2019. I was not even aware such an event had taken place. I did have a close relationship with my brother Alex, but I was not aware of his every move. Melanie also had a close relationship with Alex, but also was not aware of his location at all times. Brandon and Alex also had a good relationship until this accusation. They saw each other frequently at all of our family parties and get-togethers and would often be seen laughing and talking. Alex was a comedian who kept our family laughing. Alex passed away in December 2019 of natural causes, so he is not here to defend himself.
And I'm going to object again to that as well, since he's not party to this. He's
All
not
right,
here.
I'll just remind the jury that what is said in opening statements is not evidence. It's not sworn testimony. Please proceed.
Although the state has alleged that there are several co-conspirators in this case, I am the only one being charged with a crime. So you will be the judge. You will hear and see evidence presented by the state. The state has, according to the law, 100% burden to prove to you
I'm
that
going to
a
object to misstatement
crime-
of the law in terms of 100%.
All right. Again, this is a little bit bordering on argument, but the jury will receive the instructions on what is and what is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt
The state has the burden to prove that a crime has been committed here and that I committed that crime. That is the way the law is written. I do not have to show any evidence or put up a defense. I do not have to testify. That is the law. The prosecutors from the state have to prove to you that I conspired, meaning made an agreement with my brother to murder Brandon. So you will decide. Right now, according to the law, I am innocent. I remain innocent until the state of Arizona and its prosecutors show you enough evidence to convince you that I had anything to do with this alleged crime. And I want you to look carefully and determine if this event was a crime at all. Did a shooting actually occur? Only Brandon claims that it did. Only Brandon names me and Alex. You will learn that Brandon himself did own a gun. You will learn that Brandon knew how to shoot his gun. You will learn that Brandon and Melanie were going through a divorce. And you will learn that even though Brandon is the one who actually filed for a divorce, he was blaming me for his divorce. You will learn that the information that the Gilbert Police Department and Detective Pillar, the case agent on this case, learned about me and my brother Alex was from Brandon Boudreaux. You will learn that Brandon and Detective Pillar communicated frequently and were on a first name basis. I want you to look closely at the motivation of Brandon and the Gilbert Police Department, because I'm the only one charged with the crime, and I need you to decipher what really happened here, because I'm the only one who's being asked to pay a consequence for this
And
Uh-huh.
again,
crime.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to object and strike that.
Sustained, the jury in their instructions received an instruction that said the jury is not to consider a penalty. That will be in the final instructions area as well. The jury's job is to determine whether or not the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt or the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Go ahead, proceed.
You will hear many references during this trial about the state versus Lori Daybell. Well, who is the state? The state are the prosecutors.
I object to argument and relevance.
Sustained.
And you, the jury, are brought in to stand between the state and me.
And I'm going to object again to improper statement of the law, argument, and relevance.
Sustained.
You are here to say if a crime has even been committed at all. You are here to say if I committed this very crime and if the state proved this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. If at the end of this trial you have reasonable doubt, then I remain innocent. If the state does not prove to you that I, 1, committed a crime, and 2, committed this crime, then I remain innocent. In this case, you will hear a lot of speculation. The definition of speculation is an idea or guess about something that is not known. During this trial, the state will try to convince you that I committed this crime by using speculation, innuendo, and insinuation. And the state is hoping that this will be enough. In this trial, you will in fact witness a power struggle between the state and the defendant.
Your Honor,
For
I'm
what
going
a
to
fact
object to
really
argument.
is.
Sustained.
Because they want to convince you, the jury, that a fact is speculation, that a fact is innuendo, that a fact is insinuation, that they knew what I was thinking, what I was feeling, what I was planning, when they don't know it all. You, the jury, have all the power to decide what the facts are and what they're not. Not the state, not the judge, not law enforcement, you. So I implore you to listen carefully and decide for yourselves if the state's theory really makes logical sense. What motivation did I have? What malice have I ever shown to anyone? What benefit would I gain? I am a person who loves all people and has no malice towards anyone, not even the prosecutors who wrongfully try to convict me.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to relevance and to argument.
Sustained.
I am all about spreading love and will continue to do so, even after this trial is complete, no matter the result. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. The state will call Brendan Boudreaux.
Your Honor,
Mr.
could we have
Boudreaux,
a...
you're going to come up here and be sworn in by the clerk.
Can you please state and spell your first and your last name?
Y'all, I can't. She's already shown her cards.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, sir, go around the court reporter. Have a seat up here to my left.
Your Honor, could we have a sidebar?
Is it about what we discussed earlier? The state's probably going to, you won't complete your direct before lunch?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
They didn't waste no time. No time.
We are not first.
They said put the man himself on the damn stand and let's hear it.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Brandon Boudreaux. I live here in Arizona.
And if you can pull the mic just a little closer to you and roll in a little closer. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. How old are you, Brandon?
I'm 40 years old.
You said you're currently living in Arizona?
I am, yes.
What do you do for a living?
Currently, I own a solar company.
Okay. I want to talk to you sort of about your marriages. Are you currently married?
I am.
Do you have a prior marriage?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about your prior marriage. When did you get married initially?
I was married initially October 31st, 2008.
And who were you married to?
Melanie Cope at the time, she became Boudreaux.
How long were you and Melanie married?
A little over 10 years.
Did you two have any children?
We have 4.
Do you recall approximately when you began divorce proceedings with Melanie?
It would have been in July of 2019.
And do you recall approximately when your divorce with Melanie was finalized?
It would have been in October of 2019.
Was it before or after October 2nd?
It was the middle of October.
Okay.
So after.
Now, do you have family here in Arizona?
I have a brother who lives in Tucson now, but at the time I did not have any family here in Arizona.
They lived in another state.
Yes.
Did Melanie have family that lived here in Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Did you know someone by the name of Lori Vallow?
I did. That was Melanie's aunt.
And did you spend a lot of time with Melanie's aunt, Lori Vallow?
Yes, we spent a lot of time together.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's directly behind you wearing glasses and a blue top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
When you knew or were spending time with Lori Vallow, was she married at that time?
She was.
Who was her husband then?
Charles Vallow.
And how often would you see Lori Vallow and her family?
Pretty often. We would spend holidays together. We often vacationed together, and our children were close, so it wouldn't be unordinary to see each other every week.
Were you close with Lori Vallow's prior husband, Charles Vallow?
I was, yes.
Did you know other members of Melanie's sort of expanded family?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Alex Cox?
Yes, I did.
Who was he in relation to Melanie?
That would be her uncle.
So Lori's brother?
Correct, yes.
And before your divorce from Melanie, did you see Alex Cox often?
Not as often as Lori, but yes, I did see him.
Okay.
Usually at a family get-together.
Did you know anyone by the name of Chad Daybell?
No, I did not.
Did you later become aware that Lori Vallow married a Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Can you try to describe for us the relationship between Melanie, your ex-wife, and her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I would say that she looked at her as maybe more than an aunt, like closer to a mother figure. Her mother passed away when she was younger, and she let her hold a lot of influence in her life.
Okay. Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019, did you notice Melanie spending a lot more time with Lori?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019, did you notice Melanie spending more time with Lori?
Yes.
In 2019, did you start to notice issues with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did.
Without going into what was said, did you ever speak with Charles Vallow about Lori Vallow interfering with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did. On a few occasions.
I want to talk to you about June 25th of 2019. Did that day stick out to you?
Yes, it does.
Why do you remember that date?
On June 25th of 2019, I had a long disagreement with my then wife. My grandfather had passed away suddenly of a heart attack a few days earlier, and she had told me she didn't want to go to his funeral, and that had led to the start of a disagreement that quickly changed and was very different than what I thought was going on.
I'm going to have you put your mic just a little closer to you.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So you said it started out as a conversation about going to your grandfather's funeral,
Yes,
and then it changed into something different?
it did, yes.
During this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, were you accused or told that you had been involved in doing some things to her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I was, yes. This sticks out because it was so bizarre to me. I was trying to talk to my wife about our relationship, and she was using different language that was confusing. She kept saying that she was going to reveal things about me, and it just didn't make sense. And then she accused me of hacking Lori's computer, which I knew I hadn't done, and I didn't know why it mattered to what we were talking about. So, that something like that sticks with you because it's just doesn't connect.
Do you know how to hack into other people's computers?
I do not.
So you're being accused of hacking into Lori Vallow's computer. Did anything get raised during this conversation regarding your sexuality?
Yeah, it was a very long argument. It started in the afternoon and went past midnight. And as things kept escalating, more different allegations that didn't make any sense kept coming up. And one of those was that God had revealed to her that I was gay, and that one stuck out because Charles had told me that that Lori was trying to convince her of that, which I thought was so bizarre. It just didn't make any sense. I was married and we had 4 kids. So.
Did you ever hear anything about allegations that you were trying to help Charles take Lori Vallow's temple recommend away?
It didn't come up in that specific argument, other than as a side mention of why I might have hacked a computer. But yes, I did hear those allegations.
I want to ask you, are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes, I am.
Were you and Melanie both practicing members?
We were, yes.
Was Lori Vallow and her family practicing members?
As far as I knew, yes.
When we talk about a temple recommend, what is that?
Inside of our faith, we try to set aside the temple to be a place that's sacred. It's a place where you can be closer to God. And because you want it to be a sacred place, we try to live to a higher standard if we're going to go in there. You know, it's the idea of trying to be more like the Savior's example and keeping promises or covenants that you make to him. And so in that process, most of us self-report to a bishop or an ecclesiastical leader and a stake president or a higher ecclesiastical leader, just to verify that you're doing your best to keep those promises. It's kind of a way to help you assess, to decide if it's a place that you should go, or am I living in a way that I can go and feel good about, you know, trying to get closer to God in that space, and am I living in a way that sets it aside and makes it somewhere special, somewhere sacred.
If someone's temple recommend is removed who is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that a really significant thing?
For most of us, we would feel like, personally, I would feel that way. It's something that is sacred to me and it is important. And so I would not want to lose that. It would be something that would reflect that I'm not doing a very good job of my goal to try to be more like my Savior.
Okay. When you are having this argument, this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, what are you thinking?
Bye, Casey.
You know, it began with just frustration, which when I took a little time and was introverted and thought about it, I realized wasn't fair. If she didn't want to go to a grandfather's funeral, I recognized that me feeling frustrated was something I should deal with myself, but not try to force someone else to
Thank you, Squinting Cat.
With. And then it was just really painful because the rest of it there's a lot of frustration that comes from, at the end of it, she was asking for a divorce and demanding that we end our marriage. And, you know, I had 4 kids and this was going to change their entire world. It was going to change everything for my family.
Did you, having spoken with
Thanks again,
Melanie,
Squinting Cat.
feel that Lori Vallow was involved in some of these things that Melanie was telling you that was why your divorce should end?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. As you are listening to the things that Melanie was telling you that evening or afternoon into the evening of June 25th, did you believe that Lori Vallow had been involved in some of these ideas that were being told to you as to why your marriage should end?
Yeah, I mean, how else does her aunt's computer getting hacked even come up without Lori being involved? So I got pretty frustrated at one point, and I think I told her I'm going to take a break, and I texted Lori and Charles and tried to call both of them to discuss it with them, because I wanted them to understand the gravity. You know, this is my family. This is my kids. This changes the rest of their lives. You know, it's not just whatever was going on for those 2.
Thanks, Crafting. I
So
wasn't
you
offended
told
by
us that
anything you said
you just
myself. I'm
mentioned
not
that
sure what it
you
was, but I
actually
appreciate the super
sent a
chat.
text message or a couple of text messages to Lori Vallow that evening.
Yes, I did.
Can you scoot just a little closer? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can tell this really broke him up.
Why
This is
did
so
you
sad.
text Lori Vallow that night?
Hope that she would have integrity, that she would respond and acknowledge that I didn't hack her computer. I don't know, honestly. Just hope, you know. I was trying to find something to fix the problem.
So you felt strongly enough that Lori Vallow was involved in these ideas that Melanie was putting at you that you actually reached out to her.
Yes.
Your Honor, show the defendant Exhibit 122. I could have my paralegal bring that up.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like this is.
Take a look at Exhibit 122.
He didn't want to
you
do this. I
recognize
mean, obviously,
those
when
text messages?
Melanie went crazy, but
Yes, I do.
Are those messages
Massive
that you
block.
sent to Lori Vallow on June 25th of 2019?
Yes, they are.
Do those relate to the allegations that were being told to you by Melanie that Lori had provided her?
Yes, they do.
And that was you trying to fix these things that were lies.
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 122.
Any objection?
No objection.
122 is admitted.
If I may publish.
this ain't gonna be good for Miss Lori.
Brandon, just so we understand, when you were shot at on October 2nd of 2019, did you actually provide the police with your cell phone
I did, yes.
so they could download everything?
Yes.
And is this from your cell phone?
Yes.
So we see on June 25th of 2019 at 6:45 p.m., the first message that you sent? And was this phone number, the 808 number, Lori Vallow's phone number?
Correct.
In the message, what did you tell Lori?
I told her that Melanie believed I helped to try to get her temporary recommend taken away, and that we both knew that it wasn't true. Do you want me to just read it?
Sure.
Lori, I sent this to Charles. I'm sending it to you as well. Charles, Melanie believes I helped you to try to get Lori's temple recommend taken away. You and I both know that's not true. She does not believe me. I wanted to send this to both you and Lori. If either of you care at all for me or my children, you'll come forward and be truthful. I've never done anything to hurt either of you. I can't believe you would lie to her about something like this. I gave you a blessing when you're at your worst in my home. My children will be punished if my wife leaves me or can't believe me when I have done nothing. This is on your heads to make it right.
So your initial thing was about that temple recommend because that was so important, right?
Yes.
But that was just one of the lies that had been told to you by Melanie.
Yes, and at this time I didn't know that she also believed that I was gay. That came after I had sent these texts.
Did you get a response after this first text?
No.
Do we see then a second text at 9:10 p.m., same day, September 25th?
Yes.
What did you say then?
At least have the respect to talk to me to my face, not whispered behind my back. She believes you and you are lying. This is going to affect my children.
Okay. Did she respond to you then?
No.
And a couple minutes later, did you send Lori another message?
I did.
What did you say then?
I will not stop until the truth is known. It says I didn't dip, but a typo. I didn't do the things you said, and because I know I did not, I will find a way to prove it.
Did Lori ever respond to any of those?
No.
Nope, none of them. Nope.
Were you able to convince Melanie that these things that Lori had told her were not true?
No.
Would she listen to you about it?
After that evening, she would never spend time alone with me again. There's always someone else with us everywhere that we ever talked or communicated.
Did you want to get divorced?
No,
Did you agree to a divorce?
I did.
How did you and Melanie decide to go forward with the divorce?
We used a mediator.
How does that work?
You have choices. You can either each get your own lawyer and they can help advocate for you through the process, or you can use a mediator. Those are the two, or you can do it yourselves without lawyers, I guess, as well. And as you go through that divorce process, you really discuss two key concepts: all of the money and the finance side, and then the children when you have children. And so a mediator is helpful in being able to help you understand what the law thinks if you both can't agree on something, and help you go through and think. It's a lot to think about. And you know, you're very I was very emotional going through that. And so they're helpful that they can kind of guide you to make sure you're covering all your bases and you're thinking about the future for your kids, thinking about what's fair in the financials, all of those things.
At that time, what were the ages of your kids? I know, I got to go back a few years. So in 2019.
Braxton would have been 9. And then I would have had a 5-year-old and a, what would like be 2000, a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old.
And you told us that you started to see a mediator sort of in July of 2019?
Yes,
Do you recall if it was the beginning, middle, or end of July?
beginning of July.
So really fairly quickly after you were confronted with these theories of you hacking Lori's computer and trying to take her Temple Recommend away.
Yeah.
As you went through a mediator, did you agree to have joint custody of your kids?
I did.
Did you and Melanie have a house at the time you were married?
We did, yes. And in the mediation, we agreed to sell it.
Now, prior to the sale of the house, did Melanie move somewhere else to live?
Yeah, we agreed that I would help her find a rental, which we did. And then our house was an expensive house. We were listing it at about $1 million. And so having those young kids inside of it while you're trying to have it show ready all the time was a concern. So we agreed we'd get a rental house where the kids would be able to stay so that they could just be kids and not have to try to live super, super clean. And I would stay in the house and just kind of live in it as a shell house till it's sold.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when Melanie moved out?
July, around the 14th or so, I think. I'm not 100. It's been 6 years.
Mid-July?
Yeah, mid-July.
So the kids were living with Melanie in the rental house and you were staying in sort of I'll call it a community property house at this point. Do you recall when your house sold?
In September, I think we got it under contract, and at which point I started looking for a rental house, probably.
For yourself?
Yeah, for
Thanks
me,
a minute,
so that we
kid.
could then do our joint 50-50 custody with our kids.
Did you find a house to rent?
I did.
And was that the 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you were looking for a residence, did you consider at all the location of Melanie's rental house?
Yeah, I tried to, we had agreed we would stay within a couple miles of each other so that it would be convenient for each of us. And I also tried to move close to where I had before I had built the home that we had, I had lived in that same neighborhood. So I tried to move closely to a place my kids would be familiar.
Okay. Did you sign a lease for that 3875 East Phelps Street on September 13th of 2019?
Yes.
What was your plan in terms of when you were going to move into that new house versus staying in the community home?
I was going to stay in the community home until right before we finished everything up. So like the end of September, and then I would move over to the new house.
And when was the house, the community house, supposed to close?
October 1st.
Okay. And what was the mediation agreement for that money on October 1st? Who would get what?
It was going to be split between me and Melanie, and it was supposed to all go to one account, and then I would transfer the money over to her.
Okay. So at some point, did the plan ever change as to when you were going to move into the Phelps house?
Yes. I heard from Melanie that I had an option to get my kids early, which I was getting very limited time with my children. That was hard for me. You know, it's difficult going through transitions like that. So she had offered, she said she was going out of town and that I could have my kids early if I got the house early. And so I was excited, and I quickly changed my plans and made a quick move from the current house into the new house to get it ready, because when you have young kids, you have to kind of prepare. You can't just move them in. Everything needs to be kind of organized.
During the mediation, had you and Melanie come up with an agreement as to when each of you would have the children?
Yes.
What was that agreement?
Mondays and Tuesdays would be my days. Wednesdays and Thursdays would be her days. And then we would rotate weekends.
So weekends for you guys was Friday through Sunday?
Correct.
And then how would you hand off the children, and what would happen with your youngest?
I worked, so she would watch my youngest even on my days. And then handoffs would happen at school. If they were in school, we would just drop off and the other person would do the pickup. If they weren't in school, then it would be drop off at each other's houses.
Okay. So you said you worked. Did Melanie work?
She did not.
So Melanie kind of just tells you she's going out of town on the 26th and offers the children to you. Do you recall about when you moved into now this residence on Phelps?
It's been a really long time. Shortly after, I think, that conversation, about a few days prior to when I got the kids. I think it took me a couple days to move in.
So you had the kids on the 26th.
I did, yeah.
How did you told us you had been planning to move in a little bit later. How did you get moved earlier, quicker? Did you have people help you? What'd you do?
My neighbors that lived across the street from me at the house that I was selling noticed that I was moving and offered to help. I just went and got a truck and decided to move. I was excited. I didn't tell anybody even. I just kind of jumped after it, and then one other friend found out, and he brought another friend. So there's 4 people who helped me move, and they were the only people. I mean, I immediately had my kids after. They're the only people who even knew that I had moved. It was a very quick decision.
Now, you told us that part of the agreement would be that you and Melanie would drop off the kids. At any time, did Melanie ask you for the address of your new residence?
Yes, she did.
Did you provide it to her?
Yes, I did.
You think anything of it when she asked you that?
I mean, no, I had said I would give her my address always. We had to drop each other, the kids, so she had to know where I lived.
Okay. You told us that you hadn't told anyone else your address?
Yeah, it wasn't like out of secrecy. It just hadn't come up yet because it was so quick.
So Melanie knew your address?
Yes.
And then you said 2 of your neighbors helped you move,
Correct.
so they knew your address. And then you said 1 of your friends helped you move?
And he brought another friend, so 2 of my friends knew where I lived.
Okay, so 5 people knew your address?
Yes.
Shown Defense Counsel 123, if I can have my paralegal approach.
Yeah, so this isn't
Do you recognize
panning out for
those
Lori
text messages?
or Melanie.
Yes, I do.
Are those the text message between you and Melanie where where she asks you for your new address and you provide it to her?
They are.
And was that on September 17th of
We
2019?
knew it.
It is.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 123.
Any objection?
No objection.
123 is admitted.
The state will move to publish.
Go ahead.
So again, you told us that you had provided your cell phone to the Gilbert Police Department on October 2nd. Is this from your phone?
Yes.
And so Melanie texted you on September 17th at 10 in the morning. What's your new address?
That's correct.
And a few minutes later, 27 minutes later, you provided her 3875 East Phelps.
Correct.
You told us your parents did not live in Arizona, right?
That's correct.
And at the time, really, you didn't have any family in Arizona. Did your neighbors that helped you move know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did your neighbors that helped you move know Alex Cox?
No.
How about your friend that helped you move, the 2 people who helped you move with them? Did they know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did they know Alex Cox?
No.
Did you post your address on any LinkedIn or social media?
No.
So on September 17th and on September 26th, when you got the kids, were the only people that knew your address and knew Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, your then wife, Melanie Boudreaux?
Yes.
So on September 26th, you're in your rental house on Phelps Street. You have your children with you. And is this sort of the first time you have been there with your kids?
Yes.
And this was over a weekend, correct?
Correct.
So you had your kids sort of that weekend of the Saturday, the 27th and 28th. And then did you follow your normal schedule now of Monday and Tuesday having the kids?
Yes.
And then was October 2nd sort of Wednesday, October 2nd? And that would be the day you would normally exchange the
Correct.
children?
That was the first day that I would not have my kids.
Okay. And so on October 2nd would be the day that Melanie would now have control of the kids that evening?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about your schedule with your kids the morning of October 2nd.
Okay.
Can you tell us sort of what your general schedule was? What'd you get up and do with all the kids?
Yeah, it's been a long time. You know, my kids are different now, but back then, I would probably wake up an hour and a half early. Got to wake each kid up individually. Kind of, each of them has different needs. I think Breeze was still in diapers. Blake might have even still been in diapers. So you wake them up, you make sure that you get them cleaned up, changed, you feed them. Got to get 3 of the 4 of them dressed. They don't know how to dress themselves. So you got to give yourself time. So probably an hour and a half making food, getting kids ready, making sure everybody's good good to go and prepared so that when you get within a short amount of time of school, you can get the 2 that are in elementary school there on time.
All right, so you said you had 2 that were in elementary school. Are they in the same school?
Yes,
And so that leaves 2 other kids.
yes.
Who are what did you do with the other 2 kids?
Blake was in like a pre-K preschool that was right by the new rental that we got Melanie, and then I dropped Breeze off at Melanie's. Well, she didn't want me to come to her house, so I would drop her off at the park and then watch her run to her mom.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when you left the house that morning to start taking the kids to drop them off at their different locations? Let me ask you this. Do you recall approximately when the kids had to be at school?
7. I probably would have left at 7:30. They probably started at 7:50. That's
And were the schools you said close to your Phelps Street?
it was like probably a 5 or 10 minute drive, depending on if there was some traffic or not.
Okay. So who did you handle first? Where did you go first?
I'd always drop the 2 that were in elementary school first. That was on the way to their mom's house. So we would take those 2, drop them at their school, and then I would drive the rest of the way to their mom's house and at the park and drop at the park right there by her house. And then I would go drop Blake at his school.
So on the morning of October 2nd, did you follow that same schedule and go to the park to drop off your youngest?
Yes.
And how would Melanie know that you were there?
I would text.
Okay. Did you do that morning?
I did.
And then you said you would kind of just once you knew she was there, let your daughter go to her.
Yeah.
So would you visually see her and then let your youngest go to her?
Of course, yeah.
Should defense counsel do 124? Like now, my paralegal approach with that. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
And are they from October 2nd of 2019 around 7:40 in the morning?
Yes.
And do they reflect you letting Melanie know that you were there with your youngest?
Yes.
State will move to admit 124.
Any objection?
No objection.
124 is submitted.
If I may publish. So do we see here on October 2nd at 7:40 in the morning, you sent a text message to Melanie saying pulling up,
Correct.
and then you received a message for her that she'd be there in a minute?
Yes.
Were you able to hand off your youngest to Melanie?
Yes.
Did you go home after that?
I did not.
Did you tell Melanie where you were going after that?
I did not.
Where did you go?
I went to the gym.
How long, well, let me ask you this. Where was the gym in relation to your Phelps house?
It was a couple minutes away. It was it was midway between her and my Phelps house.
Okay. And how long were you at the gym? About?
Hour and a half.
Okay. Can you tell us what kind of car you were driving back in October of 2019?
It was a black Tesla Model X.
Okay. 2-door or 4-door?
4-door. It's
Okay.
like an SUV.
How long had you had that Tesla?
A few years. I bought it, I want to say 3 or 4 years earlier.
Okay. So Melanie knew about that car?
Yes.
You had had it when you two were together,
Correct.
and you continued to have it as you were going through the divorce proceedings.
Correct.
and you drove that Tesla to that park when you exchanged your youngest.
Yes, I did.
I want to talk a little bit about Tesla vehicles. They're electric, right?
They are, yeah.
They drive a little different than gas cars.
They do, yes.
Can you tell us first about the acceleration?
When you're driving a Tesla, they have when you take your foot off the gas, they built in a system that makes it slow down, so it like brakes for you. So they call it one pedal driving, but so when you push it, it'll accelerate really fast because that's just how electric motors work. The torque's very quick, so you can go much quicker. And it also, when you take your foot off the gas, it'll slow down a lot quicker too if you leave that feature on. So it drives very different than a gas car. You don't use the brakes as much.
Okay. So if you take your foot completely off the acceleration pedal, it almost stops?
Yeah, it can be very abrupt. It can feel like hitting the brakes.
And so had you learned over those years how to kind of slow down by taking your foot slowly off that acceleration pedal?
Yeah, you drive different.
Did your Tesla have any type of technology built in to automatically open a garage door when you're within a certain range of it?
Yeah, it did. It had that exact feature. It was when it got in a certain range, it would just send a garage door signal and open it up.
Had you programmed that feature at the Phelps house?
I did, yes.
If you put your Tesla into park, what would happen?
I used the feature where it would make the driver's side door just open automatically for you, so you didn't even have to reach over and open it.
Would it open all the way?
It would just slowly open. Sometimes it would open all the way. Sometimes it would open like a quarter of the way. There's like a sensor to make sure it doesn't hit stuff.
Okay. And so that was something you had programmed already, so every time you put your car in park, that would happen for you?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about the driver's door of your Tesla. In a lot of cars, we see a metal frame that goes around the window. Did your Tesla have that?
No, they make the window seal up into the frame of the car, and so there's no top frame on the door itself, no metal top frame.
Shown defendant exhibit 25. I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize what that photo is?
That's a photo of my car.
And does that show the door itself without the glass, but the frame of the door?
Yeah, does a really good job showing that.
State will move to admit exhibit 25.
Any objection?
No objection.
25 is admitted.
Okay. So is this actually a picture of your vehicle from October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
And so we can see that there's no sort of metal frame around where the window would be, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is this actually your glass window right here?
Yes, I believe it fell out when I opened the door, or when I put my car in park.
Okay. I want to talk to you about that morning of October 2nd. You drop off your youngest with Melanie. What did you said you went and dropped off your fourth child at sort of a day pre-K type of course?
Yeah.
And then you went to the gym.
Yes.
After you went to the gym, what did you do?
I drove back from the gym to my house.
Okay. What was your plan that morning?
My plan was to shower and go to work and meet with my business partners, and we had an owners meeting that day.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened when you turned into or onto Phelps Street that morning?
That morning, I made my usual left onto Phelps Street, and there's one house and then my house, and so it's not like you're driving. You're coming through a turn, so you're not moving super fast, and there's not a lot of distance, so I don't really push the gas very hard. But I remember coming around the corner, kind of letting it almost kind of coast as I was waiting for it to catch the signal and send my my garage door up. And while I was doing that, I noticed a Jeep that was parked, and it was really awkward.
Why was it awkward?
It was parked on top of the car that was normally there. So there's usually a van there, and it was just like parked nose to the van. And it was like, the back of it was almost blocking my driveway. It was parked so you just wouldn't think anyone would choose to park like that. So it kind of stood out to you right as you came around that corner. I noticed it had a Texas plate. The other thing that was awkward about it was no back tire, which Jeeps always have the back tire. That's like their thing. So all of that stood out, right? I mean, you don't have a lot of time when you're coming around a corner like that, but all of that just like, I was like, oh, that's weird. And I remember thinking my neighbor must know somebody from Texas, because I'm new. I don't know anybody yet. And I was like, and man, they parked awkward. Like that's a really crappy park job.
So that we understand.
Parked awkward on top of it all, and the getaway in the crime vehicle.
Was the Jeep parked sort of the opposite way of traffic?
Yes.
And so when you come around the corner, you're seeing the back of the Jeep.
Correct.
And you said it was nose to nose with a white vehicle?
Yeah, I believe it's a van.
And was that a vehicle you had seen in the few days you had lived there?
Yeah, it had been parked there every day so far.
Okay. So you recognized that one. Was there a lot of other vehicles parked on the street?
No.
Just that Jeep right up to that one and on your driveway?
Correct.
When you were coming in and sort of slowing down, what do you see happen?
So as I let the car kind of coast in, the back window pops up. I see a muzzle. I hear a bang. And your fight or flight kicks in at that point. So for me, I just immediately thought, and my window shattered. All that happened in like the snap of a finger. And so I just immediately thought someone's shooting at me because I saw a muzzle. So I hit the accelerator and I just went straight. I no longer was planning on turning into my driveway to let the garage door trigger. And
Let me have you pull your mic just a little bit down again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can lean forward. Could you hear all of that?
So let me go a little bit through it. So you said you saw the rear window open.
Yes.
Is that sort of the window that normally the tire would block from opening?
Yes.
Did you see any hands or anything pushing it open?
I can't say I did. The windows were dark, and I remember it lifting, and I remember seeing a muzzle.
Let's talk about the muzzle. Could you tell, was it a handgun muzzle, a rifle muzzle? What are we talking about?
It looked like a rifle or a long gun. Yes. Also, possibly there was a silencer on it or a suppressor or something, because I remember the muzzle looked a little bit awkward at the end.
Okay. Have you shot guns before?
Yes.
Have you shot rifles before?
Rifles and handguns and shotguns.
Did you grow up sort of shooting, hunting?
Yeah, my family hunts. I'm not a big hunter myself.
But you're familiar then with rifles and shotguns?
Yes.
Had you shot handguns before?
Yes.
So when you saw this, what did you think it was, the muzzle that you saw?
I mean, you had a very short window, but it looked like a rifle to me with maybe a suppressor or something on it.
Okay, so it was able to come out of the window enough that it looked like a rifle to
Yes.
you. You said you heard something. Can you describe that for us?
It's a loud bang, gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of.
And you've heard gunshots before?
Lots of gunshots, yeah.
So you hear this and you recognize that as a gunshot.
Yes,
And you said then your window shattered.
correct.
Did you see a hole through your window?
No, which was confusing. So I was, all this stuff is happening quick. I'm sure I had some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Shock, some form of shock. I'm sure there's a little bit of that, but I remember the first thought I had was I need to call 911. Someone just shot at me. So that, I remember my phone flying forward and backward because I was driving quickly and accelerating quickly. I remember getting my phone and calling 911 and just, I remember having a hard time breathing, just feeling overwhelmed that somebody shot at me. And then I think maybe because I was feeling a little guilty or something, I remember thinking like, oh, maybe, there's no bullet in my car. I don't see a bullet hole anywhere. Maybe they did, maybe it wasn't a real gun. Maybe I'm overthinking this, you have a lot of thoughts going through your head.
Did you ever say maybe it was a paint gun?
Yes, I think I did.
Thinking now, have you seen a paint gun before?
Yeah, I've played paintball lots of times.
Does paint come out? And
Not as loud and it marks stuff everywhere.
would it have left, in your experience, having fired paint guns, does it shoot out paint that you would then see?
Yeah, wherever it hits, it leaves a bunch. That's why it's called paintball.
Did you see any paint on your window?
No.
Were
No
you
one's
thinking
thinking
clearly
they
at
wanna
that
get
point when
shot
you're
at
thinking
first.
about that?
Like Tammy and
I think there's a lot of thoughts that go through your mind. It was a very stressful situation. I've never had someone shoot at me before.
You called 911 and you told us that you drove away from the area, right?
Yeah, I accelerated, went around a corner, and I parked by, there's a pool right there in the community. So I pulled over and parked next to the pool.
I want to show defense defendant different maps of the area.
yeah, I agree. Off-White Lotus. Poor guy. It's really heartbreaking to see how much this affected him. From the kids to the shooting to Melanie to Lori tearing his family and marriage apart, all of it. You can just see it all over the poor guy.
I have my paralegal approach with exhibits 1.
I would literally rest my case. If it came to Lori, I'd be like, I'll plea out. I'm done. I'm good. But we know she's not.
Tell me if you recognize them as maps of the neighborhood, a closer up, as well as a further away map of your Phelps Street address and the streets around it.
Correct. Yes, they are.
And those are sort of accurate maps of that whole area.
Yeah, I'd say they're accurate.
State would move to admit exhibits 1 and 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
1 and 3 are admitted. After you publish, let's recess.
I'm going to start with 1. Actually, I think it's this way. When you were driving to your residence, I'll do it this way. We see here 3875 East Phelps Street. Is that your address at that
Yes.
time? And so it was 2 houses in.
Yeah.
When you were arriving back to your residence that morning of October 2nd, can you describe for us how you came in to the neighborhood?
I guess people probably can't see when I point. Huh? I would have gone up.
Let me pull out just a little bit.
I would have come around where the map kind of starts there. Yeah, where your pen was. If you go down to that corner, I would have come there off Fairview, come all the way up, gone up that street where your pen was, and gone. And that's the way that I came in, where your pen just traced.
So you went through this intersection and then you turned left here, and that's where you saw, as you turned that corner, that Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Did you notice if the Jeep had 2 or 4 doors?
2 doors.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the license plate?
It was a Texas plate.
Were you able to get the license plate number?
I was not.
After the shooting, you told us that you sort of took off, and I'm putting Exhibit 3 up now. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. So we see Phelps Street. Is that the same street we were talking about?
That is.
You told us that you accelerated. Was it this direction on Phelps?
Correct.
And what did you do when you got to this intersection?
Made a right on Cole, and you can see there's a pool right up there. I parked right there in front of that pool where that little walkway is, right on the.
So you parked right near the pool here.
Yeah, right where your pen tip was there, kind of by the E.
Were you on the phone with 911 prior to reaching that pool?
Yes, I was on the phone with 911, I think, as I got towards the end of Phelps Street.
Did you see the Jeep as you were there at the pool?
I did, yes.
And where did you see the Jeep go?
It came down Phelps Street, went north on Cole, and then it made a right on Waite when it saw me. And then it continued down Waite and made a right down whatever that road is. There's no name on it. And then I lost it at that point. It went down Fairview, and if you go to the bottom of this, it actually exits out onto Pecos Road. So I knew where they had to have gone, because the only way out of that neighborhood is to go down that Fairview Street drive and go around on Francis and then go out onto Pecos. And so that's what I told the police when I told them what happened. I told them that it had exited out onto Pecos.
So basically, the only 2 ways to get out of your neighborhood was either to go up
I
Cole,
agree, Amy.
where they
That's
would
the
have had
only
to go
thing she can
past
say.
you to get onto Fry, or to go south to Pecos Road
Correct.
through this neighborhood.
Yes.
We're going to do Amita.
Members of the jury, we're going to recess. We're going to resume at 1 p.m. Please remember the admonition. Please be in the jury room ready to go at 1 p.m.
Okay, y'all. So, first of all, I've got my own green enchiladas cooking over here, but they come in the form of French fries and onion rings. Okay, y'all. Bless his heart. I mean, what an evil human being that monster is right there. And y'all, I mean, I've been seeing some of the comments about Denise Melanie. I think when they get this conviction here, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. This is complete speculation. If they convict Lori, do we think that they'll come back and charge Melanie with stuff? Because even the whole thing she's talking about. Wait, hold on.
Of, how much more direct on this witness?
Probably 30 to 45 minutes. We have a 911 call to play, but.
Okay. Do you have an update for me on obtaining documents from your investigator?
So I can't personally communicate with him during lunch break, so I'll have them check into it. And
I guess I didn't know if advisory council or your paralegal were able to contact him via email while this was going on this morning.
When you asked me.
Yeah, Wendy Adelson's another one. Lori's over there. Hold on, here she goes.
they did email him, but there's been no response yet.
All right. If anyone gets in contact with him and identifies what documents are needed, obviously, if you email those to our staff, we'd be happy to print them out for you. But please let me know with any updates. Are there you have identifiable specific documents, and have you attempted to contact him on what that is that you need here this afternoon?
If I can meet with my team right after this, I'll make sure that they have a list of everything.
Okay.
So that we can
All
do
right.
that.
Please keep us up.
Yeah, right. Please, Amy says she's asked that guy to bring her Burger King. She's like, I want to make it. I want it my way. Get the kind where they put the fake grill marks on it, and give me a little Happy Meal thing or whatever they call that at Burger King. I mean, y'all. I don't even know what to say. Pardon me, except for let me choke on my own breath here. So, Police Wife Amy said a minute ago, I put on the screen, 100% agree. It's what keeps going through my mind. The only thing she can say is, well, see, but the thing is Brandon was there. But what she can say is like, did you see me do this? Did you personally see me do that? Da-da-da-da-da. Nope. That's literally all. But I don't think Lori also has the context of the emotional gravity of the testimony. Like, I don't think that she can dial into what I'm assuming the jury sees what we see of, wow, this guy is really broken up with this. He's thinking of his kid. This is going to destroy my kids. You know, this is life-changing stuff here. Those text messages he sent to Lori that she did not respond to seem incredibly genuine. Now, I will say this, and I'm not trying to say this because I support Lori, but by her not responding to those, she can sit here and pretend where it's like, oh, so she knew this. It's like, well, no, I never saw that. See what I'm saying? Like, she knows what she's doing. So sometimes, again, circling back to Alex, but y'all, if he was still around to commit crimes, I want to even jaywalk with a man. You catch a charge. You would catch a charge jaywalking with Alex. Literally the last person to do a crime with. Yeah, Kate plus calling her phone with it for his 45 minutes. Melanie knows the address. Only Melanie, Lori and Alex know the address, which we knew that, but I'm also looking at through the lens of this is what the jury is hearing for the first time. And it's like, if I was that jury, these are the questions I have so far as a jury. I'd be like this. I'd be like, that's weird and convenient that Alex died of. Pretend we don't know anything about it. We're on that jury. Okay, I'd be like this. I'd be like, that's weird that Alex is died of natural causes. Well, I mean, kind of had that coming, it sounds like, man. And I'd be like, my next question would be, well, is Melanie in prison? Has her trial already happened? Like, where is she now? I'm assuming she's in trouble, you know. And then with Lori, I'd be like, okay, well, Lori's saying this and that, but this guy seems pretty believable, and he reached out numerous times. Maybe she didn't see those text messages. Maybe she didn't know that, but that's a lot of text messages to have missed. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would be questioning several things at this point. I would also, like, I'm trying to, if I knew nothing about her, I would say the opening statements were giving a defendant doing opening statements, right? Now, almost like, oh, this is just somebody representing themselves that doesn't know what they're doing. And so they're getting objected to, and they're getting this, and they're getting that, and they're going, you know. But yeah, I would definitely have questions at this point. But I would have I would have extreme sympathy toward Brandon, even not knowing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, obviously we know, right? But I would be buying into his demeanor, his tears, his behavior. I would be sitting here saying to myself, this guy would probably still be married to Melanie And it sounds like this woman, Lori, really just kind of came in and did a number, and Melanie just went with it. Like Lori was very influential over her. But I'd also be like, well, let me hear what Lori has to, I want to hear what Lori's questions are. Like nothing has been like so over the top. Again, if you knew nothing of this from Lori's behavior yet. Now, mind you, some of these jurors know, like, okay, well, she was doing this whole like, what's up with the, the drama, the medical drama. Yeah, them sliding in Alex is dead from the natural causes. And yeah, the whole thing, y'all, during Lori's opening, so I guess what I'm reading into now at this point is that, and somebody answered it earlier, I can't remember who, claim your fame. So in the opening, is she insinuating that Brandon, the prosecutor, and the police were in a conspiracy to set Lori up? Because at first I was like, is she throwing Melanie under the bus too? She didn't. The case says the judge didn't tell Lori. The judge, you know what I'm saying, the jury that Lori's sick. Like I was getting vibes of, is she throwing Melanie under the bus too? She threw her own daughter under the bus. Hey T-Rex, it's good seeing you, part of me. Yeah, he looks very grief stricken. Katie Cat says she'll throw anyone under the bus that'll save her. Amen. Amen. Okay, y'all. I need to get up. I'm buried in dogs, which I love, and I absolutely hate getting up right now. I have to go get my food that's warmed up. So let me go grab it, and I'm gonna come back. I'm just gonna leave this going right here, but I'm gonna put myself on mute. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I had to shove onion rings, french fries, and chocolate ice cream with hot fudge syrup on it in my face. Although the ice cream was like that low calorie ice cream, but the fudge wasn't. Oh, hey, what's going on, buddy? And I had to make some ice cream. Oh, gosh. Oh, now I'm exhausted. I had to emotionally. So I know, right? The low calorie ice cream, but this stuff's called Halo. Have y'all seen it? It comes in little things. It's like a whole tub of it could be like 330 calories. Like think Ben and Jerry size. Y'all, it's good. It's good. Now I'll get the sugar-free chocolate syrup and put on it. This was like actual legit hot fudge or whatever. Um, so yeah, let me tell you what, the Halo ice cream plays is good. And it just hits that spot. And if you end up eating the whole thing, I'm like, it's the same thing as like a full throttle mocha. Chapman's. I'll have to look into that, Mama. Yeah, so Ben and Jerry's like one of those little things like that will be like 1,000 calories, right? Like it's hardcore. It's only in Canada, okay. But like the cookie dough cluster stuff or whatever, oh please, get you a tub of that stuff. Oh, I do like gelato too, Jessa. Hey Marsha, what's going on? I'm glad you're joining. Just so for those just joining in or whatever, Brandon is on the stand right now. They've got about 30 to 45 more minutes of testimony. Lori's given her opening statements, obviously, and then we don't know what Lori's going to question. We've seen things that we've learned from Brandon. I mean, number one, he really didn't want this divorce to happen with Melanie. It really broke him up. It's very obvious that his main concern was the children, the family, things of this nature. He reached out to Lori to be like, why are you making these lies up? This isn't true. Let's talk about this, whatever. She ignores him, doesn't say anything. We've also learned in opening statements that Alex Cox, last person you ever want to do a crime with. Okay, I was making a joke before I went away. It's like, don't even jaywalk with him. He was you. Who's gonna get? I mean, I get it because I would do that. Okay, that's the whole thing. Hey, Sandra, when they were talking about like he got the burner phone, I would do that and then check my Google and sign into my Gmail from it, and still think I was being sly. I'd be like, yeah, they ain't gonna get us. Nope, not at all. Hold on, let me check my Gmail real quick. Yo, these burner phones, these were a good idea. I'd be doing Facebook. They'd be like, yo, the burner phone stopped for like 45 minutes on TikTok. Signed into his personal account from the burner phone. He actually posted TikToks from the Jeep. I mean, I would just be like, they get me. They get me good, y'all. So they would get me good. Oh, you have local gelato there, Emily. Oh my gosh. That sounds amazing. So yeah, so Alex, they got the burner phones. Lori got in the burner phone. Alex was using it. So they were able to clock him in all these places. And, him searching Brandon's address, bullet trajectories, tent for the Jeep. I mean, it's all there. And Lori placing Alex's real phone. She placed a phone call from it to her phone. Like she kept the phone and placed them, and they both pinged off the same things, creating an alibi, obviously, or whatever. We learned that Alex, Melanie Pulowski now, but formerly Melanie Boudreaux, his ex-wife, and so Alex, Lori, and Melanie were the only three people that knew Brandon's address, and obviously Alex and Lori would have gotten it from Melanie, who got it from Brandon because of the kids and stuff like that. So I don't really know what Lori can say. And police wife Amy mentioned before we went to break, she's going to do, if you've been following Lori's trial, Lori basically, her whole go-to is, were you there? Did you physically see me? Did you personally see me do ABC? Nope. Okay, thanks. I think that's the only thing she could say to Brandon. And if she even gets up there, I would literally, if I was her, I would get up there and ask that question. And then I would be like, I'm done. Now, the other thing she could possibly do, so let's look at both sides of this. If she were to get up there and be like, almost like have some kind of question of like, somehow she could establish, I never saw those text messages. Outside of that, did we really have a bad relationship? Did we have this? If there's anything she felt like she could say, but that could open the door up to so many bad things for her. So I really feel like her only thing is, but did you personally see me do this? Okay, thanks. I mean, again, it's not like her life is on the line. Yeah, did everybody have enchiladas? Mac Pigeon says, and where did you park? I love backwards pigeon. I love that. That's so funny. Trina K mentioned that exact line of questioning and her question to voir dire. Now, also for those just joining, I said, however do you know that? Oh my God. Hold on, y'all. I got to take this phone call. I feel like Madonna on her Vogue tour with this. I'm like, don't just stand there. Let's get to it. Strike a pose. There's nothing to it, little Lukey Boo. Kelly Sue has a brownie. That sounds Amazing. Y'all, speaking of cringe, besides me, so there's this, I don't even know that I'm desperately trying to find them again on TikTok. So it's like this, and I don't know the dance that it was, or whatever, but it's a family doing it. And I'm talking like pure, I'm talking cringe. Okay. It's like a mom, a dad, I feel like 2 daughters and a kid, but literally everyone in the comment section is like giving Ruby Frankie, giving Jody Hildebrand. We're gonna see a Netflix doc on this soon. And like there's this whole thing about popping a balloon or whatever. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about, who it is. Popping a balloon, like people are like, oh, I just know that all what broke loose of that balloon not being popped. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh my gosh. Total I watched it so many times. Why do we do that? Why is cringe like weirdly interesting? Sorry, let me turn my volume off. I drink. Hey, what you doing down there, buddy? Shooby dooby doo. Shooby doo doo shoo. It really is, Mac. Good boy. The dogs are very. It's like pouring down rain out. I'm glad I actually ended up staying here for this. Just here for the cringe binge. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome to the Sofa Squad. Shibba dibba dooby. I wonder what's going on in the courtroom. It's raining there too, Sandra. Okay, so also, y'all, the fact that they started off with Brandon, major, right? Major. Hey, Dawn, how's it going? Oh, White Lotus says hello for Crunch. Just found out what balloon knot was. Oh gosh, dare I ask? Will I go down a rabbit hole? I don't think I know what it is, White Lotus. I don't know. Let's see what Nate's saying. Let's consult the Twitters. Let's consult the Twitters. Please hold for the Twitters. Nate says this 5 minutes ago. We are back in the courtroom. Brandon is on the stand. Lori is not in the courtroom. Judge does not look pleased. Judge says he's waiting for his clerk. Lori is consulting with her advisory attorneys. Boreski says there's some issue during lunch. He granted a motion that she could meet with her advisory council during lunch. Lori was only given 5 minutes to meet with her attorneys during lunch. Judge reminds the officer that Lori is allowed to meet with her team during lunch and accommodations need to be made. So I guess we're on lunch. I thought we were taking a little break. I mean, so I guess we are on lunch, y'all. I don't know. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome to the Sofa Squad. Shooba dooba dooby. So over there, it's 3 hours. But so if you're on the East Coast, if you're Eastern time, like me, North Carolina, New York, whatever, it's 4:09 here. So it's what time over there? Half-hour delay, Lori says. Oh, that's right. Yeah, thanks, Lori. I meant, yeah. So we got a few more minutes. It's 9:09 p.m. in the United Kingdom. My cousin just moved there. Okay, wait, we just got all sorts of stuff popping off over here, y'all. Okay, wait, hold on, y'all. I've never been to the UK. It's a bucket list. Well, the closest thing to the UK I've been to is Busch Gardens, Virginia, to their little United Kingdom area there, which obviously isn't the same, right? Okay, so where are we? Oh, there's Please My Family again. Hello. Yeah, so if you've been to Busch Gardens, Virginia, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I want to come visit there someday. Like I said, my cousin and his family moved over there to Bristol. I believe, like somewhere near Bristol. Hopefully it's Bristol. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, Katie Cat says, I've never been to Epcot. Would it be fun as an adult? I think Epcot's more for adults, though, isn't it? Probably expensive as all can be. Hey, Sally, keep scrolling. Thanks for joining. Oh, congratulations, Amy. My gosh, I'm still trying over here. Not far from me, Cornwall. Epcot, you can drink around the world. I would literally make it to the first place. I have such low threshold now for drinking. It's like I would have my first, especially if it was like the first place I went to was Germany, like one of those hardcore, like, really dark lager type things, place. So Busch Gardens, Virginia, for me, is honestly the best. I mean, I don't know, is honestly the best amusement park ever. It is so cool. It has that, England theme, the countries and the rides that match them, and it's, I just absolutely love it. They have non-alcoholic drinks too. Cool. Yeah, because I want to make it past Germany. I'd be done. I know Oktoberfest. See, I like going to Busch Gardens for Oktoberfest because then, like, I don't know. It's been a couple of years. You can just walk up and get on the rides. Oh yeah, Jenny says my theme park is Universal. 100%. That Haggard ride is the best roller coaster I've ever ridden. But that roller coaster is like how they all are at Busch Gardens. Oh, that sounds cool, Sandy. I want to go to Iceland too. My barber just got back from Iceland and he came back with the tea. And I mean, I'm talking like he's like one of these people who like plan up these kind of like interesting, cool little trips, whatever. And he's like, oh yeah, I did this itinerary. I stayed out like 45 minutes outside of everything. So it was like in a little town and then would come into the city. He was like, I was ready to move. Oh, Ireland would be so pretty. I would love to just tour all over there. Just the history of the buildings, of everything. It just looks so cool. So for those that are just joining, we're basically just hanging out talking while we're on lunch. Remember, there's also, I'm telling this to myself too, there's a 30-minute delay with the trial. So I want to go to Salem as well. Oh, France would be another amazing one. Has anybody seen the Absolutely Fabulous episode, the old one, where they go to France and they're holed up in the wrong cottage or whatever, drinking wine? So funny. They have icebergs going very close by here. I want to go to Newfoundland too. Yeah, North and South Carolina, they're both charming states, but to me, I'm kind of like, just because I'm from here. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the Sofa Squad. Yeah, AppHap is so funny, right? Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, you have great family areas. Salem, Mass, 100% want to go. You were born in Cape Fear, a beautiful area. Beautiful. Cape Fear always, and I'm probably because of, if do y'all remember the show Dawson's Creek? They filmed that was like in North Carolina, and just the opening and seeing the stuff, it's always so nostalgic to me. Sip is from the yeah. My credentials, my sofa, my sass. Apologies to Lori trying to get a new judge. What's up with the judge? So, I mean, she better not be. What is this? Oh, it's a foot. I was reaching at him like, what is this part of the dog? He just has his foot stretched out, so it's like, like that. I know we need to take this show on the road. That would be fun to do. I would love that. I don't know how you would do it though. Like, what would be the anchor to it? You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously trials or whatever, but that's so topsy turvy. It's like Shayna and I just went to Megan. We're gonna go to the Megan Boswell sentencing for those lesser crimes, and they rescheduled the day before. Fine, cool, whatever. It's risk you take, right? But I don't know. There's other things I'd like to look into. Paul, Lori filed a motion for a new judge overlay. No, she did not. No, she did not. I mean, will the jury learn about that? Will the jury learn about that? Jocelyn said Lori filed another motion to get a new judge today. I can't roll my eyes hard enough. Hold on. Please hold. Please hold. We've got to go to the X's. We've got to go to the Twitters. Hold on. Come on, Nate. Pardon me. Hey. Welcome to the Sofa Squad. I can't get that out of my head. Justin, oh my gosh. So Nate's, I'm not gonna say it, but Nate's already like talking about what they're back in court, whatever. We'll get to it here in a bit. Welcome to the Sofa Squad. I said hi. I said how. I said hi. True Crime Podcast Festival in Boston. I've never been to Boston either. That sounds cool. Yeah, I mean, honestly, so I'm curious to see who they have on next. Meaning the state, who do they bring up? Um, I mean, bringing Brandon on first was diabolical for Lori, right? Thanks, Butterfly. That would be fun, Kay. Oh yeah, she doesn't want. Lori is a typical bully. She is a coward. Bullies are usually cowards first, but there's usually something they go for the opposite. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be aggressive. I'm gonna be whatever. You know what I'm saying? CrimeCon is months away. So we're in June, July, August. I mean, it's coming on up. It's coming on up to the sky. Jake finally got a piece of the doggy pie. Jake's coming on up. Kate, remind me again what state you're in. I'm sorry, I forget. Yeah, Sofa road trip would be cool. Lauren's back. Lauren is ready. Lauren is invested. Pennsylvania. That's right. Pennsylvania to me, I envision it being another very historical looking place. Brick, lots of red brick buildings, that kind of vibe. Utah in the house. Yeah, I don't. Oh, sorry. Who is this? Oh, whoops. Sorry. I'm just sitting here doing my hands down, and Luke's under my blanket here. I don't remember when BK's trial starts. We'll be definitely streaming it. It's late here. Oh, Frog, yeah, I understand. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, see, I imagine like Brick Street. I just that whole vibe, which I could see if maybe you're from there, you'd be like, oh gosh, I'm over it. But like in my mind, that looks like, what I'm saying, the same things that I'm over like for North Carolina, where I'm like, ugh, I don't know. It's just, it's like you kind of just get used to wherever you're at. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I get like fascinated with other places. Jenny, meow meow. That would be so cool. Oh, side note, has anybody been watching, um, um, what is it? The Tylenol murders on Netflix? Y'all, it's good. It's like one of those things where it's like you knew the case. I mean, now some people might have like already gone, lived through it, whatever. But like I knew the case, I knew the gist of it, but not all the stuff behind it. I'm 1.5 episodes in. Please hold. Jake said he's moving on up. Yeah, I'm gonna do like a little video on it or whatever. Oh, on the Rev. Thank you, the Rev. Uh, Gee, I appreciate you always the first time. The timbre of your voice is. Oh, I appreciate that. That's a really nice compliment. Oh, Sandra, thank you. I really appreciate that. So I'm like catching up with all my stuff popping off over here. Hey, Paul, how's it going? I grew up in the cutest, best cooking. Oh no, I'm gonna go. Oh, that would be nice. Sure, Froggy. Now I'll say this: these dogs would go crazy, but we'll make it work. All dogs are welcome. All cats are welcome. All animals. Goody, 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 goo. Goody, 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 goo. Goody, 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 goody. Hey. Hey, boys. What's going on? Very lazy little doggies today. Wait, Florence says, I'm away to Bangor to check on my mother-in-law. Oh, isn't that really nice place there? I feel like I've looked into, pardon me. I feel like I've looked into that. Yeah, the boys, meaning these boys, they don't they do okay with each other, but they're not like, dog park dogs. They're like, oh, another dog. There has to be a very controlled environment. You know what I'm saying? Like we introduce them and we do this and we do that. Like they're all very much just like used to being like around us. They're not very socialized, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, that's so cute, Indy. Oh, good night, Anita. I hope you have sweet dreams. Sleep well. Oh, I love old cemeteries. I love kind of learning about people's history and that kind of stuff, like their lives, and all the little things you learn, the nuggets you learn in old graveyards about people and their stories. I just love, I just think at the end of the day, as humans, we love storytelling. You know what I'm saying? In some fashion. I think that's one of the things with true crime is there's a storytelling aspect. It's somebody's story, multiple ways, whether it's the perpetrators, the victims, the whole thing, whatever. It's a story to learn. Um, and it's just interesting when you look at the historical narrative of how we've passed down storytelling, all the way to now here, where even as, reduced down as it is, it's like TikTok is, telling stories and this and whatever, right? Hey, Mads, most of my commentary was my mouth on the floor. Yeah, Jennifer, excellent. Yeah, to me, like I always tell people, like if you want to learn, if you want to put your true thumbprint on life or a thing or whatever, read fiction, short stories, fiction. Yeah, hold on, I gotta get that, y'all. Hello. 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 I mean, did they forget about us, y'all? I mean, we need to be let in on something. I mean, I feel like they've been going on for 3 days. Oh yeah, the starlet era of Hollywood.
Some kind of food on that.
He's like, yeah, absolutely getting those edibles. He's like, I think I'm gonna get them delivered maybe next Friday at like 2:00. She's like, sir, there's actually a better hookup for the edibles across the street. I'm going there right now. Get you okay? Cool. I'll go get you some. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I'm on my way for the edibles. Lori says, hello. I bid you a solemn good afternoon, everybody. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to get a new judge. Okay, so, Lori, I just want to let you know that I did have 5 edibles. I can see colors and air right now, but I will represent you. Oh. Judge is like, I don't want anyone to be alarmed about this. I don't want anyone to be any certain way. But y'all just remind me what are we here for again? She's like, we're here for Lori Daybell. Lori Daybell, who's that? It's the kind of funky one over there. Okay, cool, thanks. I got into that. I'm sorry. Okay, so why don't we just focus on this for a minute? I'm gonna kind of fighting for my life over here. He's like, I'm just trying. I'm busy right now. Just trying to stay alive. Oh Lord. Yeah, I'm so curious, y'all. I'm not looking at Nate's thing anymore. I want to see. I just feel like she can only ask him maybe a couple of things. Like it's
Defendant
gonna.
filed a motion over the lunch hour.
That guy's coming up here. Sir, so we looked into it. It is actually illegal to eat the edibles during the court. Are you sure? What if I'm like retiring next week? Yeah, it's completely illegal. Yeah, definitely gonna get in trouble for it. Yeah, no. Also, Lori's lawyer, she passed out a minute ago. Yeah, she really hit him hard. I mean, I don't blame her. Okay, thanks, Judge. There's the real hookup. She's like, I got the brownies, everybody. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Oh my God, you guys, I'm so embarrassed. Oh my God, hold on. Here they are. Here they are. Okay, be discreet. They're in this little envelope. Don't say anything. I'm just going to put them here. Pretend you're getting something. Okay, well, I'm just going to take these brownies. Yep, just getting paperwork, guys. Just looking at paperwork. I'm going to take these papers over here.
The parties are present, the jury's not present. I guess there was some issue when we had our pretrial conference a couple weeks ago, you had filed a motion to meet with your advisory council over the lunch hour. That was granted, but apparently you weren't.
Oh, maybe they weren't supposed to show this. Yo, what's going on here? Hold on. Okay, I'm looking at another thing. We'll see if it goes.
That should be done. I know there's spots here in this building right behind this courtroom. What other issues?
We were unable to get a hold of my investigator. He isn't answering the phone or has not answered the emails yet, so I didn't know what remedy we can take for that. I have an idea, but
Okay, what's your idea?
maybe doing the cross out of order, maybe taking on another after the direct is done, so that I could get with him to get that information.
Do you know if any of the documents you'd plan on using may have already been marked by the state as exhibits?
We could look at them and
I think that's
check it
where
out.
you might want to start is
Okay.
if it's already been marked, or maybe tell the state what you're looking for. Because if we don't need to wait for things that are already available to us, that would be ideal.
And could we do that on the break or?
I guess what we'll do is we'll proceed with direct of this witness, and maybe we'll take a short break when the state's done with this witness.
I mean, we just got.
And then we'll try to sort it out.
Okay.
Was there some motion that was filed over the lunch hour?
Yes.
I haven't seen it. What is it?
It's a 10.1 motion that I thought was filed yesterday, but they just brought a notary in today.
For a change of judge again?
Correct.
All right, well, I guess that can be referred to the criminal presiding judge.
You knew he knew what it
deliver a
was.
copy to Judge Green today, and I'm sure she'll get to it as soon as she can. But we'll proceed with trial.
Okay.
Let's bring in the jury. Can I remind the witness, you are somewhat soft-spoken, so try to remember to get as close to that microphone as you can.
That is so cringy. Like super. We doing okay over here, Oliver? Yeah, hold on a minute. Once they start talking, I'm gonna mute it because somebody's gonna be walking in, and the dog's gonna get ballistic in a minute. She got real soft, quiet when he said that. He's like, "What was the motion over?" It was a 10 something. Is that for a new judge? Sure. Sure, Jan. If only the jury could see all this. Why they gotta keep freezing the camera up? I don't know what's going on now. Yeah, they got some.
When we had
Okay, I muted myself, y'all.
broke, we were talking about your travel and the travel of the Jeep after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
In terms of your movement, you told us that the Jeep had gone, I'm going to take this out of the shiny gloss. You told us the Jeep had gone on Phelps up to Cole and you were here, and that's where you saw it turn on Wait?
Correct.
Were you able to kind of see across here to watch the Jeep?
Yeah, you can't see from this aerial view, but there's just like a fence and there's nothing else there. It's just bushes. So you can see almost that whole street there on Wait from where I was sitting.
Which direction was your car facing? Towards Fry or away from Fry?
My nose was pointed towards Fry.
Okay. So you were able to see the Jeep then continue and turn down this street?
Correct.
After that, did you see the Jeep again?
I didn't.
Where did you go? What was your return route back to your house?
I did a U-turn there on Cole, and then I turned onto Wait, and I drove down Wait, and then back onto Phelps.
So sort of following the path of the Jeep as well until you got to Phelps?
Yeah, and then I just pulled into my driveway.
Okay.
And then I sat and waited for an officer.
Were you on with 911 during that whole time?
I was.
Exhibits 4, 9, 13, and 14. When you came back to your house, well, let me ask you, I want to ask you some distance. When you first arrived at your house and you saw that Jeep, you told us you'd never seen it before. Can you tell us approximately how far away you were from the back of that Jeep when you heard that gunshot?
Well, you could kind of see in that map, there's only two houses. I was at the end of the first house, and the driveway was on the end half of my house. So I was past the point of my house and moving towards that driveway. So I would probably say a few feet, 15 feet or 10 feet or something like that was the distance.
Do you recall ever saying maybe 20 or so feet?
I'm sure I could have. It was a long time ago.
I've shown the defendant exhibits 4, 9, 13, and 14, if I can have my paralegal approach with these exhibits. You can take a look at those and let me know if they depict Phelps Street and the house you rented, as well as some cones to represent different things in the street.
Yes,
Do you recognize all of those?
I do.
State will move to admit 4, 9, 13, and 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
4, 9, 13, and 14
13 and 14.
are admitted.
I'm going to start with 4. In this photograph, we see a police car down here. Is this your car here?
It is.
So is this the street that when you're turning down Phelps, you're talking about coming from this end?
Yes,
So you pass one house and your house is the second house.
correct.
Okay.
And that's the white van that was parked there.
Okay. So we have another photo. Let me first kind of go here. In this photograph, is this your residence? And this is exhibit 9.
Yes,
Okay. And this is your driveway.
correct. It's on the outside
And
edge.
so is this the area? Well, let me ask you, where was the Jeep parked?
You can see just the front of the white van's bumper there. It literally, the bumper of the Jeep was touching that van's bumper. It was just right on top of it. So the back of the Jeep would have been right where your pin point is right now.
Okay, so right at the edge of your driveway?
Correct.
I'm going to use 13 and then 14 to give us kind of, we'll go back and forth between them. So in 14 here, is this the white vehicle you were talking about?
Yes,
And this shaded area between the Jeep and the driveway is where you're discussing that the Jeep was parked?
correct.
And then this is your driveway.
Yes,
The rear of the Jeep was facing you.
correct. It was facing towards me.
We see 2 cones here. What do those depict in terms of the location of your vehicle?
The front of my vehicle would be that one that your pen's pointing at, and the back of my vehicle would be there. That's an estimate. Obviously, we were trying to recreate, but that's an estimate about where my car was when I heard the shot and my window shattered.
Okay. So at this point, when we were talking about slowing down, had you started to turn into the driveway yet?
No.
So you were still sort of straightforward?
Correct.
Okay. And so the distance that we're talking about is what we see here in 13 from this cone to the edge of your driveway here?
Correct.
Okay. So a little over the width of your driveway.
Yeah.
When you saw the rifle come out of the rear of that Jeep, can you describe for us what you say you saw on the end of it?
It was cylindrical, and it looked a little bigger than a normal. I mean, every muzzle at the end of those rifles has some kind of a sight or usually something on it that they use to when you're shooting. But this looked like it had something different on it. It was a little bigger, and that's why I said a suppressor or I mean, I didn't get a long look at it, but it definitely stood out to me that it looked a little different. I think that's the part that I described was that it was noticeable.
Okay, so it was wider or bigger than the normal barrel itself?
Correct.
Okay. When the window shattered next to you, did anything come in to you that you recognized at that time?
No.
Did you understand at that point there wasn't a hole in your window?
Correct.
As you hear that bang and see your window shatter here, is that then when you accelerate this direction that we see down Exhibit 14?
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
Okay. And then when you got to the end of this street, which direction did you go?
I went right.
Okay. And then you headed straight up Cole and stopped at that park or whatever with the pool?
Yes.
As you are waiting in the driveway here in your car, did you get out of it? I know you said the door opened, but did you get out?
I didn't get out and look at my car. The door opened, the window fell down, and I think that I just kind of let the window fall there, and I might have moved like part of the window over, but I'm pretty sure I think that and I'd have to probably review, but I'm pretty sure they asked me to stay in my car till the police officer arrived. So I'm pretty sure I just stayed in the car and waited for the officer.
So before the officer arrived, did you look at your vehicle itself? I'm going to put up Exhibit 25 again.
The first time that I looked at the outside of the exterior of my vehicle was actually when the officer walked me over to my car. And both of us at the same time saw on the top of the door frame there's the spot where the bullet hit. And that was the first time that I knew for certain that I had kind of been shot at. And I remember probably another feeling of shock again, kind of like the first time when someone shoots at you and it's loud, and I remember just thinking like, that's really close to where I was sitting. Like it was inches from my head.
Shown the defendant Exhibit 26. Approach. Brandon, do you recognize what that is a photograph of?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
That's the photograph of the top of my car.
That show the bullet hole that you saw?
It does, yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 26.
Any objection?
No objection.
26 is admitted.
So we see here in Exhibit 26, is this the bullet hole?
That is.
Dumb question, was it there before?
No,
Was your window broken before this?
no.
And you were sitting right here.
Correct. You can't see it as well, but that's when you sit in that with the way I was sitting in the chair, my head would have been right at that level.
When you called 911, were you sort of telling them both sort of what had just happened as well as what was ongoing happening, what you're seeing with the Jeep?
Correct.
Did you make that, you told us, as you're immediately driving away from this shooting?
Yeah, I immediately thought the right thing to do was call 911.
Did you tell the operator at one point you were almost out of breath?
Yeah, when I remember when I first called, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I just remember I couldn't breathe. I was like feeling surprised, maybe. I don't think we have a word for that feeling.
Were you scared?
Yeah,
Do you have concern for your life at that point?
yes,
Or were you trying to figure out what had just happened?
yes.
And I've shown the defendant Exhibit 125, the 911 call. If I could have our legal play that, just to have the witness identify himself in it.
Go ahead.
You can approach with the computer.
Yes.
Brandon, if you can just listen to that. Have you listened to your 911 call before?
I have, yeah.
You can listen
Yes.
to that and let us know if you recognize that as your 911 call and as your voice.
Yes, this is my 911 call.
Thank you. Under the state will move to admit Exhibit 125 pursuant to 8031, 8032, and 902.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And if we can publish that.
Go ahead.
Gee, I moved to a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove?
October 2nd, 2019. 9 hours, 14 minutes, 53 seconds.
911, where's your emergency?
Someone just shot my window.
Okay, where
they're in a
at?
Jeep. I'm in the Cooley Station neighborhood. I was pulling in my house at 38755 East. But I can see them driving off.
Okay, someone shot at your vehicle?
Yeah, and it hit my window. It shattered my driver's side window.
Okay, when you pulled into his driveway?
As I was trying to pull in my driveway. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm a little off breath. They just drove off. I saw them drive off.
Okay. Do you know who these people are?
I have no idea. I moved into a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove away?
Jeep Wrangler, had a Texas plate on it. It was,
Jeep
It was,
Wrangler?
Yeah, it was olive green.
Olive green? Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. Texas license plate?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't get the plate. I'm sorry. I got a little nervous.
That's okay. That's all right. Oh, which way did they go? Do you remember?
You're driving south towards Pecos Road, between Pecos and Rector.
Okay. Okay. You don't see the vehicle anymore?
No, they left. They drove off.
Did you see how many people were in the Jeep? Sir?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, did you see how many people were in the Jeep?
There must have been at least two because somebody shot at me and then somebody else drove off, and I don't think they had enough time to go climb from the back into the front.
Right. Okay. And then do you have any injuries? Did they shoot at you?
They shot at me, it hit my window, it bounced off. It might not have been a real gun. It was loud, but it might have been like a paintball gun or something. I mean, it should have hit me or gone through my window. It just shattered it. It didn't go through.
Okay. Okay. And your window is shattered?
Yeah.
Okay. And you have no idea who these people are?
No idea.
Are you okay?
They were just parked like right in front of my house.
Okay. They were parked out. So they were parked across the street in front of your house?
You know, in front, right on the same side of the street as my house, right in front. There's a minivan there. They're just parked right in front of that.
Okay.
I'm pulling into my house because they're gone.
Okay. Where are you at right now?
In my car.
Where are you at?
In my car at my house at 38
Okay.
East Phelps Street. I'm going to walk over here and see if I can see what they shot at me.
And what kind of car were you in?
I'm in a black Tesla Model X.
It's a black what?
Tesla Model X.
Okay, black Tesla Model X. Okay. Okay. All right. I do have officers on the way to meet you.
Okay.
Do you want to go inside or do you want to wait outside wherever you feel?
I'll wait out here. Yeah, I don't know that it was a real gun. Maybe it was. I can't tell. I don't think it was because we should have gone through my window.
Okay. All right. And what is your name?
My name's Brandon Boudreaux.
And your phone number? Okay. Okay. I'm going to stay on the line with you just to make sure you're safe, just in case they come back. Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do you see the officer pulling up?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. Looks like he's coming up Phelps. You said 3875 East Phelps, correct?
Correct. I wonder if he's on, there's another section of it. He might be on the other section.
Okay, because, yeah, his car is showing right near Fisher Lane and Phelps Street.
I'm at, what is the cross street? Sorry, I just moved really quick. Yeah, I'm at Fisher and Phelps. I don't see it.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. It's funny, his car was showing there for a second, and now it's showing back at Higley and Pecos, so that's kind of weird.
Wonder if he saw the Jeep drive off or something.
Maybe. I know that there's actually an officer that's heading towards you, and then there's other officers that are dispatched that are looking for the car. So we've got several guys looking out for the car, but we have one headed towards your house.
Okay.
I think he accidentally hit his arrive button is what happened, because he's still moving. So just out of nowhere, did you see the guy that
I didn't see who it was. It was weird because I was pulling in and I saw a Jeep, Texas plate, and I thought, oh, that's weird. You know, my neighbor must have someone visiting, and then they like lifted up their little back window in their Jeep, and I saw like a muzzle, and then I heard a snap, and my window shattered. So I just, instead of turning into my driveway, I just hit the gas and drove off because I didn't know. Then kind of when I got my bearings, I realized I should call 911.
Okay.
So then I drove, and then I didn't drive very far. I just drove around the corner and waited for you guys to pick up, and then I kind of saw them come around the corner and go down the road and start driving down south towards Pecos and Brecker.
Okay. And did they look like Hispanic?
And I knew that was the only way
white
out.
males?
I didn't see a person at all. I didn't get to see a person.
Okay.
I knew there was only one way out of Pecos Manor, and that's down there on Pecos Road, so that's why I told you that.
Okay. All right. I do see the officer pulling up on Fisher from Fairview.
Okay. So he's coming from the other way. He'll come around right now. I'll see him in just a sec.
Okay.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and let you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
Bye.
October 2nd, 2019.
I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that you told the 911 operator. You mentioned in the call that you thought it might be a paintball gun because it should have gone through the window. When you were saying this, were you at all contemplating that there's no paint on your window?
No.
Were you sort of that frantic, you're just trying to come up with excuses or ways to explain what happened?
I was just trying to figure out why a bullet didn't come through the window. A bullet should always go through the window was what was going on in my mind. So I was trying to come up with a reason.
So you didn't know through this whole call that your car itself had been hit?
No.
We hear that you, when you got into the driveway, a loud crash.
Yes.
What was that?
When I put my car into park, when it automatically opened that door, and then the whole window just fell right there. And most of it kind of stayed together, like I think the window tint or something held a lot of it together, but also a lot of it didn't. And it was like all over inside my car and all over on the, a little bit on the driveway.
Okay. You also told them that you thought there might be two people. Why did you think that?
I was trying to figure out how someone could have been laying in the back shooting at you and gotten into the front and gotten out of there so quick. I was thinking like you'd have to jump over a chair. It seemed like they moved very quickly. So I think I was just trying to come up with a logical reason how they could have moved so fast.
We can have the Elmo again, please. Thank you. Putting exhibit 1 back up here. So this is the residence that you were arriving back to, correct?
Correct.
And your car was facing this direction west?
Correct.
And so the Jeep itself was also facing west?
Correct.
When you drove up to the pool, is that in this area off of Cole?
Yes.
And were you all the way up here before you saw the Jeep turn on to wait?
I was, yes.
So there was some time actually before the Jeep was able to follow and catch up with you.
Correct. I think in your mind, everything's happening so fast. I was just surprised by how quickly they were moving, but listening to it, for instance, you can hear that there was a lot more time that elapsed than what you thought in the moment.
So time when you were going through this stressful situation seemed faster to you and now listening to the 911 call that you're talking while this was occurring, you can tell it's a little slower.
Yes.
Do you recall where you were when you were able to finally get your phone and start calling 911?
I was at the end there of Phelps Street, about to turn onto Cole and then I had to unlock my phone, so it took me a couple more seconds around the corner to get it.
Okay. So you were able to drive down Phelps, get into your phone, and get up to Cole and park there. And then you saw the Jeep also turn on Cole and then turn on Waite.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you ever see anyone
As in a
in
person?
the vehicle, in the Jeep?
I didn't see who was driving the Jeep.
When you saw the rear window go up, you couldn't see who was in the back?
I didn't get a look at a person, no.
And then when the Jeep turned, you're looking in your rear view mirror towards it?
Yes, and then because I noticed it, I turned my body and looked out across.
And so as the Jeep came up Cole and turned onto Waite, you were not able to see who the driver was?
No.
In the 911 call, we hear the 911 operator refer to the officer as a he. Was the first officer on scene a male or female?
Female.
When the female arrived, you got off the call with 911?
I did, yes.
And did you speak with her and then walk her over to your car?
I did, yes.
And did she point out this bullet hole in your car?
She did, yes.
When you saw that, what happened physically to you?
I remember within a short amount of time, I asked her if I could sit down. I started getting a little bit overwhelmed because I realized that someone shot at me, was trying to kill me. If my head was that close, that's the only logical thing.
Before you saw that bullet hole, were you still sort of trying to explain how there's not a hole in your window?
Yes.
After you saw that bullet hole, did you start to think that someone had tried to kill you?
Yes. I remember I texted my father, told him that.
What did you text your father?
I said, I think someone just tried to kill me.
Were you thinking about how close you had come to death?
Yeah.
As you were experiencing all these emotions and trying to figure out how to handle this and texting your dad, did the police ask if there was anyone that could come stay with you?
Yeah, they did. And because I didn't have any family, I just said, I had my two business partners who were really good friends, and I asked if they could come.
Did you have to tell them where to come?
Yeah, they didn't have my address.
Did they come and stay with you?
They did.
Did you eventually move with them across the street to kind of hang out in the shade?
It was hot, so yes, we moved over to a cooler spot as the day went on.
And we see in Exhibit 9, is this actually you guys sitting over here?
That is.
At some point, did a detective come get you and interview you?
Yeah, Detective Pillar came over and got me.
Did he interview you?
Yes, he did.
Where did that interview take place?
We walked around that corner. He had his car parked and in a kind of a shady spot, and we did an interview in his car.
Was that recorded?
I believe so.
The first patrol officer on scene, that female officer, did she ask you if you could think of anyone who would want to harm you?
She might have. I don't recall. I'm not certain.
Okay. When you met with Detective Pillar, did he ask you if you knew anyone who would want to harm you?
Yes.
Do you remember a lot of your interaction with that first officer?
To be honest, like the part that I remember the most is just when I saw the bullet hole, and I think maybe just kind of got a little bit of shock because it was real when I called 911, but then I kept thinking to myself, a bullet didn't come through my window. And, you know, I just, when I saw that, I just realized like, no, someone is 100% trying to kill me. And then it was kind of an emotional little bit, like I felt a little overwhelmed.
When you talked to Detective Pillar, was that a little bit later, but while you're still sitting here on the scene?
Yes.
Had you had time to kind of get yourself back under control?
Yes.
Do you remember that conversation more than your
Yes.
conversation with the first officer?
Yes, I do.
At that time, when you were asked by Detective Pillar if there was anyone you knew who might want to harm you, were you able to provide any names?
I told him the only person I could think of.
And who was that?
It was two people. It was Lori and Alex.
Is that Lori Vallow?
Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
So the morning of October 2nd of 2019, you have already told Detective Pillar that's who you believed is the only person you could think of who would want to harm you.
Yes.
Had you met Detective Pillar before that morning?
No, didn't know him.
Did you tell the police to tell Detective Pillar that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox had been involved in an incident in July of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona?
I did.
Did you think that that incident had something to do with this?
I did.
You were asked by the police, or do you recall being asked by the police if you had any issues with money or anyone else?
I do.
And did you have anyone else that you could think of that would want to shoot at you?
I did not.
Did you tell the police about your wife Melanie's relationship with Lori Vallow?
I did.
You told us that the Jeep that you saw parked right next to your driveway that we see here in Exhibit 9 had a Texas license plate, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell the police that Lori Vallow had lived in Texas?
I did.
So during the time you had known her, you were aware that she and Charles Vallow had lived in Texas?
Correct.
Did it seem relevant to you that you see a Jeep with a Texas plate in front of your house?
It did.
So on October 2nd, when you were shot at, Melanie was living here in Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And she lived close to your house in Phelps? Within a couple miles?
Within a couple miles, yes.
And she was the only person who, outside those two neighbors and two friends, who knew this address?
Correct.
On October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Lori Vallow was living?
No, I did not.
And on October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Alex Cox was living?
No, I did not.
But in July of 2019, you knew they were living in Chandler, Arizona? Or
Yes, I did.
Lori Vallow was living there. Did you ever learn that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did Melanie ever move out of Arizona?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Did Melanie, your wife, or maybe by then your ex-wife, ever move out of Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall when she moved out of Arizona?
The end of October 31st or November 1st, 2019.
And did you learn where she moved?
Next door to Lori.
In
Idaho.
Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I need to take a couple-minute recess to sort out an issue.
I
I'll have the three
mean,
retire to the jury room. Please remember the admonition.
All right, Jerry.
the judge is like, mm-mm. Okay, y'all, here we go. He's ready to just clean house. He's got evil, and he's like, I'm gonna get Lori. He's looking at her. He's like, you're done with. Give her old zippity zap on that belt, fellas.
All right, you may be seated. The jury is no longer present. Do you have some exhibits that you could use, or what are you missing? Or
I don't have any exhibits that I need. My investigator has he has the whole file. He has the whole file on Brandon. I tried to get it from him last night, but was unable to.
are there being arrangements made? Maybe your paralegal can pick it up from him tonight or someone?
We're trying to do that, exactly.
Do you have another witness here? Do you mind going out of order?
Your Honor, if that's necessary, we can go out of order so that we can continue proceeding today.
Okay. I'll inform the jury that normally, as we said in the preliminary instructions, that there'll be a direct examination, a cross-examination, and then a redirect examination. But this time we're going to take a witness out of order, and the defense will cross-examine Mr. Boudreaux at a later time in the trial. If you need me to contact OPDS to try to get something done with getting a hold of your investigator, or you want me to, please let me know before we leave here today.
Okay.
All right,
Judge, if I can just make sure, I told my witnesses too,
okay,
because I obviously didn't know this. So if I could go check and see if they're
Absolutely.
here before we bring the jury in.
that's fine.
And Your Honor, can we make this a 15-minute break or no?
Do you need some time? All right, we'll go ahead and do a 15-minute recess for the court reporter as well. And just let us know when your witness is here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She did that on purpose. She totally did that on purpose. She wanted to see what was said, and she's going to go home and cook up something tonight. Your Honor, and watch. How much y'all want to bet when she does get up there, she'll ask 2 questions. Yeah, she doesn't want to touch that. I'm telling you, she's a coward. There's nothing you can say to the testimony that just happened if you're the person who allegedly did it. And I mean, this case is a little bit different because we followed it for so years. It's not like we're just learning about this. Like, well, come on. We know so much about this. And again, it hasn't gone through the thing. I get that, right? But this is insane. She's pulling out every little thing. Every little thing. Yeah, right. I mean, 100%. Okay, I got to run to the powder room. Please hold. Stretch your legs. Do what you got to do. We'll be right back. I said, hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Shibba dibba dooby, hey, hey, hey. You know, I'm sitting over here. I think I'll start preparing the live for tomorrow morning with the mushrooms. Hello, come on in. Don't know where my accent's from. Go on, lay down. Go on. Snuggle in. Go on. All little puppies, snuggle in. We can't get picky, Luke. Luke has a very specific spot that he likes. So, yeah. Lori did that on purpose. She's conjuring up something. She's trying to get rid of the judge. She's trying to do all sorts of stuff. She's just exhausted. I mean, that judge has to just be like over it, right? She's gonna have to go home and really think about some stuff. She's gonna have to be like, now, how would I do? How am I gonna get out of this? How do I say what do I say about this text messages? What do I do about this or that? Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to the Sofa Squad. Okay. Let's go on and make the live for tomorrow morning for the Mushroom Morning Massacre Talk. Mushroom Morning Marathon. So for those just joining, we'll be catching up on that at 9 in the morning on this channel before court. So tomorrow's going to be a mega live streaming day. But you know what? I love it. It's fun to hang out with the Sofa Squad. Sippers from the cup. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, so okay, farmers said make sure to smash that like button, just like Lori's Hope for Freedom. Have y'all seen that dude on TikTok who he'll be going somewhere and his wife's always behind him, and he pretends to be an influencer, and he'll be like they'll be in like at dinner, and he'll be like, "Hey everybody, don't forget to smash that like button. We're at so and so," and his wife gets embarrassed every time, and now he's like gone viral over doing it. It's so funny. Hey Dominique. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome to the Sofa Squad. Yes, they are taking a 15-minute break so that Lori can go cry in the bathroom. She's going to come in Skittles just running down her face. Rainbow colors running down her face. Yeah, NRH. So NRH, I have read the first day of her testimony, and that's it. And then I'm people who send me the stuff and all that, whatever, I'm compiling all those because I mean, and I've heard some of it here and there, obviously, but I'm holding off to read it for the live chat so it'll hit completely. So I've heard bits and pieces because I'm like, okay, what is she saying about this or what is she saying about that? So I'm going to review it tonight and I'm going to hold off reading the notes verbatim or whatever for tomorrow. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sippeth from the cup. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, she's got a headache, all right, Dominique. She's got a whole bunch of stuff going on right now. And the name of her headache is Brandon Boudreaux. Okay. She was, I think Lori was like, oh, we've got old Brandon up first. I wasn't planning on that. Oh, I wasn't planning. I mean, probably in her mind, she was like, the jury won't like him. They'll see my side. Yeah, 9 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, we could have Aaron cook up a little recipe for Lori. Yeah, totally agree, curiously. Yes, Sandra says she has no idea how to handle this. Totally agree. She's having to, I mean, now I'll say this, if I was her, I would have to do the same thing. I'd be like, I raise my hand, I'd be like, Judge, I just want to say this right here. Number one, diabolical on y'all's part over there at that table for putting Brandon on first. Now I'm gonna have to cook something up because I don't know how to digest that. Don't know what to say about it, don't know what to do. So she went back there, she cooked that up. She's like, oh gosh, we can't get a hold of so and so. She's just winging it. She's just winging it. So here we have the victim of the crime, the direct victim, getting up there and telling his story. Does not come off as any of the things that she has said. Again, as far as I'm concerned, God bless him. And the way he's describing, like, I'm going to call it PTSD, but obviously I'm not, you know what I'm saying, a doctor or anything, but like the shock of living through something like that. Can you imagine? And he's telling that story, so he's walking us through that moment of like, I didn't think the window was broken, and it was, and then I was like, wait a minute, someone's trying to kill, like that realization, because that's so human, it's so real, right? Like it's like listening to him tell him, I'm like, yeah. And like the way he was like, it all happened instantly. I saw this, I saw the thing, the window comes down, there's a bang, I'm sitting here thinking this, like he's just describing like that shock. And I think it translates pardon me, and I think it translates to the jury. Farmer, you bring up an amazing point. Wouldn't it be crazy if Aaron poisoned people by accident but panicked and tried to cover up? Literally has crossed my mind. Literally has crossed my mind. Where it's almost like where they'll do like some of these crimes and stuff like that where people, it's almost like yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, right. Dominique says that your mind doesn't comprehend that. And then Megan says trying to rationalize it. 100%. Oh, it's okay. 100%. Because again, like that, like no matter what's going on, whatever, even though he knew this drama popped up over here, none of us are expecting really to get shot at and killed. Maybe if you're, in the mob or, whatever, but just everyday kind of run the mill stuff, it's not on your radar. And even when it would happen, I think it would still be shocking. I mean, just think of traumatic events that you've lived through, whether it's been like an accident, falling, a car wreck, whatever. I can't imagine hearing those sounds because, I mean, I grew up in the country, so I'm used to hearing gunshots like all the time, but not like that up close. You know what I'm saying? Not like somebody just shot my window out while I'm driving. Hey, Alpha, how's it going? You're right, Farmer. I agree. I don't even think she had a PI either. She's like, hey. Welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sippeth from the cup. Hey. Okay, so I have the thing for tomorrow for that. Do we know how long the trial is going tonight? Sipping from the cup, and hey, hey, hey. I said my name is Luca, and I'm here to say I'm hitting my afternoon. Well, it's not even that. It's like getting early evening. I guess it's afternoon. I'm lying, right? It's 5:30. Listen to me. It's dinner time. I mean, I'm at that point. Yeah. I mean, honestly, dinner time, right? Bedtime, couple hours away. I'm just at that stage in life. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. We've got drama. Hold on. I'm gonna mute myself.
I'm sorry.
Y'all, the grocery store had a live band on it. Grocery store had a live band on it. I think it turned up at the grocery store up here. Grocery store's party time up here.
All right, you can be seated.
Oh, here we go.
The jury's present. Members of the jury, in your preliminary instructions, I said normally there's a direct examination followed by a cross-examination by the opposing side and then a redirect examination. Sometimes we need to do things a little bit out of order. So the defendant's cross-examination of that witness is going to take place at a later time. We're going to take a witness a little bit out of order. Please don't speculate as to why that's happening. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Elizabeth Collins.
Hello. You can state and spell your first and last name. Elizabeth Collins. L-L-I-N-S. If you raise your right hand, you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to have a seat here to my left.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Elizabeth Collins.
And do you live here in Arizona?
I do live here in Arizona.
Back in 2019, did you own any rental properties?
I did.
And did you own a rental property at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
Is that here in Maricopa County?
Yes, it is.
When did you purchase that house?
I purchased that house in October of 2018.
And how long had you been renting that house?
I've been renting it since I purchased it.
Was this a long-term rental or one of those short-term Airbnb type of things?
Long-term rental.
Did you have a minimum lease length?
Our minimum lease length for the initial lease is 1 year.
So you'd had at least one person in there since you'd purchased the home?
Correct.
Prior to October 2nd of 2019, had you ever had any issues at that house?
Never.
Any prior disturbances in that neighborhood?
None, and none that I was aware of.
Okay. No shootings at the home?
No shootings at the home.
No police going out there to your knowledge?
None to my knowledge.
Was this pretty much a normal, quiet rental property?
Yes.
Did you ever rent 3875 East Phelps Street house in Gilbert to Brandon Boudreaux?
I did.
Did you go through a company to advertise the lease?
We did. We used a realtor that was a friend of ours to help us advertise the property for lease and to do the legal documentation.
Okay. I'm going to put up oops, can I have Thelma? Thank you. Has previously been admitted as Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this street?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to zoom in a little here. Do you recognize this house over here and this sign?
Yes, so the rental property is on the right-hand side of that photograph.
So basically the house right here?
Yes,
Then you indicated that you used a company to do your lease agreement.
yes, I did.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 119, if I may have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize Exhibit 119?
Yes, this is the lease agreement.
And then that's the one that you made with Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, it is.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 119.
Any objection?
No objection.
119 is admitted.
So in Exhibit 119, we see that you were the landlord, one of the two, I guess, landlords.
Yes,
And then you rented this to Brandon Boudreaux.
correct.
Did he have other individuals listed on the lease agreement to also be present at the property?
Just the names of his children?
Okay, so his 4 children were listed on there.
Yes.
What was the date for the lease to begin?
Oh, I believe it was September 23rd, 2019. We signed it on the 13th, which is what threw me off, but
Perfect. So the lease agreement started September 23rd and was going to be until September 30th of the next year.
correct.
And then you indicated that this was signed on the 13th of September.
That's my recollection.
Let me go to the last page of Exhibit 119. So does that show the different signatures, or at least yours at that time? And I think,
Correct. Mine and my husband's.
and then we see Brandon's signature as well for the 13th.
Correct.
Now, when you leased this property to Brandon Boudreaux, did you include, or was there ever any inclusion of a person by the name of Melanie Boudreaux on that lease?
No, there was not.
Did you ever have the name of anyone by the name of Lori Vallow on that lease?
No.
How about Alexander Cox?
No.
As someone who leases properties, rental properties, do you put your lease agreements out in any type of public website or social media?
No, never.
So you wouldn't have put it out there that Brandon Boudreaux was now living at 3875 East Phelps Street?
No, that would be unprofessional.
So prior to October 2nd of 2019, once you signed that contract, that was just your information and his information?
That was my understanding, yes.
And you never told anyone about who was moving into your house?
Besides my realtor, no.
Perfect. Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Any direct?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. You can step down. Thank you. Go ahead. All right, so you're going to come on right up here. My clerk will swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Thank you.
You're going to walk around the the court reporter here and have a seat to my left.
If you can roll up close to the microphone, thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Abbott.
Can you tell us, do you still live in Arizona?
Yes.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, where did you live?
3870 East Phelps, Gilbert.
Did you rent or own that house?
Rent.
How long had you lived there?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. Can you describe for us that neighborhood? What was it like?
It was a quiet residential neighborhood. It was a very quiet street. It was not a through street. A mixture of families living there.
Okay. Had you ever had any problems or issues on that street?
No.
Okay. And you said that it wasn't a through street. For that whole neighborhood, I guess let me ask you, sometimes there are neighborhoods that have, that are kind of cut throughs to go to other main streets. What was your neighborhood like in that way? Was there a lot of traffic of people trying to cut through to get to other thoroughfares?
No, it was a series of residential side streets winding and into inside the residential community.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 3 here. Pull it out a little. Does this sort of show that neighborhood with this being Phelps Street where you lived?
Yes.
So when you're talking about this neighborhood, there's no easy way to get from Pecos to Fry Road, right?
Correct.
Since you lived in this neighborhood for a couple of years, did you see some of the same vehicles parked on your street all the time?
Yes.
And so you sort of knew which ones would belong to your neighbors?
Generally, yes.
Okay. I'm going to put Exhibit 1 up here. Not sure if you're able to make out sort of little house shapes. Are you able to see those house shapes up there?
Yes.
Okay, so we see this is 3875 East Phelps. Where was your house? Was it on the same side of the street, on the other side of the street?
3870 would have been on the same side.
So on the same side of the street as this, and where was it in relation to that?
One to the left, looking at it.
Okay, so this is Phelps. Are you on this side of the street or this side of the street? The upper or the lower?
I'm sorry, I was on upper, third house in from right there, yes.
Okay, so here.
Yes.
All right. So kind of across and a little catty-cornered from 3875?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm going to show the feds a couple exhibits, 5 and 7. Back in October of 2019, were you working?
No.
Did you have sort of still a schedule of what you would do most mornings?
Yes.
I want to bring your attention to October 2nd of 2019. Did you leave your house that morning around 8:40?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were going?
Yes.
What were you going?
I was going to the EOS gym on Higley and Pecos for a 9 o'clock appointment.
Okay. How far away, how long would it usually take you to get there?
5 to 10 minutes.
So you gave yourself a little room to get in there and get ready?
Yes.
At that time in 2019 at this residence, did you usually park in your garage or your driveway?
The driveway.
Okay. I'm going to put up, sorry. If I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 5 and 7.
Go ahead.
So if you can look at these two photos and let me know if you recognize these exhibits, what they're photographs of.
Yes.
Are those photos of sort of the street and neighborhood where you lived on Phelps back in 2019?
Yes.
The state will move to admit exhibits 5 and 7.
No objection.
They're admitted.
You told us that when you lived on this street that sometimes you'd see the same vehicles there. Was there any vehicle on sort of the opposite side of Phelps Street that you would regularly see and you would have to pay attention to when you were exiting your driveway?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a van owned by my neighbor who parked generally across from my driveway or a little off.
Okay. I'm going to put up exhibit 5. Do you see a van in this photograph?
Yes.
Is that the van you're talking about?
Yes.
So this white van here.
Yes.
Are you able to show us in this photograph or describe for us where your house or driveway was located?
The house is what's seen at the far left of the image, the beige colored house, and the driveway would be right where you're indicating.
Okay. So this was your driveway right here.
Yes.
And so you would often have to kind of pay attention to this white van so you didn't go out and bump right into it?
Yes.
On the morning of October 2nd, did you get in your car to leave and notice any other vehicles that morning?
Yes.
I'm going to put up exhibit 7. In this photograph, is your driveway here?
No.
It's one over.
Yes.
Okay, so we can't see your driveway. This would be your neighbor's house.
Yes.
Where did you see another vehicle that stood out to you the morning of October 2nd around 8:40 in the morning?
Parked in front of the white van, nose to nose, where that tree is.
So right in this shade area?
Yes.
All right, so when you say nose to nose, the front of the Jeep was to the front of this van?
Yes.
And so the rear of the Jeep would have been along where this driveway was?
Yes.
Did anything about that vehicle catch your attention?
Yes.
What?
I noticed that it was running. It had tinted windows. I didn't see anyone, and it was right across from the back of my driveway.
Okay. So the tinted windows, were you able to see if anyone was inside the vehicle?
I was not.
What kind of vehicle was it that you saw there?
It was a Jeep.
Were you able to tell anything about 2 or 4 door?
No.
Do you recall anything about the color?
It was dark.
And you said the Jeep was running.
Yes.
When we talk about the Jeep being nose to nose, is that sort of the wrong way on the street, parked the incorrect way on the street?
Yes.
Did that also stand out to you?
Yes.
Had you ever seen that Jeep before in your neighborhood?
I don't recall seeing it.
So it wasn't something you had seen before?
No.
When you were backing out and leaving, did you feel like you needed to take note of anything else of that Jeep?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed out of place, and again, being concerned that it was running, not immediately seeing anybody with that vehicle or in that vehicle. And I was under the impression that nobody was home at the house that it was parked at.
Okay. So here's a car that's running in front of a house that might be empty with dark tinted windows. It seemed a little concerning to you.
Yes.
So because of that, did you do anything as you were leaving?
Yes.
What'd you do?
When I left, I backed out of my driveway so that I was going to be heading in the opposite direction of those vehicles. And I looked in my rearview mirror to look at the license plate.
So in Exhibit 7 here, were you heading this direction?
Yes.
So in your rear view mirror, you would have been able to see the back of the Jeep. When you were looking in your rear view mirror, you were able to see the back of the Jeep.
Yes.
What did you look for when you looked in your rear view mirror?
The license plate.
What did you note about the license plate?
That it was a Texas license plate.
Is that sort of the white with black lettering?
Yes.
Were you able to take down a license plate number?
No.
Do you recall the vehicle itself, if there was a tire on the back of it?
I don't recall.
When you returned home after going to the gym, can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. There were a lot of police vehicles and police personnel on the property, on the street. Access to my street, the way I came back, was restricted. And I had to speak to one of the officers, identify who I was, and indicate where I was going.
Okay. Did you have a police officer come talk to you at some point in the day?
Yes.
And did they ask you about whether or not you had seen anything unusual that morning?
Yes.
And did you tell them about this Jeep?
Yes.
And why did that stick into your mind to tell them?
Well, it was no longer there, and I felt it was, again, out of place or an unusual at that time.
I have no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
I knew she was going to do him because I was like, she's going to feel comfortable trying to bully him. Watch. Let's see. Watch, I'll be wrong. She's like, hold on. Okay. So you were X and I was O.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, any
Again, I was
questions for
wrong.
this witness from any member of the jury? Don't see any questions. You can step down, sir.
Yeah, he's like, get me out of here. I want to go back home. I want to monitor the block. I've already lost valuable time. She's like, so, but hold on. If I do a straight line down an X's, that means I win. No, I put the O over here, Lori. That's not how he did it. Not back in holding. She's going to have a whole bunch of no questions.
All right. Come on up right up here in front of my clerk, sir. She's going to swear you in.
Yeah, culinary, I agree. These are nothing but field trips.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure, my name is Nolan McDermott. I'm a sergeant with the Gilbert Police Department.
How long have you been with the Gilbert Police Department?
18 years.
Where do you currently work?
I'm currently assigned to internal affairs.
Can you tell us about the different areas you have worked at the Gilbert Police Department over your years of service?
Yes, I've spent a majority of my time on patrol, both as an officer, field training officer, and a patrol sergeant. I've also spent time in our criminal investigations division, where I was a detective over special victims units and our violent crimes unit.
Now, over the years at the Gilbert Police Department, have police officers, both patrol and detectives, been responsible at times for processing the scenes?
Yes.
Did you have any training over the years on processing scenes?
Yes, both in the police academy and then through training through field training program, and then as well as just training with colleagues throughout various cases.
Back in October of 2019, what unit were you working in?
I was assigned to the violent crimes unit.
And were you a detective in that unit?
Yes.
How long had you been there at that time?
I was with that unit probably only about a year, but I'd been a detective for about 3 years at that point.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 at around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes.
And were you called out to 3875 East Phelps in Gilbert, Arizona, Maricopa County?
Yes.
What were you called out there for?
I was called out with other detectives initially referenced a shooting.
Okay. And is that common practice for shootings?
Yes.
Do you recall when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street, sort of what the scene looked like?
Yes, there was crime scene tape erected. There was several patrol officers out. Looks like they had taped off a crime scene around a particular residence and the street in front of the residence, as well as kind of bordering some homes next to the target residence.
What is the point of crime scene tape?
The point of the crime scene tape is to erect a physical barrier, both for the public to be alert that the police are on scene and conducting an investigation, trying to limit the amount of traffic, meaning both vehicle or people entering that crime scene, to keep it as sterile as possible.
When detectives are sent out to a shooting, are they each given different roles?
Yes, they can be. Each scene might be a little different, but generally we'll divide tasks up to process or investigate.
Okay. Were you assigned a role to process the crime scene?
Yes, I was participating in that.
Okay. Were other detectives then assisting you in processing the crime scene?
Yes.
Who were the other detectives who were out at the scene?
Detective Pillar was there and Detective Ferrara was there.
Okay. When you got to the scene, were photographs taken of the street, the vehicle, and any items of evidence?
Yes.
Why are photographs taken of sort of the scene, the street, and the area around there?
To memorialize both the scene and any evidence or any items of evidentiary value, either collected or observed at that scene.
Okay. When you go to a scene, do you always know what might be relevant?
No.
So do you take photographs to try to document something in case something becomes relevant later?
Yes.
In this scene, where was the vehicle located when you arrived, the vehicle involved in this shooting?
Yes, when I arrived, the vehicle was in the driveway of the target residence.
And when you say target residence, what do you mean by that?
The residence in which Mr. Boudreaux was residing at the time.
Okay. That's the 3875 East Phelps?
That's correct.
As you are photographing this scene, were orange cones, for lack of a a better word, used to document the approximate location of where Brandon Boudreaux's vehicle was located when it was struck with the bullet?
Yes, trying to provide a visual of what we thought would be the approximate location.
And so that has to be based upon just his, to the best of his memory.
Yes.
Was the area also looked, or did you look in that area where Brandon had indicated his car was when it was struck to see if maybe any glass or anything had fallen in the road?
Yes.
Did you locate any?
There was a small, looked like glass particle or shard that was in the roadway.
Okay. Was it similar to, well, let me ask you, when you went to the scene and saw the Tesla in the driveway, did you see the driver's side window anywhere?
Yes, the driver's side window was actually in the driveway, just adjacent to the driver's side of the Tesla. It was, the vehicle was parked in facing towards the garage, and the window was adjacent to the driver's side door, with the void in the driver's side door where that window would be.
Okay. Inside the Tesla itself, did you observe pieces of the glass that had shattered?
Yes, there was glass shards both inside the vehicle and then outside the vehicle, adjacent to the splintered window.
And did those shards that you saw in the road where you put those cones look similar to the shards you saw inside the Tesla and around the door there?
Yes.
When you were looking at the window that was now on the driveway, did you look at it to try to see if there was any impact to it? What caused it or where it shattered from?
Yes, we did. There was a divot or a mark towards the top of the window would be, as if it were raised to the top of the vehicle frame or that door. There was kind of a divot, the best way I can describe it, that appeared out of place compared to the rest of the window.
Okay. For the Tesla itself, some cars have doors where there's a metal frame around the glass window. Was there a metal frame around the glass window for this Tesla door?
No, not for where the window would be for the door. The window was kind of by itself where it would extend or rise up into the frame of the vehicle.
I have minus a few exhibits 6, 8, 10 through 47. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. Have the witness take a look at these photographs. So Detective, you've looked through exhibits 6, 8, and 10 through 47. Do you recognize those as photos from the scene on October 2nd of 2019 of the Tesla and the Phelps Street and the area around there?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 6, 8, and 10 through 47.
Sorry, it was dinner time, y'all. Had to get me some grub.
When
We had green
you're
enchiladas.
taking photographs of a scene, putting up exhibit 6 here, do you try to take photographs showing the whole street itself? Meaning not just the one location where the car was or the Tesla itself. You're trying to get the whole area.
Well, yes, that's true. To be clear, I didn't actually take this particular photograph, but when documenting, we were trying to capture the area, give an overview of the scene.
Okay. So in this scene, can you describe for us sort of the directionality we're looking and what we see here?
Yes, the marked patrol unit that's sort of in the center at the very far end of this particular image, that's east of the target residence. The Tesla is on the right side of the picture in the driveway, and it is parked facing south. And those cones kind of in the center also east of the Tesla and the residence.
Were those cones the ones we were talking about in reference to the approximate location of Brandon's vehicle when he was shot at?
That's correct.
Exhibit 8 here, is that sort of a closer version of that?
Yes.
Exhibit 10, in your understanding, where was the Jeep located?
So the Jeep would be somewhat out of frame from here, but it was our understanding that it would be located kind of on the bottom left of this image.
Okay, so this is the driveway for Brandon Boudreaux's 3875 East Phelps?
Correct.
And so the Jeep was somewhere down here?
Yes.
When you were documenting this, did you understand then, was this meant to be sort of the front of the vehicle and the rear of the vehicle, approximately? And I'm going to put up 12 so we can see a better width of that.
I don't recall if those were marked to present in terms of the vehicle itself and the distance to the front and the back. I don't recall that specifically. The purpose of this was to give us kind of an idea, or at least to memorialize the scene for where we, our best understanding of where that Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle was at when the shooting occurred.
In 14 here, so again, this is at least supposed to be approximately where the Tesla was located?
Correct. And this particular image is from the other direction. So, for example, that patrol vehicle that's pictured in the center of that image, that's to the west of the target residence.
Okay. And so in this photograph, exhibit 14.
Same here, Lauren.
Did you understand the Jeep to be located?
Our understanding was the Jeep would have been in the vicinity of the shaded area, where on the south side of that street, parked, I guess, behind or in front of that white van.
Okay. I'm going to put up exhibits 18 and see if I can. When you were photographing, or when this was photographing, did you all attempt to sort of document some of those little shards of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that what we see here in exhibit 18 right there?
Yes.
As well in exhibit 19 here?
Correct.
Okay. And you said those were similar to the same type of glass you had seen in the vehicle and around the vehicle once it was parked in the driveway.
That's correct.
Was it your understanding, well, let me see, when you are trying to process a scene, do you get briefed on some of the general facts of the case?
Yes.
What does that mean to get briefed?
More often than not, detectives aren't the first on scene. Generally, a patrol officer would respond to take the initial information, and then upon the arrival of detectives, we would generally get a briefing from those patrol officers on scene with the best knowledge of the information they had at the time.
So did you understand or know the path of travel of Brandon after the shot was fired?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the path of travel after the shot was fired?
My understanding was Mr. Boudreaux proceeded, continued west on Phelps Street to his first available street to turn on, which was Cole, I believe, and he made a right to go northbound from there.
This is Exhibit 1, sort of a map of that area. So west would be this direction,
Correct.
and then north on Cole.
Correct.
Did you understand that he eventually then came back, sort of making a big loop to return to his residence?
That's correct.
Now, we had talked about the vehicle itself. As a detective and as a patrol officer, had you ever seen gunshots or bullet holes in a vehicle before?
Yes.
And I'm going to go through the photos of the vehicle itself. I'm going to show you Exhibit 21. Can you tell us what we see here?
Yes, this is Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle. It's parked in the driveway facing south. The driver's side of the vehicle is facing away from us in this particular image.
Did you note any damage on the passenger side of Mr. Boudreaux's vehicle?
I did not.
You see in 22 the rear of his vehicle?
Correct.
Did you note any damage there?
I did not.
Were you looking for damage to see if there were any other gunshot holes in this car?
Yes.
Now, as you got to the driver's side, and you put up at 23 and then 24, did you notice anything on this vehicle?
Yes, there was damage on the vehicle frame, kind of directly above the driver's side door and where the window would have been.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of do some closers up. 26?
Yes, the damage, again, being on that kind of the top end of the vehicle frame above where the driver's side door and window would be.
And 27? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, this is just a closer image of that same damage.
The victim had made a statement to 911 that maybe this was a paint gun that hit him. Did you see any paint or anything that would indicate this was a paint gun?
I did not.
Is this the type of damage you would expect to see from a paint gun?
No.
28, and then I'm going to go into 29. What are we seeing here? We see an A marked on that. What's that for?
That particular marker is just another indication to memorialize the scene. So the prior image was an image without it, and then this image is to mark it, just as another point of reference the damage we were identifying.
As we're looking at this, you were advised, were you advised when you were briefed that as Brandon was driving westbound on Phelps, that the rear of the Jeep was facing towards him, was facing eastbound.
Yes.
And were you advised that he said a rifle came out of the back of the Jeep and then fired a single shot at him?
Yes.
Looking at just the shape of this hole, you said you have seen bullet strikes or bullet holes in vehicles. Did that appear to be coming from front to back?
Yes.
So was it consistent, the damage to the vehicle, to show the bullet had come from in front of the Jeep or in front of the Tesla into the Tesla itself? Does that make sense? Probably not.
The damage I observed and the damage that's documented in this photo is consistent with Mr. Boudreaux's statement of him proceeding westbound with a rifle being pointed towards him, pointed east, and this penetration from that projectile is consistent with his story.
Okay. Now, when we talk about trajectory, what does that mean?
Generally, it's just the direction in which something might travel.
In this case, were you able to determine the exact direction of the rifle barrel out of the rear of that Jeep?
I was not able to determine exactly the direction of that rifle barrel out of the Jeep.
And were you able to determine the exact location of the Tesla in the street?
I was not.
So there was no video cameras to show that.
Correct.
So at best, can you say that the directionality of that hole, that bullet strike into the Tesla, is consistent with it coming from the back of the Jeep?
Yes, based on the information provided to us, it's consistent.
Now, as you were looking at this, and we see in 25 that there's no frame on the top part of this door. So the bullet strike, was that actually into the body of the Tesla itself?
Yes, that's a fair description.
So in order to look for the projectile, what did you guys do?
This particular photograph, right below that penetration point, is some rubber molding that was also damaged. That was consistent with that glass window maybe rising up and extending into the molding as probably part of the feature of the vehicle. So we moved some of that molding around to see if we could try to locate any projectiles.
I'm going to show you some photos from that. This is Exhibit 40. What are we seeing here?
This is some of that rubber molding I mentioned earlier. There was kind of a groove in there, for lack of a better word, in that molding where it captured some glass shards, and we did find some fragments, metal fragments in the that groove within the molding as well.
So what we sort of see in here.
Correct.
Is Exhibit 44 sort of show what you're talking about, where you're trying to pull out all of this molding to look for any fragments of that projectile?
Correct.
And does 45 also kind of show that search where you're pulling that apart?
Yes.
Ultimately, were any fragments recovered?
There were some fragments recovered. This particular image just documents those fragments recovered from within that molding. That was documented earlier as well.
And were those collected and pounded?
Yes.
State has shown defendant 190. You can take a look at Exhibit 190 and let me know if you recognize.
Yes, I recognize it.
And on the back side, inside the clear bag, is there sort of the paper bag that documents that those fragments in there are from this case that we're discussing today?
Yes, the label on this particular bag is the report number reference this incident.
Thank you. The state will move to admit Exhibit 190.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
190 submitted.
Thank you. Now, as you are trying to recover any fragments, you told us that the window sort of went up into this molding or into the car frame almost.
Correct.
Given that you only found fragments, was anything done to try to see if any of those fragments or the projectile itself had fallen out at any point?
Yes, we, after kind of learning or being briefed on the path of travel that Mr. Boudreaux took in his vehicle following the shooting, we walked that area as well as the area immediately around the vehicle when it was parked in the driveway to try to locate anything additional in terms of projectile fragments.
When we're talking about projectile fragments, these could be teeny tiny little pieces that you're trying to find on the street?
In this particular instance, that's correct.
And now we're talking around a whole block and up to where the pool is.
Correct.
Did you and other officers search that whole area?
Yes, we did.
Were you successful in locating any other fragments?
We were not.
Was a metal detector even brought to try to search across the road and see if you could potentially find any of those fragments?
Yes, Yes, we did bring one out to try to locate anything additionally.
Was anything else found?
No.
Now, we had talked about inside the vehicle, and I'm going to show some photos here, 32. What were you documenting here in 33?
This particular image documents what I had mentioned earlier in terms of my observations. This documents some additional glass shards that were located on the floorboard inside the vehicle. That's the driver's seat.
Okay. 34, 35. So the window itself, I know you told us was mostly together, but small pieces of it broke apart?
That's correct.
And that's the same type of small pieces you saw out in the road by those cones?
It appeared consistent, correct.
Thank you, Tanya. I appreciate it.
Did you see any other of those little shards anywhere else on the road other than where Brandon had indicated he was when his vehicle was shot?
Not that I recall.
Okay. In Exhibit 36 and 37, what are we seeing here?
This is just a particular rod that was inserted to try to give an idea in terms of a general idea of trajectory. Again, to kind of confirm what information we had from Mr. Boudreaux reference where the gunshot had come from in terms of then striking his vehicle. This is really just another visualization of that to memorialize it.
Okay. So again, without knowing, well, let me ask you this. In the back of a Jeep, if someone sticks a rifle barrel out, can they move the barrel at almost basically 180 degrees of angle? Is that yes?
I'm sorry, what were you asking?
If somebody sticks a rifle out the rear window of a Jeep, they could move that rifle barrel in basically 180 different degrees, correct?
Yes.
And you, because there's no video showing that, you have no way to know the exact angle that that rifle barrel was sticking out.
That's correct.
So this was just to help show the directionality, at least, of how that bullet entered into the Tesla.
That's correct.
Okay. And we see the same thing in 38 and then a closer up.
That sounds good,
39.
Peachy Keen.
That's correct.
Now, we talked about the glass piece itself. I have Exhibit 46 up here. And again, we see another sticker or marker with an A on it. What were we looking at there?
This is a image of the driver door window that was in the driveway at the time of our arrival. As I had mentioned earlier, we had noted a divot in the window itself. This particular image is depicting that divot as we've identified it with this marker that appeared consistent with the damage that we observed on the vehicle. Essentially our best estimate of where that strike point in the vehicle would have been to cause the window to shatter.
So when we look at the other edges of the vehicle, you didn't see any similar type of damage where the window has that divot and the more, I guess it being more broken apart.
Yes, that particular divot, again, appeared consistent with what we were observing on the vehicle. So I didn't note anything different on the window that maybe could have accounted for the damage with the window being rolled up in the vehicle.
After processing the vehicle, did other officers look for any type of, or did you ever come back and help look for any type of surveillance cameras that might have caught anything?
Yes, we returned and conducted a kind of a canvass of the neighborhood. Myself and additional detectives did.
Did you personally find any videos that on Phelps Street or any of the surrounding streets that caught anything?
I did not.
During this investigation, did you learn who Lori Vallow was?
Yes.
Did you learn that she had a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas plate of LWD 0997?
I did.
Did you learn that she was, in October of 2019, living in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did you learn that her brother, Alex Cox, was also living in Rexburg, Idaho in October of 2019?
I did.
Through different records, did you learn that Alex Cox was residing at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And did you also learn that Lori Vallow was living at that same complex?
Yes.
Did you reach out to local law enforcement in Idaho to help locate and impound that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, I did.
When you were investigating this case, had you been advised by Detective Pilar and others that the Jeep, or that Brandon had noted the Jeep had a Texas plate on it?
Yes.
And had you, as part of the investigation, learned that Lori Vallow had resided in Texas previously?
Yes.
Were you advised that Brandon Boudreaux had told Detective Pilar on October 2nd that he was aware of an incident in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And in contacting the Chandler Police Department, did you learn that that 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates had been at the residence with Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
Did you then write up a probable cause statement and send that to the Rexburg Police Department to help write a search warrant so they could seize and impound that Jeep?
Yes.
And that Jeep being the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that Lori Vallow had with a Texas plate of LWD 0997?
That's correct.
Were you notified on November 4th of 2019 that At that time, Detective Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department had located and impounded the Jeep from 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes.
And did you provide that to Detective Pilar?
Yes.
Was he the case agent at the time?
Yes.
And did you leave that to him to deal with processing the Jeep?
Yes.
Without going into what was said, on December 21st of 2019, did you speak with someone by the name of Colby Ryan?
I'm sorry, what date was that again?
December 21st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Is Colby Ryan Lori Vallow's son?
Yes.
Did you learn that Colby had been given Lori Vallow's blue Nissan Rogue with Arizona license plate CRT 2994?
Yes.
Were you provided information as to where Colby Ryan had picked up Lori Vallow's Nissan Rogue?
Yes.
On December 26th of 2019, did you go to that residence?
Yes.
Was that here in Maricopa County?
It was.
Was that in Mesa?
It was.
Who lived at that residence?
I spoke with a Heather Blackmere.
Is it a Hannah? Or
I'm sorry, Hannah, yes.
Did you learn that Melanie Boudreaux was now remarried to Miss Blackmer's brother, Ian?
Yes.
And did you know that Melanie Boudreaux was Lori Vallow's niece?
Yes.
Was a search warrant obtained for that Nissan Rogue?
Yes.
And was that executed on December 21st of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Were photographs taken of that?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor. Please move on to Lori.
Shown the defendant exhibits 93 through 98. For the witness to review.
It's puppy witching hour over here, so we've been in major, you can hear them. It's major playtime over here. Hey, no. No bite.
Do you recognize those photographs, exhibits 93 through 98?
Yes.
Are they photographs of that Nissan Rogue that you executed the search warrant on that was Lori Vallow's?
Yes.
This is the Nissan Rogue that you had learned about through Lori Vallow's son, Colby Ryan,
That's correct.
and that you had spoken to Melanie Boudreaux's family about that it had been dropped off at.
I'd spoken to Ms. Blackmore reference that vehicle.
State will move to admit exhibits 93 through 98.
Any objection?
Just relevant, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's
Shocked.
relevant both because this vehicle is going to be seen in video in Idaho relating to the self-storage unit
Okay.
where items were stolen.
It's It's admitted. Those exhibits are admitted.
Thank you.
Like the one thing she objects to is like something so obvious
So
that you want to
Exhibit
do.
93, what are we seeing here?
This image is of that said Nissan Rogue, and this image is taken at the Gilbert Police Department property building.
And were photographs of the sort of whole vehicle taken that we see in 94?
That's correct. This is just a different angle, as well as this is a different angle of that same vehicle.
So we see a license plate on this vehicle of CRT 2994
Correct.
and was inside the vehicle during the search warrant. Did you obtain the registration or take photographs of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it registered to a Lori Vallow and Alexander Cox?
Correct.
And we see it was from September of 2019.
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, did you look through it to see if there were any receipts or anything of potential interest?
Yes, we did.
Inside the vehicle, did you recover a boarding pass or I guess luggage receipt for a Melanie Boudreaux?
That's correct.
And that would have been from October 26th of 2019.
Correct.
So inside the vehicle that belonged to Lori Vallow was a receipt for a flight for a Melanie Boudreaux.
Correct.
And then did you also recover some receipts reflecting, I guess, Rexburg, Idaho, or Idaho Falls here from October 13th of 2019?
Correct.
And then October 31st of 2019?
Correct.
And again, Idaho Falls there.
Yes, that's correct.
So inside the vehicle that you recovered in December in Arizona were receipts relating to Idaho Falls, Idaho from October of 2019.
Correct.
Were you also involved in executing a search warrant on Alex Cox's residence in December of 2019?
Yes.
Did you locate Alex Cox's Ford F-150 at that time?
That particular vehicle was present during that search warrant. Yes.
It was present at the residence.
Yes.
And did that have an Arizona license plate of CPQUINT?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that vehicle located in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
Was that vehicle later towed to the Gilbert Police Department?
It was.
And did a different detective later search that vehicle?
Yes.
When that vehicle was towed to the Gilbert Police Department, did you then obtain another search warrant to execute on Alex Cox's Ford F-150 on December 31st to allow a detective to remove an infotainment center?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that Detective Tom Olzak?
Yes.
And what was the reasoning for that?
The purpose of that search warrant and the assistance from Detective Olzak was to learn any information reference that electronic or infotainment device that maybe it's stored on that device, reference the location of that vehicle.
And did Detective Olzak take that infotainment system with him to analyze himself?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Oh, thank the Lord. Yeah, that was getting really dry. Okay, we're getting ready for the. Did you see me personally there? She's gonna saunter on up there. Lori says, please hold. I've got a really good one.
It's Sergeant McDermott? Is
That's
that
correct.
Okay. And you said that you've been processing scenes, Sergeant McDermott, for How long?
I've been a police officer for 18 years. I can't tell you exactly how long I've been processing scenes, but I've been in a patrol capacity and a detective capacity for approximately 16 of those 18 years. So I would have been processing numerous scenes for that time.
Okay. And were you a scene agent for this?
I would say I was one of several detectives there who could be classified as scene agents.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned before that it was you and Detective Pillar and one other person.
I had mentioned Detective Ferrara.
Oh, that's right, Ferrara. Okay. And when you were getting briefed by them, what time did you arrive at the scene?
I don't recall. It was sometime in the morning after the call had come out.
And who was there already when you arrived?
There were at least 2 patrol officers there upon my arrival.
So Officer Robb was there?
Yes.
And did she brief you at all?
I don't recall exactly who briefed me, but it would make the most sense that she would have.
Because she was first on the scene.
I don't know if she was first on the scene, but I know she was present at the time that I arrived.
Okay. And so who did you receive your information from after you got there?
Again, I don't recall specifically, but it would make most sense that Officer Robb would have provided it.
And do you recall her indicating that she didn't even think it was a gunshot?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
That she stuck her pin in the hole and said she didn't think it was a gunshot? You don't recall that?
I don't know that, no.
There was a picture that we looked at that had the one piece of glass in the street. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then could that piece of glass have been moved by someone's shoe accidentally from people walking around in that scene?
It's possible.
Because there weren't any more pieces besides one piece of glass in the street. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was that glass in any way, that one piece of glass, was it tested to see if that was actually part of the window from the Tesla?
No.
Could you tell if it was part of the window from the Tesla?
All I could say is it appeared consistent with the other evidence we had referenced that window on scene, but I can't tell you definitively if that one shard was from that window.
Like if it was the same color as most of the other shards?
It did appear to be the same color and was consistent with the rest of the shards that we observed on scene.
But it could have been from a Coke bottle kicked in the street or anything else like that?
I can't say that's not possible, yes.
And so did you use the location of that one piece of glass to try to determine where the Tesla was located at the time of the shooting?
That was one factor, yes.
But if it had just been kicked over there or moved accidentally on the bottom of someone's shoe, then it wouldn't indicate anything. Is that correct?
Hey, Celeste, I hope you're doing well.
So all the pieces of glass that fell out, would that be consistent in your understanding? Wouldn't there be more than just one tiny little piece if there was a bullet explosion?
I can't answer that definitively to tell you one way or the other. I don't know how the physics of that would happen. So I don't know if I could honestly answer that for you.
But logically, there'd probably be at least a couple pieces, right?
Object to speculation. He's already indicated he doesn't know.
Sustained.
So when you arrived, where was Mr. Boudreaux?
I believe he was standing maybe outside the front door of the residence. That's my best recollection.
Okay. And who else was there on scene?
I recall Officer Robb was on scene. I believe Officer Bullock was on scene. I believe that was it.
Did you see the friends of Brandon that we saw in the picture of Mr. Boudreaux?
Yes,
you were
now
there?
that, I'm sorry, go ahead. Now that you've mentioned it, yes, I do recall Brandon having some friends there.
And how many friends do you recall Brandon having there?
I believe there were 2.
And where were they where were they when you observed them?
I don't recall that.
I mean, were they near Brandon or were they in a different location?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you recall them walking around in the midst of the scene, like in the driveway?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
So you did not observe them walking back and forth in the driveway?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
Did you review the body cams from that day?
I have not.
You've never seen the body cam from Officer Rob?
If I have viewed it, I don't have any recollection of viewing it. So I don't have any particular recollection of watching those body cams.
Okay. Was there any glass in the garage?
Not that I recall.
Did you search the garage?
I don't have a particular recollection of searching the garage specifically. I can't tell you if it was searched or not by any other detective or officer there.
But you did not search in the garage?
No, not that I recall.
Honestly, shocked
the
we
garage
haven't
door was
heard
open
this
when
question
you were
come
there?
up.
I don't recall specifically.
And you don't, and with all the, excuse me, with all the reports that have been made, there's no report indicating that anyone searched the garage to your knowledge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You had mentioned in your report about it, Brandon making a U-turn.
As long as you're not cooking beef
following
Wellington,
the
Courtney,
shooter, is that
we're
correct?
good.
Correct.
But in your testimony earlier, you talked about he went around the block.
That's correct.
And so which is it? Is it, I'm trying to understand where the U-turn came in.
According to our information, what I understood it to be is Brandon, after the shooting, proceeded west on Phelps to Cole Street. He went north on Cole past Waite. Slightly north, there's a community pool there. He stopped in that general vicinity. And then as the Jeep proceeded north on Cole and then east on Waite, Brandon conducted a U-turn to on Cole to then go south and then east on Waite towards Fisher, I believe is the name of the street. That is that north-south street that runs just east of Phelps.
So after he pulled over by the pool, he did the U-turn?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so after he went on the pool, he didn't just go around the block. He turned around and went around the block?
Yes, eventually after conducting that U-turn is then when he went around the block to eventually make his way back to Phelps Street where his residence was at.
And you indicated in a report that he followed the suspect briefly after that U-turn. Where did you get that information?
That was information we learned on scene that I believe Mr. Boudreaux had passed along to officers or detectives on scene.
And you don't know who that was?
I don't know specifically who, no.
And you don't know how you obtained that information then?
That was information I learned on scene. I don't know who in terms of which officer or detective obtained that specifically.
But you did not hear Brandon. Brandon did not express that to you directly. It was through someone else?
I don't recall Brandon expressing that to me directly.
Okay. So in your report, you say that you were unable to locate any projectile anywhere in the Tesla. Is that correct?
I'm glad to hear
We
Nancy Joe's
located
there.
fragments. I don't think we did not locate anything in terms of a complete projectile.
And were those fragments tested?
No.
To see if they were actually bullet fragments and not part of the Tesla?
There was no additional testing done. Those fragments appeared consistent with a projectile.
In what way are they consistent with projectile?
The projectile, in terms of it potentially, in terms of making an impact on something, could disperse in fragments.
Mhm.
To me, they appeared consistent with other fragments of projectiles that I've observed before.
And is that something that could be known through testing?
Potentially, I can't tell you a specific test. I just don't have the knowledge of a specific test could tell, but potentially.
So in our modern world, can't they test things and find out exactly what gun it came from, that kind of thing, projectiles?
Checked again, just speculation. He just said he didn't know.
Again, you can answer if you know, but if your answer is I don't know, just give your answer.
I'm sorry?
You can answer.
I don't know specifically.
But in your years of experience, have you ever tested projectiles to find out if they were actually bullet projectiles?
Generally, in terms of my experience in testing projectiles, would be more complete projectiles to try to determine if we could learn, just generally, where maybe what firearm it might have come from. But in terms of fragments, I've never personally, to my knowledge, tested anything additional in terms of fragments to learn. That's just been my experience.
And could it be known from a fragment if it was a handgun or a rifle?
Not that I know of.
So
She wants to talk
it
like
could
she
only be
just came
tested
to the
find out
bell
if it
from
was
like
actually a
times
bullet fragment and
past.
not actually a piece of metal from the actual Tesla.
I guess you might have to rephrase your question, make sure I can answer it accurately.
Sure. So the projectile pieces itself that we looked at,
Yes.
they can only be tested to find out if they are an actual projectile from a gun.
I don't know the limitations in terms of the testing to answer that for you accurately.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
And they generally, you would know as a detective of 18 years, like what kind of testing is available to your department, right?
Yes, generally.
And so why was it not tested or not looked into further to see what kind of bullet fragments those were, or if they were bullet fragments?
I can't answer that for you. I can just tell you that no additional testing was done.
And were you the one that took the fragments out? That
Yeah.
found them?
Yes.
And what is that process like? Tell me exactly what you did, how you took them out, how that worked.
Yes,
You
simply,
explained it.
my recollection was just locating the fragments in that rubber molding we had observed earlier, and then just removing them and packaging them from there.
And you package them in like an evidence bag or Ziploc bag?
An evidence bag, yes.
And so how long did it take you to find those fragments?
I don't recall that.
Like more than 10 minutes?
I don't know.
And then you took those fragments out with your fingers or with a tool?
I don't recall. I think in that particular instance, my recollection is they were on that rubber molding, so I probably just removed them with a gloved hand to package them that way.
So you didn't have a tool in your hand or anything? You weren't like, I don't know what kind of tool it would be, so I'm just asking.
I don't recall having any tools to remove that, no.
So you found those 4 small fragments, is that correct?
I found Fragments. I don't recall how many. What I believe there were, what was ever in that particular evidence bag is what I had located.
And then they were put into an evidence bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what happened to them after that?
They were impounded by Detective Ferrara.
So you handed them over to Detective Ferrara.
Yes.
And then where did it go from there? Do you know?
It was impounded at our property building.
That day?
Yes.
And then who would be the person in your department who would send those out for testing?
Well, any detective or officer could send anything out for testing.
Okay, it doesn't have to be the case agent.
It doesn't have to be, no.
So you being the person who actually extracted them from the vehicle, you could say, hey, let's test these.
I could, yes.
And you did not.
No additional testing was done. No, that's correct.
And why not? Why did you not request additional testing?
I don't know. What wasn't anything that came up for me to do.
So were you just under the impression that it was an actual bullet hole?
I don't know. Can you rephrase your question?
So you didn't test those because you assumed that it was a bullet hole and those were fragments from a bullet?
The damage on the vehicle is consistent with a penetration mark from a firearm and a bullet. The fragments located also appeared consistent to me with fragments from a bullet. That's my observation.
Could it have been from any other thing?
Yes, it's possible.
Like, could you have hit it with a tire iron?
Hit what with a tire iron?
The vehicle.
I guess I'm not sure I understand your question.
Could it not be a bullet hole at all? Could it have been hit with a tire iron?
The damage to the vehicle appeared consistent to me to be, again, a penetration point from a firearm and a bullet. There wasn't nothing that I observed to that damage to lead me to believe that it was anything else than being struck by a projectile.
But it could have been something else.
I don't think so. I think from my experience that the damage and what I observed is consistent with a penetration point from a firearm and a bullet.
The court reporter and clerk and staff are overdue for a break, so let's take a short 10-minute recess and then we'll go through to the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition.
All right, for the jury.
All right. We'll be at recess. Do you have enough to go through till 4:30? Do you have enough to go?
Y'all, I've been on mute this whole time. I've been saying so many things over here, y'all. Just talking over here. Oh my gosh, y'all haven't heard so much stuff. What's scary is it was like it was like I was still talking to you, and the thing. Oh, I've just been having a good time over here. boys, well, first and foremost, understand that, no, the dogs are full-time playing over here. So I was seeing that Lori's over here, like, they put us to the ringer on this first day. Now, some of it's good. And I get they're doing the foundation, they're doing this, they're doing that. But I'm just like, this part right here, this is just mentally like, right? And then I was saying earlier, I was like, that thing that court reporter's talking in, that thing stinks, right? Can you imagine what that would smell like? Just somebody's breath in there. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, yeah, I saw how Nancy Joe's in the courtroom. I'm glad. I hope she gives Lori some dirty looks. Yeah, she's just up there. So here's my thing. Like, what is her point, I guess? Because if you look at it from this thing, there's a conspiracy. So they're trying to say that she, meaning Lori, conspired with, Alex, whoever, to take the life of Brandon. Now, the only person who she's cross-examined has been the cop, right? Who she's picking all these, was it glass? Was it this? Was it that? So I guess my thing is, I'm like, what is she trying to prove? Is she trying to say, oh, they faked it? I mean, is that the ultimate goal here? Or is she trying to make him look incompetent by being like, well, you didn't, she wants to say Brandon shot and blamed it on her. Okay, yep, gotcha. So that's what she has cooked up. Because my thing is this, like with this part right here, it's so interesting. Because I feel like there's so many other directions she could go in with this. And somebody earlier said they think these are just like field trips for her, and that's the thing, right? This is literally just a field trip for her. So she's just bored, and this is like what we're doing on this month, Thursday, whatever day it is. So I just feel like I wouldn't spend much. I mean, again, but the evidence is evident. The evidence is not great in her favor. Hold on. Sorry, we had major puppy drama. We have to settle them down with crackers. But I mean, I guess she did not. So for those just joining, whatever, she did not cross Brandon. She claims that her PI, whoever has the file on Brandon, so they're gonna have to do him later, right? I mean, come on. Brandon is somebody who I would ask one question to, and it would be, did you personally see me do this? Did you personally see me at your house do this or whatever, right? This one, if there was a case I felt like she could get her way out of, this would be the most potential one. However, the digital evidence in this is so bad, thanks to her brother. Hold on. Look, hold on. See, what happens is Luke eats his cracker immediately, and then he goes and yells at the other dogs, and Bo sits there and eats his very deliberately, very slowly. Bo knows he's psychologically torturing Luke. He does it on purpose, and it absolutely just derails. What's his name? Luke. So, but yeah, so the digital evidence in this is so bad. I mean, Lori's doing the phone calls. Alex is doing this. She could have slivered out of it, but doing those fake phone calls and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. So to go the whole thing of there's conspiracy with the cops, I would have been going the route of, I mean, I don't know how you can get out of the digital evidence on her part, because I would have been going the route of being like, I don't know what Alex is doing. I mean, you can't talk about all the other murders he's done, but it's almost like, I don't know what he was doing. I'm not my brother's keeper. I can't help it if he's hanging outside Brandon's house with a gun. You know, how do you know that I knew that? Well, because you were using his phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the part where it's like, if they didn't have any of that stuff and really no eyewitness to put her there, this could be when the. Am I still muted? Can y'all hear me? This could be one, but I don't know how she's going to get out of that unless some of the jury is like, okay, it must have been a minute ago. Okay, I'm sorry. Now I'm paranoid. But this on and on. Did you test the glass? But also interesting enough, like, so when you sit here and listen to these questions she's asking, did you test the glass? Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you do this? And it's like, no, we didn't do that. No, we didn't do this. No, we didn't do that. It's going to get to the point where their cops and these investigations, stuff like that, they're going to have to sit here and literally be like, oh, we found a scrap of glass over here. Test it. Don't assume it goes with blank. I'm using this as an example, but in any kind of case like this, right? Where it's like, dot everything, whatever. And yeah, I agree. I totally agree, Jake, that it's obvious what took place, right? I mean, come on. He pulls in, the gunshot goes off. It's clearly a gunshot. How is she? Yeah, she's on the video. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, the digital evidence of this is so bad. But this is just something to do. She knows she's not leaving. You know what I'm saying? Hold on one second. Well, let me mute it. Hold on. It's just vacuous style coffee. Exactly. She gets to sit here and get attention and see the cute judge and do all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, her whole thing of this is some big conspiracy between these three people. Okay. I mean, what do you say? What do you say? What do you say? Hey, hey, hey. And again, you're now going up against talking about Brandon, little angel face, innocent Brandon up there with the furrowed brow, crying, conspired with the prosecution and the police. I mean, yeah, I agree in our age. Excuse me. Leo, let me go grab a soda real quick. Hold on. Mute off. Lori's up there and she's like, so I want to get thin crust with maybe like a salad, maybe some garlic knots. I'm down with thick crust if y'all are, but definitely thin crust. Judge is like, no, we're not doing that. We had 2 thick crusts this afternoon. You're not even allowed to have that, Lori. Oh, look, there's Brandon. Lori's waddling back to the thing. Right, please, Amy. So, Judge, I would also like it to go on record. I have urinated twice at the desk. Thank you.
Okay.
Luke?
Nothing from the defense. I'll issue the other order about the medication.
Did he ask for medication? She asked for medication. Judge is like, hold on, y'all. Have y'all seen this TikTok right here? Like, this one. I mean, these boys are just turned up. The shoulder pads are shoulder padding.
All right. Please be seated when you get to your seats. The jury is present. The defendant can continue cross-examination.
Why is it so quiet? Lord. She's giving Joker vibes.
Sergeant McDermott, when you got a hold of the Jeep, did you do any further trajectory analysis on it?
I'm sorry, you're referring to the Jeep?
Correct.
I never got hold of the Jeep.
You didn't go to observe the Jeep at all?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did go observe the Jeep?
Detective Pillar, Detective Olzak.
And were you ever made aware of any measurements of the Jeep?
No, I was not.
Did you measure the Tesla?
I don't believe any measurements were done concerning the Tesla.
Like how tall it is, how many inches?
No.
Would you be surprised that it's 68 inches tall?
Objection, relevance,
I wouldn't care.
He can
80-inch or whatever.
I don't know how tall the Jeep is. I'm sorry. I don't know how tall the Tesla is.
Would you be surprised that the Jeep is 66 inches tall?
Objection, speculation, he has nothing to do with the Jeep.
He already said he didn't observe the Jeep. I'll sustain the objection.
So the trajectory where you stuck the rod into, we looked at the picture, that was you that stuck the rod into the Tesla?
I didn't personally stick the rod into the Tesla, no.
Okay, you did not do the trajectory testing.
I did not stick the rod into the Tesla. There was no additional trajectory testing, if you will, completed.
Were you there when we looked at the picture? Were you there to observe that rod being put into the Tesla?
Yes.
And who did insert that rod into the Tesla?
I don't recall. I know it wasn't me, though.
But you observed it?
I was present when that particular rod was inserted, yes.
And from your understanding, they were testing trajectory. Is that correct?
I think, yes, that's a fair statement. We were trying to get another visualization of where we suspected that the projectile had come from based upon where the vehicle was located at.
So, and all of your information that you're going on is basically information provided to you by Mr. Boudreaux.
I guess, can you clarify a little bit more what you mean by
Yeah.
all of my information?
So your information on where the Jeep was, where the Tesla was during the shot is all from Mr. Boudreaux. Is that correct?
Mr. Boudreaux provided a statement to us. The physical evidence on scene was consistent with his statement to law enforcement.
Are you a trajectory expert?
I'm not.
Is there one on your team?
I guess, can you clarify my team?
Your department, I'm sorry. Is there one in your department, the Gilbert Police Department, that you know of? Someone who's a trajectory expert?
I can't speak specifically for any of our crime scene techs that the Gilbert Police Department employs. I don't know what their specific training is, reference trajectory. I don't know in terms of any other detectives in terms of their specific training. I can't answer that question accurately. I'm not familiar enough with their training.
Okay. So there's no one that you would say,
Okay.
oh, we have to ask Detective so-and-so because he's an expert in trajectory.
I don't possess that knowledge currently to say that, no.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you.
Let's talk about the physical evidence at the scene. The bullet hole in the Tesla. Was this, let me ask you this. You were asked a hypothetical by the defendant of someone hitting the Tesla with a tire iron or something. Why would that not make sense for what you saw?
Thank
As
you,
I,
Indy.
mentioned earlier, the damage to the Tesla that I observed was consistent with a penetration point from a projectile, consistent with a projectile from a firearm, just based on my observation and experience.
When you are looking at that, are you looking at the indentation to the metal on the vehicle?
There was indentation on the metal, on the vehicle frame. There was a scuff mark inside the frame of the vehicle that was also consistent with a projectile striking it, as well as some metal fragments we located, which were all consistent with the information we received in terms of a gunshot being fired.
The fragments inside, or that you located in that rubber molding, were those sort of copper colored? Let me find a photo of them.
Thank you, Lisa.
Exhibit 41. And I can provide you 190 if you need that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
He's over it.
Having looked at Exhibit 41 and 190, did you observe copper on that?
Yes.
When you are talking about a fragment of a bullet, is that one of the, are bullets often wrapped in a copper around the actual projectile?
Some projectiles can be wrapped in a kind of a copper casing, yes.
So you were asked whether or not anything in this, when looking at these fragments, if they could have been pieces of the Tesla. As you pulled apart that molding and looked through the hole into the frame of it, did you observe anything else in that Tesla that looked like these type of copper fragments?
Inside the Tesla, I'm sorry to clarify.
Sure. When you pulled down that molding and you're looking through the hole,
Thank you, Michelle.
projectile hole, and trying to find these fragments, did you notice anything else in that area that seemed consistent with these being part of the Tesla?
No.
In your experience in 18 years having fired guns and collected projectiles and projectile fragments from scenes, is this what a projectile fragment looks like?
Yes.
So there's nothing in the Tesla that looks like that, and this is exactly what you see as a fragment in your experience?
Yes, that's correct.
So when we're talking about the physical evidence at the scene, we're talking about the actual bullet hole into the car
Yes.
that in your experience and training is consistent with and looks like other projectile holes you've seen?
Yes.
And when we talk about the physical evidence, we're talking about the fragments,
That's one part of the physical evidence, correct.
and those were located in line with that bullet hole in the Tesla?
That's correct.
So when you're talking about what this projectile was from and what made this hole, are you looking at both of those things and saying this is made by someone shooting at the car?
Yes, the totality of the evidence is consistent and makes sense with, again, a penetration point from a projectile from a firearm.
When you talk about the physical evidence as well, are you looking at the windshield itself?
Well, we looked at the windshield. We also looked at the driver's side window where that penetration point was located at.
In terms of the glass that was located on the driveway, was that mostly, I'll call it, held together by the window tint?
Yes, there was a film that was keeping the shape somewhat intact.
The shards that you observed in the Tesla as well as around that window, were they of the same sort of color and some of them of the same sort of shape as the one you saw out in the street?
Yes, it appeared consistent.
You were asked whether or not you searched the garage. Did you have any information that anything had happened in the garage?
No.
So other than there being a garage to this house, the shooting didn't occur there, to the best of your knowledge?
Correct. There was no evidence to suggest that there was anything that had, any part of the scene had anything to do with the garage of that residence.
You were asked about whether or not the only information that said this shooting occurred was from Brandon Boudreaux. Do you agree with that?
That was information we received from Mr. Boudreaux, but the physical evidence on scene was also consistent with a shooting.
And did you ever become aware of a neighbor also putting a Jeep in the same location that Brandon Boudreaux had indicated it was?
Yes, I had learned that later.
Did you interview Brandon Boudreaux?
No.
So what you heard would be information either relayed to you in the briefing or later learning through Detective Pilar?
Correct.
You were asked about testing those projectile fragments. Did you have a rifle or gun to compare them to?
No.
Submitted projectiles or projectile fragments to try to compare them to see if they came from a gun.
Yes, we have submitted projectiles more completely. I don't have any personal experience in submitting fragments personally.
Did you have any doubt when you saw those that those were fragments from a projectile?
I did not.
Did you have any doubt when you saw that hole, that was a hole from a bullet or projectile entering into that Tesla?
No, I did not.
In terms of the trajectory, you've indicated that detectives, not yourself personally, put a rod into that projectile hole, correct?
Correct.
What was the purpose of doing that?
Again, as I'd indicated earlier, just another visual representation to kind of show what we believe to be in terms of the information provided on scene by Mr. Boudreaux of this rod being inserted into that penetration point to give another visual representation that it was consistent that the direction in which this bullet came from, again, without repeating it too much, was consistent with the information that we had.
So the projectile, the rod showed that it was coming in sort of, I don't have my pen anymore, but sort of into the front of that Jeep frame. I guess it would have been consistent with a vehicle being here shooting at him. Let me put it that way.
Yes, the penetration point and the evidence, especially specifically the damage to the Tesla that Mr. Boudreaux was driving, proceeding westbound on Phelps with a vehicle, which he indicated was the Jeep, positioned on the south side of the roadway, facing west as well. A gunshot coming from that vehicle, the Jeep, east towards Mr. Boudreaux as he's driving westbound. That information was consistent with the damage to the Tesla of this penetration point, again, which was be penetrating from west to east into the vehicle. That information was consistent with the physical
there and
evidence.
find a reason to use the word penetrating.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness?
Did you say it the first time?
Not seeing any, sir. You can step down.
If I may go get my next witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are they doing another witness? Yo, I thought that was y'all. Another witness? Oh Lord. Y'all. I mean, it's late. Yeah, I'm rejecting. Body is starting to reject.
All right, sir, come on up.
Judge has been rejected. He's
Stand right up here in front of my clerk. She'll swear you in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Sure, it's David. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Around the court reporter up the ring.
this guy's like, look, I got my gun right here. If she gets out of line, I've got the zapper. Tori's like, oh my God, you're still here. How's it going, Tori?
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Absolutely. Hello, my name is David Ferrara. I'm a detective with the Gilbert Police Department, and I have been with the police department for about over 20 years now. Right now, I'm assigned to the Violent Crimes Unit, which investigates anything with violence, homicides, armed robberies, and that type of thing.
He's done this before.
Us,
He's
the
good.
different areas you have worked while working for the Gilbert Police Department.
Absolutely. I started with patrol. I did that. And then I went to become a school resource officer in high school, which was a great gig. And then I was assigned by the chief as an internal affairs detective. I did that for 2 years. And then I tested and I made it to the violent crimes unit.
How long have you been in the violent crimes unit?
Since about 2019.
Yeah, this
On
guy's
October
cute. He's got like a
2nd
really
of
kind of cool
2019,
energy.
Were you in the violent crimes unit?
I was.
How long had you been there at that time?
I would say since July of that year.
Were
And he was
you
like, that was a
part
really
of
good
the
gig.
detectives who were called out to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
I was.
When you arrived, can you describe for us what you saw, what the scene looked like?
Sure, detectives get called out a little bit later, so the scene is usually secure. When I pulled up, I recognized that there was yellow police tape around the scene, or at least a portion of it. There was police officers with their marked vehicles in the area.
When you got to the scene, were you briefed or given any information about what it was you were there for?
Yes, we usually receive a briefing from either the case officer that's there on scene or a detective that has arrived there before I did.
Okay. And what did you understand you guys were investigating there?
What I was told was a gentleman was coming home to his house. When he was getting ready to pull into his driveway, he was shot at. He quickly left the area and called 911.
What was
Yeah,
your
this is another
role
one like you just
at
said.
this
Whoever I missed it, but whoever just
I
said it
usually
about
just,
her being
this time
rude,
I filled
not gonna look good.
the gaps where it needed to be. So I took photographs. I
Be
collected
rude
any
to him
evidence
because he
that
has
was
such
there at
like
the scene,
a warm energy.
coordinated with the case detective, Detective Pillar.
Did you
And I
work
imagine
with
if that's
Detective
translating to
McDermott?
us that way,
I did.
I would imagine the jury feels that too.
Yes, I did.
While you were there, did you see the Tesla?
I did. By the time I got to the residence, the Tesla was parked in the driveway and the doors were open.
When you, let me ask you this. In your time as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes.
And can you tell us, as a either detective or patrol officer, did you ever have any training on, let's start first with processing crime scenes?
Yes, I attended the crime scene and advanced crime scene.
And what is the crime scene and advanced crime scene?
Crime scene can mean many, many things, from photographs to collecting latent prints, trajectory, blood spatter.
Okay. So
I could see
when
him saying,
you
"Listen here, young lady,
saw
if Lori
this
gets out of hand."
Tesla in the driveway, did you observe or look at a defect in the car?
Yes,
I'm going to put up starting with Exhibit 26. Where did you notice this defect?
that was the driver's side, right above the door or the window.
And when you observed this, I'm going to put up Exhibit 30.
I'm
What did
cackling,
you
spooky birdie.
believe this to be?
That is consistent with a bullet hole or a projectile that would go through metal.
Why did you determine that this was from a bullet?
Well, we look at the totality of the circumstances, what's being told to us, what's being reported. According to the victim here, he said that he was shot at because he had saw a weapon. And so that's what we were taking it as, is a bullet hole. It does have the consistency of a bullet hole. You can see the clean that goes into the metal.
When you say clean that goes into the metal, what do you mean by that?
Well, A bullet is very
Jury
hot.
did not
when
ask
it comes through,
questions, but the
projectile.
judge addressed
And when it
them to
comes
see if they
through,
do.
it can go through metal pretty easily. Depends on the round or the type of, it's either handgun or rifle. This is a larger hole. With the melting around, you can see around the sides. So I would assume with the victim saying he was shot at, that's where the bullet hole would have been.
Honestly surprised North Wildings
When
that
you
she
are
didn't
looking
use
at this
this.
scene, are
It's
you
actually in
also
her
looking
logic
to
a
the physical
good
evidence to
fence line. We might see this thrown out there too.
tell you whether or not this is in fact a bullet hole?
Yes, we look at the bullet hole or the hole, see if there's any evidence, maybe pieces of projectile, any type of, could be a casing on the ground or any of that type of stuff. That's what we're looking for as far as a bullet hole or damage to a vehicle.
So in this case, the shape of this hole and the clean that you described told you that this was from a projectile striking and going
I don't
into
know,
this vehicle?
Helen. Not according to Lori. This is
After we
all.
found the projectile,
We're not even sure
pieces
why
of
we're on
projectile
trial
also.
here. This is
So in
clearly a
addition
deer,
to the
a
shape
deer
and
hitting
clean of the
the
hole,
car.
you also look to the physical evidence of the actual projectile fragments.
That is correct.
Were you present when those were found?
Yes, I was.
And we see here in Exhibit 40, is this sort of some molding that was along the frame of that Tesla?
Yes.
Just, I guess, a little to the rear of the bullet hole itself?
Yes.
And in that molding were projectile fragments recovered.
Yes, and that is one right there.
When you looked at these fragments, what told you they were projectile fragments?
Well, the consistency of what a metal, I'm not a metallurgy by any means, but this would be consistent to what a projectile looks like after it has been struck. Something of hard metal. There's also, there could be some jacketing left on the projectile also. Could be markings, so we're looking for all of that.
Do you look
Right, and
sometimes
add a
to
bullet-shaped
see,
tear.
for instance, if there's anything like a copper on
Right,
the
Jenny, a woodpecker.
fragments?
Yes.
Yeah, with Lori, we have to
In
start
this
the
case, do you
basics. Can we
recall
all
if there was
agree
copper
that
on
there
the
was a
fragments?
Tesla
Yes, I
involved?
believe there was.
Let's start off there.
In your training and experience, having worked as an officer for over 20 years and having seen other projectile fragments, was what you and the other detectives found in that molding consistent with all the other projectile fragments you'd ever found?
Yes, they all are similar in shape and size and color.
And in your training and experience, when a bullet hits something hard like a metal, have you on other occasions seen projectiles fragment like that?
Yes. And that depends a lot on the bullet itself.
Thanks, Vicky.
Depending on the bullet and what it hits changes if it fragments or not.
That is correct.
In this case, though, knowing this went through metal, were you surprised to see it fragmented?
No.
In this investigation, did you help canvass the scene to try to find any residents who might have cameras that might be around to show anything?
Yes, and that's a normal practice.
In doing that, did you find anyone who had any cameras that showed anything?
There were people with cameras, but they didn't catch. Sometimes the cameras don't go all the way to the roadway. It's just to their walkway for their own purposes.
Surprised Alex didn't have one of those car cams and left it behind at the scene with
Did you
it pointed
help
to
in
the
any
interior of the
way
car,
with searching
the way he was going.
the roadway to try to recover any other pieces of those fragments?
Yes, but searching for fragments on a roadway is very difficult. We even brought out a metal detector to try, but we're talking about a vast area because the victim actually drove away from the scene. So some of the projectile could have been left in the vehicle until he left. He turns a corner, he speeds up, slows down, it could have fallen out. So it was very difficult to find anything else on a roadway that large or a scene that large.
And you're talking about what could be small little pieces.
Very small.
So although you guys attempted to follow the path that Brandon had expressed he'd driven,
Yes, we did
you locate anything?
No.
As a detective in the Violent Crimes Unit, do you often help other detectives with sort of follow-up work?
Yes.
So if they need a little help executing a search warrant or doing something like that, you might get tasked with that?
Absolutely.
So in addition to helping to work this scene and helping to process the Tesla, were you asked later on in December 23rd of 2019 to help execute a search warrant on a Ford F-150 that was owned by Alex Cox?
Yes, I was.
Where was that search warrant executed? Where did you, I guess, process and search through the vehicle?
The Gilbert Police Department has a property building, and it's a very large parking lot for vehicles. And there are 2 fully covered bays that we actually can bring our vehicles into to keep us kind of out of the weather. It's very hot in Arizona, obviously, so it's very hard to search out in the middle of a parking lot. So these bays are air conditioned, and we are able to.
I still can't get over the fact that Alex logged into Gmail on the burner phone. That's like a new one. That's a new level right there.
So were you tasked on December 23rd of 2019 to help execute a search warrant on a Ford F-150 that was owned by Alex Cox?
Yes, I was.
Were photographs taken during that search warrant?
Yes.
I think the video title or thumbnail will be "Use burner phone to check his Gmail." I mean, come on.
If you can take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Yes, I do.
Right,
Are those
Jessa.
photographs that were taken during that search warrant on December 23rd?
Yes. What usually happens is we'll have a crime scene technician who will. When
I
we
would
start
totally
the
do it.
warrant, they will
I would
take
probably
over
check
all
my
photographs
Facebook.
before
I'd
we even
forget.
search the vehicle, before we even
I'd
search
log
the
into all my stuff.
So that was where those.
Do the
lot of
crime
those
and be like,
photographs
"Oh
came
my
from.
God, y'all."
Once that is
I've been
completed,
TikToking while we're waiting on them to
sometimes
show
they search
up.
for DNA, they swab
Like
the insides
posting
of
and
the vehicle.
everything.
Then once that is all finished, then I will actually go in to the vehicle to search it.
State will move to admit exhibits 112 through 118.
Right, Katie Cat. I totally would forget the phone.
So in 112, do we just see, I guess, photographs are taken of the exterior of the vehicle, like you said?
Yes.
So 113 and then 114, does that show the rear and the license plate of this truck?
Yes.
So it was a personalized plate, CPQUINT?
Yes, and when you first showed me those pictures, I've searched a lot of vehicles. So the first couple pictures show the truck, but once I see the license plate, I remember that license plate specifically because it is personalized.
So in this Jeep, did you look inside to see if you could find a registration?
It was the F-150 I searched.
Uh-huh.
And yes, I found the registration, and it was all those items that were photographed were found in the middle console in between the driver and passenger seat.
So in Exhibit 116, we see that this vehicle is registered to Alexander Lamar Cox.
That is correct, and that is that truck. We do match it with the VIN.
Okay. And this was from 4/8 of 2019.
Well, that's when
That was printed at least.
Yeah.
Did you find inside a letter from Chad Daybell to Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Did you find inside this vehicle any evidence of gun ownership?
Yes. And in the picture, you can see.
And I'm going to put up 117. Is that a closer up of one of the items?
Much better.
What is that?
That is a practice bullet. When you're loading your gun, it will help you dry fire. It will, because when the chamber of a weapon is empty, it usually will not fire unless it has something in there. So that's what we use for this type of thing. It's a 223 round, so that means it's going to be a rifle. And this is just a practice round. So you'll be able to cock the gun however it is, and it will load so you can pull the trigger. And that's usually for help aiming the rifle.
And then did you also find some earplugs in there?
Yes, and that's common for when you go to the range or even at the Gilbert Police Department when we shoot our qualifications. We are issued some earplugs just like that, the orange.
And did you impound all those items?
I did.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
All right, Ross.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and start.
Detective Ferrara, when did you arrive on the scene that day? Do you remember?
I do not.
Who was there when you arrived?
I believe Detective Pillar, Detective McDermott. I arrived with Detective Biggs.
Okay. Did you see Officer Robb there when you arrived?
I believe she was there.
And what did you do when you first got there?
This was several years ago, but it would be normal for me to get a quick briefing to see what happens and what needs to be done.
Okay. And who briefed you?
I can't recall, but it's usually either a patrol officer or it could be the a case detective.
Which was Detective Pillar?
Yes,
And is it Pillar or Pilar?
Pillar.
Okay. And do you don't remember if it was Detective Pillar who was the one who briefed you?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. But you were briefed to what did the briefing consist of?
What basically crime we had, what had occurred at the scene, and if there was any evidence on scene to start with.
And did you observe other people at the scene as well?
Yes, there were several officers, and I do remember the victim was with a few other friends, I believe, but they were outside the crime scene.
And where was the victim and his friends located when you saw them?
They were outside the crime scene.
Can you tell us where that was in the neighborhood?
Well, it was visible from the actual house, so crime scene was across the road, I'd say maybe 50 yards away from us.
Okay. Just sitting or standing or hanging out?
I think they were just staying there until Detective Pillar was going to go question them.
You had mentioned that Brandon told his story and then someone briefed you about it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you took photos? Is that
I
correct?
took, yes, some photos, yes.
How many photos do you think you took?
I don't recall.
A lot?
I don't have an answer for that. I'm sorry.
More than 20?
Yes,
Less than 100?
probably.
Okay.
I am not sure.
And then you said you collected evidence. What evidence did you collect?
I stood by and I received the projectiles that were removed from the Tesla.
And they went into an evidence bag?
Yes.
And then they were delivered where?
We take them to the Gilbert Police Department. We have a property room there. We can itemize it and seal it and store it in a locked container.
And someone's in charge of that? It's logged in, I guess?
Yes, every piece of property that is taken in has its own unique identifying number. It's unique for the Gilbert Police Department as Mesa or the other people would have their own unique numbers also.
Okay, so it would basically consist of like the log having its number, the name, the date, or something consistent with that?
Yes, consistent with that, yes.
Okay. And did they remain there until now when they're here? Or,
They would stay in storage until a detective or somebody checks it out.
okay, and that would probably be the case agent would check them out to bring them to court?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the normal procedure.
And then, do you know if any of those projectiles were tested?
Tested?
Yeah. To be consistent with a handgun or a rifle?
I don't believe so.
And who would do that testing if they were tested? Who would
We-
send that out?
We would send that out.
So you could do it?
No, we would send it out to a scientist or a forensic scientist of some sort.
Okay. But I'm saying you could be one to say, hey, we should test this.
Yes, I believe so, yes. If we believe there's evidence in it,
Or the case agent could send it out.
yes,
Anyone could request it, is what you're saying.
true.
And did anyone request that?
I am not aware of that.
And did you specifically request that?
I did not.
You mentioned something about it being large, the bullet hole. How large was it? I had a picture.
Well, you could see in the pictures, I would say approximately, it's been a while, but I'd say approximately maybe 2 inches by 2.5, something in that frame.
Okay. I saw that there was a measuring tape on there that had about 2 inches on it, but it was much smaller than that.
Okay.
Would you say it was more than the size of a dime?
Well, we'd have to look at the photographs if you have them with the, I can
Okay.
give you a better understanding of the size.
You had mentioned that you had searched for casings on the ground. Is that correct?
We look for casings or projectiles, yes.
Did you find any casings anywhere?
No.
Would that be common?
To not find?
Correct.
It all depends.
Where would a casing go, is my question.
There's no scientific way we know which will come out of a gun. We know either right or left, but as far as it leaving the gun, it could bounce, hit anything. There's just a million other things it could do to end up anywhere.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had brought in a metal detector. Would that detect a casing?
It would pick up a casing sound, yeah.
And what was the area where the metal detector was used to try to find some kind of metal or casing? How large, would you say?
Well, we tried the window itself that had shattered out around the vehicle, where the vehicle first came in. We walked the roadway.
Mm-hmm. In the street?
In the street, yes.
Maybe all of the blocked off area from the police tape?
Yes, and I believe that some detectives might have went to the park, walked up to the round of the park, where we believe that's what the victim told us he went to call 911.
Okay. And then did anyone go past those markings, like where perhaps Mr. Boudreaux had said that he saw the Jeep
Bye,
following
Tori.
him? Like that another shot may have been executed?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
In looking for casings on the ground or in that area, was that search expanded beyond where the police tape was?
Yes.
So would it go all the way to where Mr. Boudreaux would have said that the Jeep passed him? Looking for further casings, I mean.
Yes,
Okay. But none were found?
none.
Unless you just have a couple more, we should probably break and get the jury to the jury bus.
Okay, Your Honor.
Do you have a couple more, or should we break?
I have more than that.
Okay, let's recess for the evening. Members of the jury, remember we're going to start early tomorrow. Please be here ready to go at 9:30 a.m. 9:30 a.m. I appreciate it. Please remember the admonition.
I thought the judge was going to say, take a break and come back. I was like, she's going to keep going.
All right, everyone can be seated. Proposed language you had about administering some
Yes, because I think the language, it's the KOP Tylenol that needs to be brought over.
Thanks, NRH.
The KOP Tylenol. He's going to order it be brought over.
Has to be a jail commander.
Can you do it if it's ordered?
No, the jail has to approve the order. I don't bring her from the jail.
What I'm saying is, can it be administered by someone from your office during lunch?
It has to be a nurse or CHS.
Which she just bring it herself, Judge.
Unless it says her name on it and it's on her, then she can take it herself. If it's
That's what they said.
So they can send her with her.
With it, yes. I just
Okay,
forget.
it's order directing CHS to provide her with a necessary dose of KO what?
It's keep on person. They call it KOP.
Okay.
So just that she's allowed to bring her KOP with her to court each day,
All right,
something
she
to
can
that
keep
effect.
on her person a dose necessary for the full day to be at trial tomorrow. We'll try to email a copy of that to the sheriff's office as well as CHS. All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Just need an updated list on who will be tomorrow. I know we still have Brandon and to finish with this witness, but the next witnesses.
Well, obviously, I'll work on that since I have a very different schedule than I initially
Right.
did. I will email it over tonight.
Okay, we're trying to juggle that witness so she'll know.
Your Honor, if it gets emailed over, then I don't get it. I will not be aware of it.
All right. Do you want to give her a heads up of at least a couple of witnesses you plan to call?
Well, that requires me to call people, Your Honor, so I don't,
What's that?
that requires me to call people. I usually go back to my office and contact people. I know that, I don't know how long the defendant's going to take. I usually obviously email after I determine who I'm calling. I now know I have 2 witnesses coming back, so it changes my schedule.
Okay, we have the detective that was just on the witness stand that needs to be completed. We have Mr. Boudreaux that
Correct.
hopefully can get completed tomorrow. Do you have an idea of any other witness?
That's my point, Your Honor. I have to then see who else I can move because now the morning is full, so I'm going to have to check with witnesses to see if they're available later in the day.
Okay.
So,
Your Honor, my problem is that I can't prepare for anyone when I don't know who it is.
She doesn't have to technically tell you everyone that she's calling in what order. It's usually a courtesy to give some heads up. But at this point, I've pressed her and that's all she's willing to do. So you have a list of the witnesses, you know, the potential witnesses that are being called. So we'll be at recess till 9:30 tomorrow.
Oh, you know, she didn't like that. No, ma'am, she did not like that. Nope, not Miss Lori. No, she didn't. Got him. Okay. Oh my God, look, I'm so tired. Y'all, they got to a lot though. I mean, I know it's like a long day, and thank you everybody for hanging in there. Thank you mods for being here, hanging out, doing the whole 9 yards. Y'all are amazing. I mean, I was sitting here towards the end, and like I wanted to say this to the prosecution. Just say who's the next 2 people you're going to call after this dude, and just be like, I was going to call so and so and so and so, but I don't know. I can't promise you they'll be here, and be done with it, right? And then like, luckily the judge stepped in. And he's like, look, she doesn't have to tell you. You already got to go make up some questions for Brandon. Lord only knows what she's going to keep asking this poor little cute little man about. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Oh my gosh. Oh, just tiring. I mean, the biggest thing really that I just think I'm in awe over. Well, two things. I mean, so on a serious note, literally seeing how, pardon me, I mean, just how upset Brandon is, and like, wow, you know what I mean? And him telling his version of it is just very sobering. You know, then on the other note, I mean, we already knew that this was like not the swiftest group of, you know, translated criminals, whatever you want to call them, murderers, cult, whatever. But all this evidence that's come out with Alex, I'm like, y'all, we're doomed. Okay. Remember how when his phone in the very beginning to us where we found out like his phone pinged literally like at the exact spot almost in the yard, you know what I'm saying, in Chad Daybell's yard. It's like how do they know that? And then seeing this evidence where I'm like, he checked his Google, and again, where I'm like, he checked his Gmail on the burner phone and looked stuff up, which I would, like I said, I would totally do that 100%. I would sign into my social media. I would get us so fast get caught. We wouldn't be at this stage with it. It would be instantly. So I mean, I get that, but it's just like they were supposed to be like leading the, you know, the 144,000, and I'm like, leading the 144,000, got a burner phone and checked your Gmail on it. I can't make it up. I mean, cannot make it up. Test bullets in his truck. Video of the thing. I mean, it's bad. Yeah, Lori says. Lori says they're not the masterminds I thought they were. Oh. Style Chat says they were only leading 144 brain cells. That's what we need to say now. Like the leader of the 144 brain cells. That they definitely were. That they definitely. Elsa says this 144K were doomed. I know, right? Honey, she was leading them straight off the cliff. Okay, straight off the cliff. And I said it earlier. I'm surprised. You know those cams you can get for your car. I'm surprised Alex didn't put one in the Jeep, all up on video, and then lost it. I mean, thank God they did, right? It makes this easier. That's why when we get these trials and they start throwing this evidence out, you're just like, what? They did what? Like, this one's next level. Because I was very curious. It's like, how are they going to tie this in? Now, again, Lori could have, she could have really skated by this one. But the whole thing of like having the phone, it's like, how did you not know? I don't know. They went through all the stuff to get burner phones, but then she's going to use his phone sitting there probably like this, like beep, 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 one in each hand. Not thinking, but I would have done the same thing. I would have probably been Googling obvious stuff on Alex's phone that would have come back to me. Yeah. Yeah, y'all. Emily says, by the way, yeah, so the main channel, y'all, is almost at 144,000. Can't imagine. I'm leading the way. I'm leading us straight to the bargain basement aisle on Walmart. That's where we're going to get our kill kit. in the free ship and free returns aisle on Walmart. Oh my Lord. Oh, I am the prophet. And did you catch that towards the end where she referred to Brandon as the victim? I'm like, oh, but I thought he made this up. I'm trying to think, what would I say if I was Lori? Oh gosh, sorry. I'm sitting here. I keep doing this of dogs and the thing. Bo's over here growling at me. He's like, hello, I am under this. I don't know what you could really say. I mean, she sounds like I forget what somebody said earlier. I put it on the screen about the alibi or whatever. Oh, a deer. Deer. And then Helen said, can we all agree that he was shot at? It's like, I mean, literally, we have to be like, okay, where are we? So, what level of fantasy, Lori Fantasyland are we starting off at? Are we all on the same page that he was driving the Tesla? Like, where at in Fairy Tale Land are we starting, right? Are we on the page of he was definitely driving the Tesla, or are we even taking a few steps back from that one, right? Where are we at in this? You know, because I mean, you can't, and then the whole bullet hole. I mean, and I get like, I understand. So like to give her some credit. The whole thing of being like, did you test this or that? Like a little bit of that, I'm like, hey, I get it. Like it's showing like, okay, well, that can work to your benefit. You know what I'm saying? Because some of the things it's like, well, did you test it? You know. But the way she goes on, so one of Lori's problems is she goes on and on and on and on and on about something. If she had just left a couple of things to just leave a little bit of tiny like doubt of being like, oh, did you test the glass on the thing? Oh, you didn't? Okay. And the next thing, oh, did you test the? Oh, okay. And then just walk away from it. You know what I'm saying? Like you just walk away from it, and then just let them know to be like, oh, they didn't. Interesting. Okay, they didn't test that. Okay. But I mean, yeah, right. Yeah. Priscilla says they found the gunpowder. I mean, it's like you literally can't make it up. Anderson says, I wouldn't be sorry she didn't blame Tylee for it. 100%. She has literally thrown poor little Tylee under the bus this entire time. I'm waiting for it. Oh. I know, Lauren. Lauren says, I was so disappointed they didn't go into the Alex. Hold on. Go into the letter that they showed from Chad to Alex. I know. Right? And then even in her opening, pardon me, even in her opening, where she's like going, it's like, okay, are we blaming Melanie too? Or are we just blaming, like who all are we blaming? Because again, if I was her, but but this is the thing. Lori knows the evidence they have. So it's almost like she has to pretend. Remember how last trial there's some evidence where she just had to pretend it didn't exist. Like you had to compartmentalize it and pretend it wasn't there to even move along, but everybody else knew it was there, right? This is the same thing where it's like, girl, there's digital evidence you can't really get around that had it not been for that, she might have been able to get out of this. And I'm talking the digital, all the things, her using the phone, her taking the Jeep to the thing. She's like very loosely in this mix that she could have found her way out of this one. Nope. But you never know. You never know what the jury thinks. They could be like, no, she's not guilty. She didn't do it. She didn't do this. Right? Oh, God, excuse me. Excuse me. Actually, on that note, yeah. So let's round it out. Tomorrow morning on this channel at 9 a.m. Let's look at my eye. That's what it does when it's tired. 9 a.m. tomorrow on this channel, we're going to be doing a mushroom murder marathon where we're going to go over what's her name, Aaron's testimony. Then we will be streaming here. I believe someone said that basically it will start at 1 o'clock tomorrow because it's like 30 minutes early, or it's at, what is it, like 12 or 12:30, but then a 30-minute thing or whatever. I'll post it up. I'm gonna honestly go lay down for a little bit. If I end up falling asleep, I'll post them in the morning or whatever. But for those who want to like catch up on the mushroom thing, we're gonna be reading through all the notes from the reporters from the courtroom for Aaron, and then we'll stream this. And personally, y'all, I think even though she's trying to stall, I'll say this in closing thoughts, the Brandon thing was clearly a tactic of control and stalling. So that whole thing of like he hasn't, no, right? That's a very difficult witness to question after his testimony. So she kind of had a little bit of a win by getting it to break up a little bit and letting some other stuff come in between. But I personally think she's just going to go back and like try and come up with excuses for all the things that he said, you know. So in a sense it's a win, but no, right? And then she'll continue harassing this poor little man that's on the stand. God bless him. I mean, some of it's just like, but see, this is the thing, like that guy right there, I was like, I would be very careful what you ask him. This man's giving grandfatherly energy, and I'm sure that the jurors pick up on that. They don't want to see you badger him. People are still people. You know, they don't want to see you to come a certain way at Brandon, who's just been up here crying that his wife went crazy and they had a divorce and what's going to happen to the kids. You know, and then you got shot at. They don't want to hear you rough them up. Yeah, Jessica Rabbit says she is definitely going to ask Brandon if he saw her or heard her conspire to kill him. 100%. Honestly, it's the only thing I would ask him if I was her, especially after this. Where it's like, I need to get my notes and all that. I'd get up there and I'd be like, did you see me do it? Okay, thanks. Better to have she needs to keep him on the stand very little amount of time. Yeah, Jessica says Brandon's face says it all, though. It does. It really, really does. Bless his heart. Yeah, I would only ask that to be done with him. So there's really nothing you can get. Anything she's going to try and make up. But here's the other thing, too. She's already set the premise talking about he conspired with other people to basically set her up. Now, she's also referred to him as the victim. She doesn't care. She's just happy to be at the dinner table. You know what I'm saying? She's like, I'm just kind of happy to be here, you guys. Like, what are we doing tomorrow? Can I have my allotted amount of Tylenol? You know, that's all. It's just she's probably bored. It's something to do. I mean, I get it, right? It's like, okay, sure, we'll go have a trial. What do we do next month? You know? Like those dudes, remember that case, those dudes that confessed, and all the cops from everywhere started coming up and like getting confessions out of these dudes, and they would take them out, like give them McDonald's and do all this stuff, and they were just like writing all their cold cases off, and these dudes confessed to like an insane amount of crimes that there's no physically way possible that they could have done it. It is what it is. Wait, can y'all hear me? Yeah, talking too much to Brandon. Okay. They must just be at a different point in it. Okay, so y'all, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna sign off. Because I'm tired. I know y'all are. I know the mods are. Oh my God, thank y'all. So everybody have a great evening, a restful evening. Don't have nightmares of I know crafting. I was thinking that same thing. Crafton said, I can't imagine having so little control over your life that you can't even keep tunnel. Because you know they're gonna only give her the littlest bit, right? The littlest bit. And so I'd be like, no, I take enough to make a doctor worry about my liver, especially if I have a headache. Please, you know, we're taking, give me like 3 or 4. I mean, yeah. Anyways, oh, you're all good talk. No, because you know when people do that sometimes. I mean, number one, you have to question that with me because I'll talk for 10 minutes and have it on mute. But like, you know how like people come in at different times, and so like where we're at, it might be 5 minutes behind. So you can usually tell because they'll start talking about something. It's like, oh wait, they're saying something before, whatever. It's all good. So yeah, y'all, thank you mods for being here and hanging out, keeping the cushions fluffed and going. Sofa Squad, thank y'all for hanging out today. with the commentary, with everything, with being respectful to all the things. Y'all are so wonderful, and we will suffer through another day of Lori tomorrow. I'll post the things, like I said, for the lives and stuff like that or whatever, here in a little bit. But again, 9 a.m. Eastern time, mushrooms, basically 12:30 Eastern time, around there for Lori's thing, and I'll post them either that or when I wake up at 3 in the morning with my headache that I have to eat a bowl of oatmeal for, and ask for 2 Tylenol. So we'll end with Slow's song here, Slow Morrison's theme song for the Sofa Squad. I love y'all. Thank you very much. Y'all have a great evening. I will see you tomorrow.
The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough, join the family. It's all love while we laugh at first criminalities. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup at hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please. The puppies need me. Oh, oh, please. My body is rejecting none of that fancy credential stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Puppies need me, oh please. My body is rejecting none of that fancy credentialed stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup that hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.